Well, severe weather outbreak underway with nearly 90 million people under alert this Easter. The threats span from the southeast all the way back towards the Atlantic coast as we head into the late overnight hours. Even early tomorrow morning, we're expecting tornadoes, long-lived tornadoes potentially, damaging winds in excess of 70+ miles per hour, hail, and of course heavy rainfall. And hazards are increasing as we head into the overnight hours as well. Well, good afternoon and welcome to our special coverage of this extremely dangerous day of storms. I'm joined by storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. So let's get right to him for the very latest on the situation unfolding right now along the I-20 corridor in Louisiana. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, we have a very dangerous weather situation unfolding as we speak. Let's look at the radar right now and get to it because very bad weather, severe thunderstorms and tornadoes are in progress as we speak across parts of Louisiana, and a lot of rain and heavy rain and potentially flash flooding ongoing elsewhere. So the area that I'm going to focus in right now is right in that zone in northeastern Louisiana. Let's look at this. We have a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado, and that warning is for Morehouse, Richland, and West Carroll parishes in extreme northeastern Louisiana. That storm is going to probably cross the Mississippi and get into Mississippi in short order. Everything is moving very quickly at about 55 miles per hour. And I'm going to change maxes here and show you exactly what this thing looks like. If you go ahead and zoom in and look at the rotation inside of that particular cell, the area of concern is right in here between Bastrop and Oak Ridge, and another area right in there near Rayville. The circulation or combination of circulations are all moving eastward very quickly. We can time that out for you and show you a couple of the places that may indeed be impacted by this confirmed tornado. That is indeed Bearskin, Epps, and Oak Grove, and again, in the matter of 15 minutes to 30 minutes. So everything moving very quickly. If you live in these locations or you have the tornado warning out for your area, act now. You may not have time otherwise, and find an interior room, lowest level if you can, and as many walls between you and the outside if indeed at all possible. So let's look at the correlation coefficient and see if we can find if there is indeed any debris being lofted up that we can detect with the radar. Sometimes these radars can show you if indeed debris is flying around, and we're not really seeing that right now. There's a sort of a scattered appearance here, but we will be monitoring this situation very carefully, of course, as this storm moves very quickly across northeastern Louisiana and eventually crosses the Mississippi and gets into Mississippi, as I mentioned a little while ago. Tornado watches are out, and actually the one that is in Mississippi goes until 8 o'clock this evening local time. But I want to also prepare you for the eventuality, I think, that we will see more tornado watches today across parts of Alabama, maybe Georgia, not exactly outlining the area specifically, but do expect or anticipate that the Storm Prediction Center will put out more tornado watches, probably, in my opinion, including Alabama, Georgia, and maybe even Tennessee as well as that whole system. You can just track it. This is the one that is of most interest right now, and you can tell exactly where it is going. So this is going to be a very long day and long night ahead. You can actually sort of quantify the atmospheric readiness for tornadoes, and we call it a tornado potential here. It's a variable that you can calculate using all the data, and it does indeed suggest that the tornado potential in parts of Louisiana right now and in southern Mississippi is actually on the very high end of the scale. So as this system moves in, it is moving into an environment that will very favorably support tornadoes, and here's one of the reasons why. Because we have extremely strong wind shear. The low-level winds are moving out of the south and southeast like that, and in upper levels, the winds are much, much stronger and out of a very different direction. So that's the kind of wind shear that is preceding this weather system as it moves in, and this is why it is very likely going to support tornadoes along the way. Here's an estimate of the timing as we go out of Louisiana into parts of Mississippi. This is by about 4 or 5 o'clock. Now, the precise details here may not be captured perfectly, but the idea is real that in Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee and in North Georgia throughout the evening hours, we indeed could see tornadoes and thunderstorms with damaging straight line winds all throughout the nighttime and into the morning hours, not missing, I might add, the Carolinas as well during the morning hours. Right now, I'm going to send it over to Mike Seidel, who is right now outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon. Mike, tell us how the conditions are right now.
Hey, good afternoon from Flowood, Mississippi. We're about 10 miles northeast of Jackson, and we're keeping an eye on the southwest skies because that's where all the storms are going to be coming from this afternoon and this evening. And these storms are racing northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Take a look at the radar now. All the rough weather right now, we've been talking about it, is over in Louisiana, and that's all forecast to track to our north of Jackson, up towards Yazoo City, up towards Greenville and Greenwood. And that's where we're going to have at least in the short term, the highest tornado threat. But don't let your guard down here in central Mississippi. Here in Jackson, we have a torcon of 7, and this is a PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation right on through this evening, early this evening until the front goes by. We've got a very warm, humid air mass. In fact, the dew points at midnight last night we're down around 49 degrees in the upper 40s. Now they're in the mid 70s, so it's gotten very warm and very sticky as we go on through the afternoon. Those dew points are up, the wind shear is increasing, so the tornado threat will also be increasing. And good news here in central parts of Mississippi, the storm shelters are open. They do want you to bring your mask. Also bring your hand sanitizer, and remember social distancing. We're talking Lamar, Rankin, Copia, and Pike counties, and the Clinton Fire Department here in Hinds County has got their shelter safe room open. So just remain safe with the COVID-19 and the tornado threat at the same time. We're going to be here, and we've got our safe place too to ride out these storms as they roll through Jackson and central Mississippi right on through early this evening. Let's get back to the studio. Chris Bruin has a better look now. Later on tonight, Chris, they're heading east towards Birmingham, Alabama.
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel. And we'll check back in with you throughout the afternoon to see how things are unfolding. Let's take a live look right now at Birmingham, Alabama, another spot in the zone for severe storms, primarily this evening and overnight tonight. Right now, we're seeing thunderstorms. In fact, some heavy rainfall pushing through with some showers that have fallen ahead of our main line. Live temperature of 64 degrees. Localized flooding also going to be a possibility, along with a pretty extreme risk here for tornadoes. So let's time this out. First off, I want to start with the difference between a watch and a warning. You're going to hear a lot of these. So a watch means the conditions are favorable. We have that in Louisiana and Mississippi right now. That means conditions favorable for the development of a tornado, but it doesn't mean there's anything confirmed or anything imminent. Now, when you hear a tornado warning, that's a very different situation. That's when you have to get to your safe place. If you're under a tornado warning now or in the future through the next several hours and overnight tonight, that's when things are going to turn. They're becoming more imminent and could potentially be overhead. So let's time this out here in northern Alabama. Birmingham proper, showers through the next few hours. Some of these may be strong to severe, but it's the line that approaches us is when we're really going to see things go downhill very quickly. This is going to happen, say, before sunset. We're looking at about a 5-6 p.m. local time arrival. Individual supercells perhaps out ahead of this. And there's the main line, those dark purples and reds that we're seeing here off towards the northwest. Those are going to be coming through the I-20 and 59 corridors through this evening, dinner time, and then overnight tonight as we go into the late night hours, and it will persist even well after midnight before things do finally then clear out and also cool down. What about a city like Nashville? We're going to be in the rain for much of the day, so while we don't have as high of a tornado risk here in Tennessee, it's not zero, and more hail damaging wind threat and very heavy rainfall through much of middle Tennessee and southern Tennessee as we go through this evening and overnight tonight.
Wind and hail whipped across southern Oklahoma this weekend. Look at how nasty it got in the city of Altus. This is about 2 hours southwest of Oklahoma City. One man living in his neighborhood says hail varied between the size of dimes and golf balls. Indeed, that's pretty destructive hail. We also have a lot of wind, non-thunderstorm wind that could be a problem today as well. If you look at the map, we have wind advisories out across much of the southeast. Now, this is not for the wind that will accompany the thunderstorms and potential tornadoes, of course. This is just the wind swirling around the very large system that's actually hosting all of this bad weather in the southeast. And what we've got is another area sort of outlined kind of separately, the threat for damaging winds, with the thunderstorm. So there's a whole lot going on here. The damaging wind threat for the thunderstorm straight line winds that could today potentially exceed 80 miles per hour in some of the worst storms, that is in this area across parts of Mississippi and northern Alabama and southern Tennessee as well. And of course, areas surrounding that, we do have a significant wind risk for the wind that will accompany the thunderstorms. But overall, sort of we call it the synoptic scale wind, sort of the ambient wind flow around the bigger weather system, it is increasing across parts of the South. And that's a problem because what it's doing is actually making the environment more favorable for severe weather, including tornadoes, because the wind shear that the thunderstorms are moving in with this increasing background wind, the wind shear is also going up. And here's a forecast of the sort of overall wind patterns expected across the South. 40 to 50 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gusts in Birmingham, possible later on this afternoon and evening, and 20 to 30 for many other locations in the southeast. So this is a very significant system. Just set aside, for example, even some of the thunderstorm and tornado risk we've got. There is also going to be a wind risk. We have wind advisors, as I mentioned, out posted by the National Weather Service, and that will likely continue tonight through tomorrow morning before the whole system moves away and the weather improves dramatically.
And you got to see this. Watch as major hail falls here in Kansas. This was from a supercell thunderstorm brought on this extremely large hail across Marion County, Kansas yesterday. Baseball-sized hail was reported just about 10 miles away in Florence, and it's already been a busy weekend of severe weather, Dr. Postel, and hail is going to be a possibility even as we head into tonight.
Yeah, we do, Chris. With the worst of all the thunderstorms, there is definitely a significant hail threat, and it's outlined here in purple by the Storm Prediction Center. This is their boundary for the areas that could well see hailstones the size of golf balls, maybe even bigger than that. It does all the way go through parts of Oklahoma, Texas, even into parts of Georgia and Tennessee. So much of the South could really also see, aside from all the other hazards, pretty big hail. But let's talk about hail formation for a second. And one of the things that it does take, we know, is a very strong updraft. And some of the thunderstorms today perhaps could have updrafts maybe 100 miles per hour in some very localized areas. So, you know, a very strong updraft will lift all the rain particles, and then they will eventually get colder, and we'll see freezing as they get up at higher and higher altitudes. Those strong winds blowing straight up will do that for us, and that updraft will continue, and eventually these particles, these hailstones, will get too heavy to be supported by the wind, and they will begin to fall. And as they do, sometimes they get recycled back up in the updraft. They get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we will eventually see those hailstones making it all the way to the ground. So that's kind of how hail forms, and you need those ingredients. You need a very strong updraft, of course, and a lot of other things. The cold air aloft, of course, helps too. Here's some of the updraft speeds, though. This is really interesting, of what you need to essentially get the hailstones of certain sizes. For example, quarter-size hail, you need an updraft, a wind going straight up at 50 miles per hour. That can really only happen in a thunderstorm, obviously. And for some of the larger hail that's potential today, we may see updrafts of 60 to 80 or even more miles per hour. So very significant hail is a threat today. And Chris, that is one of the many hazards we'll, of course, have to deal with as we go forward.
All right, well, along with the severe weather potential from damaging winds, tornadoes, hail, we've got heavy rainfall, and that means flash flooding. A live look right now at Nashville, Middle Tennessee, underway of already the rain. And we've got a long duration event here, many hours expected with heavy rainfall, and a flash flood watch now in effect for the city, along with numerous counties surrounding Nashville. Severe thunderstorms and damaging winds, along with a few tornadoes, still possible here across Tennessee this afternoon and this evening. There's a live look at the radar right now. Of course, we got our line of severe thunderstorm warnings and ongoing tornado warnings here in northern Louisiana. Those are pretty much pushing due east here along I-20 and slightly north, eventually crossing over the Mississippi River into northwest Mississippi. Heavy, steady showers from western Tennessee through Arkansas. Here in Nashville, we've got a line of some very heavy rainfall now creeping into the city and pretty much all along Interstate 40. So we're going to watch this. It's slow moving, and this is where you get numerous rounds of heavy rainfall and training. That's what we're also seeing here across northern Alabama. So areas from Birmingham north, very heavy rainfall. I know it hasn't been wet too much this morning in Huntsville, but that will be changing, and that's where we have our highest risk here for flash flooding. In fact, likely from northern Mississippi, parts of eastern Arkansas, through much of central and southern Tennessee, stretching back through southern Appalachians, northern Georgia, and northern Alabama. That's going to be a risk that we're going to be watching very closely. And because of that, flash flood watch is pretty much encompass almost the whole state of Tennessee and much of northern Alabama, Mississippi, and even Georgia, western North Carolina, including you and Asheville. One of the reasons is the setup. We've got a very potent low pressure. Meanwhile, by the way, very strong winds are expected here from the Midwest into the Northeast, meaning power outages are going to be likely. It just shows you the energy we have at this system and all of the moisture that's coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Tennessee looks like it's going to bear the brunt of some of the heaviest rainfall. Some pockets, say around Nashville or areas over towards Cookeville, kind of in between Knoxville and Nashville, down towards Chattanooga, could see anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain. And it's already been a very wet year for many of these, Dr. Postel. We're seeing our #1 wettest years to date.
Yeah, and that is one of the issues today to deal with. Of course, Chris, thank you very much with the flash flooding. But we also have active weather ongoing in terms of tornado warnings across parts of northeastern Louisiana, right in there. And just I want to point to you something out on this radar for a second. There are going to be areas here across parts of Mississippi and eventually in Alabama as well that are going to be very supportive of tornadoes as this whole weather system moves in. So let me show you the tornado warning real quick. This is the only one we've got now in progress. Morehouse, Richland, and West Carroll parishes in Louisiana. Let me show you this guy up close. The radar, the warning says there is still a confirmed tornado with this. The rotation is kind of broad, but we're going to time it out real quick for you and show you some of the locations that might indeed be impacted as everything moves east at about 50 miles per hour. Stay tuned. We'll have much more after the break.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees with showers. Today, rain likely. High 61. Rainfall near 1/4 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy. High 78. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather across the South right now. 90 million people are under severe alerts today, and we've got some ongoing severe weather as we speak across parts of northeastern Louisiana in particular. Let's zoom in on this area because we do have a tornado-warned storm that's got a new tornado warning attached to it. This does include East Carroll Parish in Louisiana, Issaquena and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. So be very careful of the storm. If you live in some of these locations, take shelter now. The storm is moving over 50 miles per hour. Move to a lowest floor of a building if you can. As many walls between you and the outside, and absolutely stay away from windows. Those flying debris can go right through them. So this is the storm that we're looking at, and let's have a closer look at this because my weather producer Matt Reagan and I were looking at this very closely. And what we've got is a confirmed tornado, according to the National Weather Service, with a bunch of different circulations in it. And in fact, there's couplets here between the blue and the not so blue. There's one here, and there's also one down here. So it's a very complex system that is moving through, that actually may include a couple of different tornadoes as it rapidly moves off to the east out of Louisiana into parts of Mississippi. Let's time that out, and you can show you some of the cities that may indeed be impacted by this tornadic storm as it moves eastward very quickly. Forest all the way to Cary, that would be in about 40 minutes or so. So take shelter now in these locations because this storm is not showing any signs of weakening. It will likely continue to move on into parts of Mississippi. I'll give you a heads up. Yazoo City, watch out to your west. Be prepared for this dangerous set of storms to move through that may indeed carry a tornado with it or more than one. So this is one of the areas in Mississippi that we're watching. I'm also got my eyes on other areas of Mississippi. Guys, right out in here, the atmosphere is getting more and more unstable, and we're starting to see a couple of individual cells, not yet severe, but starting to pop up, and that always has me concerned. We got a tornado watch out until 8 o'clock for Mississippi, but I also want to point out I can almost guarantee you that there are going to be more tornado watches issued, potentially for Alabama and North Georgia. The Storm Prediction Center will be on this. They're doing a wonderful job for us, as is the great folks at the Weather Service. So follow the instructions, and we'll all get through this very quickly, hopefully. The tornado index, the tornado parameter, kind of measures the atmospheric response to these storms and their ability to make tornadoes, is very high. And part of the reason why is because we have an incredible amount of wind shear. Low-level winds are out of the southeast. The upper-level winds are out of sort of the southwest at a much stronger speed. And we have that combination of wind in place across the southeast that will allow these storms to support tornadoes as this whole complex moves from the west to the east. Watch out in northern Mississippi, northern Alabama as well. Atlanta, we're not going to lose sight of you. Even southern Tennessee all through the night. And the Carolinas during the early morning hours tomorrow. It is going to be a long day and long evening ahead. Chris Bruin, we all need to stay vigilant and aware of the latest updates. Back to you. All
right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Of course, we're going to be ahead of it all day, all evening, and overnight here on the Weather Channel along with you. Well, ahead of the storms, the Torcon Index is used to comprehend the chance of tornadoes impacting certain areas. Torcon is measured on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest risk and 10 being the highest risk. Meteorologist Mike Bettis has a look at 3 things you may not know about Torcon.
Torcon is the Tornado Condition Index. It's a value from 1 to 10 that represents the overall tornado threat for your area. The higher the number, the greater the threat. Here are 3 things you may not know about Torcon. Number 1, Torcon values get very high when favorable weather ingredients for tornadoes come together, like instability for strong thunderstorms, and wind shear, strong low-level winds, and turning of the winds with height, and that allows for storms to rotate. Number 2, remember, when you see low Torcon values, don't rule out a tornado or expect only weak spin-ups. Pockets of favorability still exist, and strong tornadoes may still form. And number 3, just because the Torcon is very high doesn't guarantee a strong tornado. It can happen, and a few of them could be strong or even violent, but you can also get a considerable number of weaker tornadoes. And those are 3 things you may not have known about Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index.
Thank you, Mike. Expect a wet and stormy start to the week in central North Carolina. Here's a live look from Raleigh, where the chance for storms really ramps up tonight and into tomorrow. Severe weather is also expected that could pack damaging winds, and even maybe some tornadoes as well. Here's the map outlined by the Storm Prediction Center for the threat of severe weather tomorrow. That does include areas as far north as central Pennsylvania, all the way down the East Coast through parts of the Carolinas into Georgia and even North Florida, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, part of that whole threat area. And the Torcons, we remember, scale going from 0 to 10. This is kind of in the mid-range, so we do have a threat for tornadoes tomorrow, even tonight, even as early as tonight, and through tomorrow morning as well, with Torcons as high as 50% chance of tornado within 50 miles of a location. The reason why is because the very same storm system that is impacting much of the Dixie Alley and Deep South today will be roughly about there by tomorrow morning. Now, this is a model forecast, so it's not perfect, but the idea is real that a line of thunderstorms containing damaging winds and potential tornadoes will be during the morning hours, moving through the Carolinas and parts of Georgia and not exiting the coast until perhaps noon or shortly thereafter. But definitely keep in mind tonight and tomorrow morning, active severe weather likely for the coastal Carolinas, Georgia, and even areas as far north as Pennsylvania. We'll have much more right after the break.
Is that net carbs?
Raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're kidding. Oh my god.
Well, that was hail yesterday evening from Del Rio, Texas. Large hail to smacking the ground, even cars and the pavement. Now, golf ball size hail was reported officially in Del Rio, Texas on Saturday. And the threat for giant-sized hail now shifts into the southeast this afternoon and even overnight tonight on this Easter. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel for our special severe weather coverage. We're going to be with you throughout the overnight hours all the way through tomorrow, walking with you every step of the way of the severe weather outbreak. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. And right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south. I want to take a live look at Tupelo, Mississippi, one of the spots that's under a tornado watch through 8 p.m. in a particularly dangerous situation tagged with it, meaning the potential for long-lived, strong tornadoes and very strong damaging wind. So a quadfecta here with severe weather potential along with hail and flash flooding. Right now we have showers. We haven't seen severe weather push through Tupelo just yet, but it's not far away. And Dr. Postel is here with a closer look where we are seeing the storms firing up right now, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, in Tupelo, the rain is going to get a bit heavier. It looks like a line of showers and storms are moving through, but the severe weather remains to the west of Tupelo. In fact, the worst of it right now in extreme northeastern Louisiana. Let's look at the radar. There's some alarming sort of signs that I'm looking at right now. One, obviously, is this sort of bow echo in progress right now that's got some potential for tornadoes inside of it, has had a history of producing confirmed tornadoes, but also an area out ahead of that line that I'm watching out. Right out in there, we're starting to see also some individual cells pop up, and the atmosphere is ripe for that kind of storm to develop, one out ahead of a line or supercells that are discrete and that could carry with them that tornado risk for a long distance. And we got to watch out for that going forward in the next few hours. It looks like the tornado threat is really now beginning to ramp up. Tornado warning here. This is, again, moving out of Louisiana across the Mississippi for East Carroll Parish and Issaquah, excuse me if I'm not pronouncing that right, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. Let's zoom in on these guys, and I can show you from the radar in Mississippi, not really showing a whole lot of robust character to the rotation, but we've got some areas to watch very carefully. Right in here, north of Delhi, maybe heading towards Lake Providence. If we can time this out, just to give you an idea of where this, regardless of whether or not it's got a tornado, it's got potentially damaging straight line winds with it, where this dangerous storm is going to be moving in the next, say, half an hour or so, could get all the way to Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So be very careful as this storm moves in. If you hear a warning, take shelter immediately, lowest floor, with many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get a mattress over your head, whatever it takes, because this storm is moving very quickly and may indeed contain a tornado. And we'll be watching this storm as well as the likelihood of many others going forward. Right now, Mike Seidel is outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon, and going to send it over to Mike to give us the idea of what the conditions are like right now. Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, Greg. Practicing social distancing out here, of course, wearing the mask and watching the southwest sky. Now, this is where the storms are going to be coming from throughout this afternoon and this evening, so keep an eye to the southwest. We're under that PDS tornado watch. I want to show you, though, what's imminent here in the Jackson area, and we're talking about a storm that is now in Hinds County, south and west of the city. It's moving our way at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. Luckily, at this point, it's not warned. It does have a fair amount of lightning. There's going to be gusty winds and heavy rain as it comes into Jackson. Now, we're in Flowwood, so we're east and northeast of Jackson by about 10 miles. We may not get clipped by this, but we have a long way to go. This is going to be a very dangerous afternoon and early evening here in central Mississippi, and that will translate east to Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, those areas, also with a torcon of 7. That's pretty high. That means there's a 70% chance on a scale 1 to 10. That's a pretty high number that we're going to have at least a tornado in the area, and we'll probably have multiple tornadoes. That's not out of the question with a setup like this. It has really gotten uncomfortable out here. There's no sun, but the temperature is 77, and the dew point now is up around 70, so it's a very muggy atmosphere. And we have those southeast and south winds coming right out of the Gulf of Mexico, so it's really gotten muggy out here. And also the increasing low-level wind shear, the perfect prescription for spin-ups, tornadoes, and the setup for potentially strong and long-track tornadoes. So know where your safe place is. Shelters are open and safe rooms are open in central Mississippi. But remember to bring your sanitizer, your mask, and to practice social distancing. Chris?
All right, thanks for that update. Mike Seidel will continue to check back in with you throughout the afternoon as that line approaches the I-55 corridor. We're going to continue coverage here as we track these strong storms pushing through the south. Be sure to stay with the Weather Channel as we bring you the most up-to-date information on this dangerous threat. And again, that will continue overnight tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow.
Tomorrow, always.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather, which is now actually in progress across parts of the Deep South. It's in particular in northeastern Louisiana, now moving out of Louisiana into parts of Mississippi. Let's go to the radar because there are some ominous signs on this radar that we've got to pay attention to, not just for what's happening now, but what is likely to happen in the next hour or so. We actually have a confirmed report of a tornado that moved through Monroe, Louisiana right now. We're going to send you some pictures of that. That storm has now since moved on and has triggered that tornado warning. But here's some of the pictures out of Monroe where there was a confirmed tornado. And you can see that power lines are down, trees flattened. This is the kind of storm that moved through that is not just moved into parts of Louisiana, but is now moving into Mississippi as well. And this is the tornado warning for that very same storm that is now here in Mississippi. It's being warned for East Carroll Parish, but it is now essentially moving out of Louisiana into Issaquena, excuse me if I'm not pronouncing that right, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. This storm is moving very quickly to the east at about 50 miles per hour. There's where the strongest rotation is right now, just south of Lake Providence, right in there. And if we time that out to give you an idea of where the strongest rotation, where the tornadic part of the storm will be, well, you can do that. You can extend this out that perhaps as late as 1 o'clock local time, so another 20 minutes from now, it will be near Anguilla across parts of Tennessee. But if you live, for example, in Lake Providence or Mayersville, take shelter now, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we will be watching this cluster of storms move eastward, but we're also going to be watching storms that have yet to become severe, that I think are likely to become severe, or at least potentially in the next sort of hour or so. A whole lot of area in Mississippi right now. The atmosphere is getting primed and ready to go as this big storm system moves in. And Chris, it looks like it's going to be a long day with many areas outside of even Mississippi likely to see severe weather throughout the nighttime hours.
And as that dangerous severe threat pushes across the South, you need to be on alert. And if you haven't turned on your mobile alerts on for any warnings, it's a good reminder how to do so. Paul Goodlow walks you through the steps you need to know.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Meteorologist Mike Seidel is right outside of Jackson this afternoon. And Mike, you know, a lot of people are wondering, okay, it hasn't been very sunny, but that's not going to dampen our severe weather potential in this particular situation, is it?
No, not at all, because we're getting heating aloft. We're also getting a heating at the surface. It's almost 80 degrees without the sunshine. Plus, we've got a lot of humidity coming in, moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. We're keeping our eye on the southwest and western sky because there's a pretty nasty storm now moving through Jackson and the western suburbs of Jackson, heading up towards Madison and Richland. Jessica Nardi can get that radar up. You can see that cell. Now, it is not warned, but here's the deal. There's been a lot of lightning with it. There's a lot of lightning now just north of the areas on the north and west side of Jackson and north of Jackson. And this thing is moving at about 70 to 75 miles an hour. So it's racing, heading up towards Madison here in the next, 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Get indoors, stay away from the windows. Again, the threat with this cell is lightning. There's going to be a lot of heavy rain, some gusty winds. You can see the winds here. They picked up too. We're gusting now 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's an inflow from the south and southeast at the low level. We've got the turning at height as we go up into the atmosphere. That's what we call directional shear. That's how we get the rotation. And by golly, today, the low-level wind shear numbers are through the roof, and that's why we have that PDS tornado watch, a particular dangerous situation until 8 here in Jackson, central Mississippi, most of northern Mississippi, and again, heads up downstream, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, along I-20, right into the Atlanta area after midnight tonight. But Dr. Postel, the action right now is just to our west and north over in Louisiana, where we've had all the tornado warnings and damage reported.
And damage reporting in Monroe, Louisiana. We've seen that. We'll get to that in a little bit. But let me show you the overall radar that is now over the southeast. This is an ominous looking radar because we've got a very bad line of thunderstorms here moving out of Louisiana coming into Mississippi. That's the storm or the complex of storms that has had a history of producing tornadoes in and around the Monroe area. We still have a tornado warning out issued for East Carroll Parish in Louisiana and getting into Mississippi now. Some of the locations that will be impacted by that are Anguilla, Lake Providence, and Rolling Fork. Take shelter now, immediately in the lowest floor, as many rooms between you and the outside as possible. Again, this storm has had a history of damaging winds with the tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. I'm going to get to the warning right now just to show you where indeed the strongest part of the storm is that could be producing a tornado right in there just south of Lake Providence. Everything today is moving eastward so very quickly. Just timing it out real quick, I want to show you some of the locations that may be impacted by that. If you live in any one of those, take shelter now. I'm going to go back and show you one more piece of the radar, an area that I'm also concerned about, just north of Jackson. The atmosphere is bubbling up here. Warnings are on the way. We'll be right back.
Managing type 2 diabetes? Dimitri's.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, rain likely. High 61. Rainfall near 1/4 of an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy. High 78. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our special coverage of ongoing severe weather across the South. Let's go right to the radar because there are some ominous signs that are showing up right now. We've got a cluster of severe thunderstorms in progress with a history of producing tornadoes and a whole lot of atmospheric turmoil ongoing across parts of southern Mississippi. Maybe not severe thunderstorms yet, but trust me, I believe they are on the way. The atmosphere is extremely supportive of tornadoes in that region. Let's go right to where the active weather is as we speak. Moving out of northeastern Louisiana into Mississippi, we have a couple of counties here, including Sharkey counties in Mississippi, where there is a thunderstorm that has had a history of producing a tornado with damage in Monroe, Louisiana, that is now crossing the Mississippi and has, I think, its sights on Yazoo City. So even though if you're not in the warning in Yazoo City, take shelter now because this storm, whether or not it's got a tornado with it still, will likely carry with it damaging winds, potentially in excess of 60 miles per hour. The strongest area of rotation, looking here at the Doppler radar scans, does look like to be somewhere in and around the new Lake Providence area. So that would be where the tornado still exists. It's right now the radar is scanning at an altitude of about 7,000 feet. So it's sometimes hard to detect the strength of the lower level circulation. But with this tornado warning in place, assume it's got a tornado. And if you live in those locations, including Rolling Fork and including Louise, take shelter now, lowest floor. Away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm going to get back to the larger scale picture there. And again, let's just imagine this going on its way. This storm is showing no signs of weakening. This complex will be moving through Yazoo City and on eastward from there and into many other areas across Mississippi where we're starting to see more and more thunderstorms now evolve. It's exactly what we thought, that the atmosphere is now really becoming supportive of supercells and tornadoes in this area. We have this severe thunderstorm warning that does include Leake and Madison counties in Mississippi, and that is just north of Jackson, guys. It is a very active day, and I expect a lot more severe weather to take place across parts of Mississippi and then farther east from there. Chris Bruin, pay attention to all the latest updates. They're going to come fast. Back to you.
And we are. There's going to be numerous, even more so as we go through the latter half of the day. Another threat that we're going to be tracking here very closely is the risk for flash flooding. That is something we'll be watching even as far east as, say, western North Carolina. You're looking live at Asheville right now. Notice your temperature. 49 degrees. So less of a severe weather potential here in Asheville, but more of a flash flood concern. Right now we're quiet. We've got mostly cloudy skies, some showers around. You can see some of those off in the mountains there behind the camera. But we'll look for more heavy rainfall, even thunderstorms, as we go through the next 36 hours, really throughout much of the day tomorrow before things do quiet down. Also getting windy here too in western North Carolina. Let's show you the radar. Right now, steady light rain through western North Carolina, a little heavier downpour there north of Mooresville near the I-40, I-77 corridor. The heaviest rainfall is further off towards the west into Tennessee. We can move the radar there and show you the heavy rain now filling in across the I-40 corridor and then getting through northern Alabama. And look at this whole mess of a storm from the southeast into parts of the mid-Atlantic. This is all going to be working its way into western North Carolina, Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, meaning that risk for flash flooding will be high. Of course, with the severe weather potential, Torcon's even as high as a 7 for Mississippi, northern Alabama, and western Georgia. There's a look at the flash flood watches that we have for almost the whole state of Tennessee, including parts of western North Carolina, Asheville, that does include you, and that deep moisture with the storm is going to continue to create very heavy rainfall and the potential for nearly 5+ inches there from Kentucky, Tennessee, into North Carolina. So flooding, another big factor along with the severe weather potential. Very dangerous day and night ahead, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, it does look like the severe weather is also going to continue late tonight into tomorrow across parts of the Carolinas. In fact, let's right now go to Wilmington, North Carolina, where this afternoon looks kind of sunny out there, pretty nice. 72 degrees, I'll take that. But you will have in Wilmington, North Carolina, likely some rapidly changing conditions tonight and tomorrow morning in the form of severe weather. And this is an area outlined by the Storm Prediction Center for tomorrow. And it does include, again, after midnight, probably through midday tomorrow, where there's a risk for severe weather as far north as Pennsylvania, all the way down through the eastern Carolinas into parts of North Florida. So this is a very substantial event that we'll still be dealing with tomorrow. It's the very same system that we've got ongoing today that will move to the Carolinas and Georgia and Virginia and areas up and down the coast tomorrow. Tornado condition index is still substantial tomorrow. 5 in some spots, 3s and 2s elsewhere. There's a legend. These essentially on the scale of 0 to 10 give you the risk of seeing a tornado within 50 miles of a location. 5 is actually pretty substantial. So the Carolinas, North Carolina and South Carolina will likely see the potential for tornadoes as early as 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. Look at this. This is a forecast of the line that is expected to move through and carry with it damaging winds. Regardless of the tornado threat, damaging wind will be a significant problem to deal with, I think, all the way through midday tomorrow. We'll be right back.
If your gums bleed when you
always drive like an old lady.
You're an old lady.
Well, severe weather outbreak underway with 90+ million people under alert today as the threat spans across much of the southeast. We're talking tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail being the biggest threats, along with the risk for flash flooding. And the hazards are really going to be increasing as we go towards this evening and into the overnight hours, which brings a whole new danger to the story. Well, good afternoon. Happy Easter, and welcome to our special coverage of this dangerous day of storms. I'm joined by storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, and let's get right to him for the very latest. Seeing the damage already coming out of Monroe, Louisiana, kind of paints the picture of what we can expect for areas still have yet to get to through these storms, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, we had some damage in Monroe, Louisiana, northeastern part of Louisiana, to an airport. The regional airport has sustained some damage with some aircraft damage as well. And that is associated with this line of thunderstorms that has now crossed over the Mississippi and moved into the state of Mississippi. So this is a very substantial line of thunderstorms carrying with it the potential for tornadoes and also damaging straight line winds. So there's a lot inside of that with that backward C shape to it, suggesting this bow echo means business and can do a lot of damage. Right now, we've got a tornado warning with it that does include Sharkey County in Mississippi that goes until, well, let's see, about another 15 minutes or so. Everything is moving so quickly. It's moving at about 50+ miles per hour. In some cases, we've seen some storm motions above 80 miles per hour. So that gives you an idea of how fast the winds are aloft, and it's going to make it very difficult to react to the warnings. So please, the minute you hear a warning, do what you can to find a safe place, lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside as possible, because indeed the storms are moving so quickly, may not have a whole lot of time to prepare. But look, right now, looking at some of these storms, it does indeed look like the most intense part of the rotation with this storm now that has just moved into western Mississippi is right about there. Let's zoom in on that, put the little swirly on there, and let's time this thing out, because there may indeed be a tornado in progress with this as it moves northeastward very quickly. I'm just going to time out this whole area of a much larger sense of rotation, but the idea is that these cities, including Yazoo City, I told you about that a little while ago, this storm, regardless of whether or not it will have a tornado with it in a half an hour, it may, but it will likely carry with it all the other aspects, this very damaging, potentially straight line winds with it. So take shelter in all of those locations now as this whole storm complex moves eastward very, very quickly. That is something to be mindful of, and we'll be watching lots of other storms develop as well. There are some new storms popping up just out ahead of that one. This is now just to the north of Jackson, just to the west of Philadelphia, Mississippi, including Kosciuszko and Salis counties in Mississippi until 1:15 local time, about another 15 minutes. These storms, again, likely moving in excess of 60 miles per hour, all inside of a tornado watch that is issued until 8 o'clock local time this evening. Do not be surprised, though, and I tweeted this out, that if we see more tornado watches for parts of, let's say, Alabama, let's say northern Georgia, let's also include southern Tennessee in that, because that very same weather system is moving in that direction, so plan ahead. Don't just react to the warnings. Think ahead a couple of hours if you live in Birmingham or Huntsville or Atlanta or Chattanooga, for example. Right now, the atmosphere is quite supportive of tornadoes, indicative by this parameter called a tornado potential. So as these storms move this way, again, the atmosphere will indeed support tornadoes right in that zone. And there is indeed a mesoscale discussion out, a little regional discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center for precisely that. Here's one of the reasons why, that the tornado threat is very high in those areas shaded in red and orange. It's because we have a strong wind shear. The winds at low levels are doing that. The winds at upper levels are doing that. And when you have that kind of turning and that kind of increase in speed with height, you know that the thunderstorms moving through will be very capable of supporting strong rotation, large hail, damaging straight line winds, and even tornadoes. Timing it out, this is my last graphic I want to leave you with. Going through again, northern Alabama, southern Tennessee, northwestern Georgia, through 10, midnight tonight, the severe weather threat continues long after dark. Mike Seidel right now is outside of Jackson, Mississippi, and this afternoon. And Mike, I want you to tell us how the conditions are going, because we saw some thunderstorms kind of headed your way.
Yeah, they race by to our north. Let's go to the radar. You can see how fast they're moving and how quickly they've moved out of the Jackson area. They stayed from downtown off to the west, south and west, and then north. And now they're way, way up now, well north of I-20, crossed I-55. And so they're moving out of the way. They didn't have any warnings with them, but they've had a lot of lightning, and you're going to get the gusty winds and heavy rain. We did see a few flashes of lightning way off in the distance, but we were a good 8 to 10 miles. We're in Flowood, and we're about 8 or 10 miles from downtown Jackson on the northeast side of town, just north of the airport. We're going to scan the southwest skies through the afternoon and evening. We've got a long way to go. This particularly dangerous situation continues into the early evening. As Dr. Postel talked about, the tornado parameters are high. We're a torque count of 7 here. That means 7 out of 10. You do the math right there, and it may get a little bit higher. But we've been watching the wind pick up. In fact, the airport in the past half an hour, as that storm went by, just south of here, gusted to 39 miles an hour. These winds are from the south and southeast. As you go up in the atmosphere, the winds turn with height, so we get the directional shear. There's a lot of low-level shear, and that's why we have a very high tornado threat today, and also a threat for strong, long-track tornadoes. The good news is we're in the situation with the COVID-19, the coronavirus, and the shelters here in central Mississippi are open. Lamar County's got their shelter open. It's about 8,000 square feet. It holds 773 people. Now, if you go to the shelters, bring your mask, your certainly your hand sanitizer, and any snacks you need, some drinks, and practice social distancing the best you can. Because you put it in relation to the virus in a tornado situation, you want to be in a safe place. Also, we've got shelters open in Rankin, Copiah, and Pike County. Here in Hinds County, the Clinton, Mississippi Fire Department has their safe shelter open. So we keep an eye on that, and we follow the protocol during this COVID-19 virus situation, and we watch the radar, Chris. Here in Jackson, we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, in the short term, we're fine. But again, it's going to change in the next 1 to 2 hours. Chris?
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel. We'll continue to check back in with you. We want to show you a new photo coming out of Monroe, Louisiana, of the damaged airplanes that we're now getting. This is just some of the damage we've been seeing around Monroe. This is at Monroe Regional Airport, where officials are saying we officially gusted nearly 69 miles per hour, enough to move those airplanes and kind of crash them all together. We're also seeing some buildings that were damaged, not only at the airport, but even in numerous neighborhoods around Monroe. A lot of power lines down and a lot of downed trees. So similarly to what we have seen here in Monroe, Louisiana, is what we can expect in areas that are seen at highest risk for severe weather. So you're going to be hearing a lot of watches and warnings today. What is the difference between them? Tornado watch, what we have in Mississippi and also parts of Louisiana right now, those mean conditions that are favorable for the development of tornadoes. So we know these are likely going to be expanded into Alabama, even Tennessee, and also West Georgia as we go into the next several hours. But note the difference between a watch and then a warning, which is more imminent, meaning the tornado has been radar indicated or even confirmed visually or by storm spotters on the ground. And that's when you need to get into your safe place. When you hear watch, make sure you go over your plans, but you can still kind of do business as usual until you get that actual tornado warning. So here's a look at timing-wise, because again, it's Easter. A lot of people may be just hunkering down with their family, getting ready for dinner. Dinner time is going to be a crucial timeline here for a city like Birmingham. When we see scattered showers, even some thunderstorms that we've already had so far this afternoon, they'll persist. So heavy rainfall scattered about through the next few hours. But by the time we roll into 5 p.m., 6, 7 p.m. local time, that's when the strong line of storms, even some individual supercells out ahead of our line, are going to be working through central and northern Alabama, and then it will continue. This is going to be a long-lived event, too. It's not going to be a quick 15 minutes and then we're done. We're going to see numerous lines of strong storms and individual thunderstorms, even supercells, that are going to be rolling through the Birmingham metro area, even as we go into the late night hours. Similar story here in Nashville, where maybe not as high of a tornado risk, but certainly a damaging wind threat, heavy rain threat, Dr. Postel, and the risk for hail and flash flooding persists here in Nashville, where we're pretty much in the rain from now all the way through early tomorrow morning.
Chris, severe thunderstorms rolled across central Texas earlier today. Check out how fierce winds unhinged the roof off this shed. Look at that. In San Angelo, Texas. This is just over 3 hours southwest of Fort Worth. So there was the storms earlier, moved to Texas. The very same system is now east of there. Look at that. Into parts of now Mississippi, where we have some very dangerous weather closing in on the Yazoo City area in Mississippi, and that is associated with this line and sort of shallow or a cluster of storms that not only contains with it damaging straight line winds, but also a confirmed tornado closing in on the Yazoo City area. This is what we were talking about last time. Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. This storm likely has a tornado with it and will be moving through very, very quickly. Shelter lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's have a look inside of the storm and show you where the rotation is. Let's put that little swirly on there, my weather producer Matt Reagan, right there. And this storm is moving east-northeast very quickly at over 50 miles per hour. Right now, just east of Cary and southeast of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, on its way roughly like that. So if you live in Campbellville, Bayland, Anchorage, Yazoo City, Eden, Mississippi, again, a tornadic storm is going to be moving through within the next like half an hour. So you live in some of these locations, again, take shelter immediately. There may not be much time to prepare as this storm, again, moves extremely quickly toward the northeast. Again, we're monitoring that rotation. The strongest would be right where those reds and the greens are, right in there. Again, this is where confirmed tornado is moving in this direction. And folks, take those warnings very seriously overall. We're looking at correlation coefficient where you see a drop-off like that, something deviating from the red. That tells you there is likely debris being lofted into the skies, and that is exactly what this radar is telling us just to the east of Cary, where that very strong rotation is. So a tornado in progress east of Cary, Mississippi, on its way very close to Yazoo City in the next probably 15 or 20 minutes as it races on toward the northeast at about 50 or so miles per hour. Again, this is part of a much larger area that we're going to be watching. Again, there's that warning that does include Eden, Louise, and Yazoo City. So there's going to be a lot more of these types of thunderstorms to contend with, I think, today across much of Mississippi. And you can see we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to move the radar over here just to show you where we've got some of these. Let's say Leake, Neshoba, and Winston counties, severe thunderstorm warning. But these storms right here, I'm going to back out on this radar and show you that those thunderstorms, also trying to get a hold of my max if I can, to give you an idea of what we're doing here. You guys, can you let go of this? Let me grab a hold of my max. We'll get there in a second, I promise you. I'm going to zoom out and show you the area that I'm very concerned about. Is right in here. Across parts of Mississippi and then getting into Alabama. And this is an area to watch very carefully, as we will likely see, again, right all in here, ahead of that main area of rain. This is where the atmosphere is getting primed for those types of thunderstorms, as we likely will see severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings continue. Now that gets me into another part of my segment, which is overall looking at the wind threat in the southeast. Because not only do we have the wind threat with obviously those severe weather, we have wind threat with the weather system overall, which does include wind advisories all the way from Texas to parts of Georgia as well. And this does include the damaging wind potential from these thunderstorms. And this is the area that is most likely to see the damaging wind from thunderstorms later on today and tonight. That does include parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee as well. So there's a lot going on here, guys, with the winds overall increasing across the region, just setting the atmosphere up more favorably for severe weather and tornadoes going through the afternoon and overnight hours. Chris, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Another threat we're going to be watching for is the risk for flash flooding. Look at the low clouds here in Nashville, Tennessee. You're looking live right now where temperatures are still pretty chilly in the mid-50s, only 54 degrees, and we've already seen rainfall, and we're about to see more steady rains and even hefty thunderstorms push through, where a flash flood watch has been issued for much of Middle Tennessee. In fact, much of the state, from Memphis almost to Knoxville. And then along with that severe weather potential, we are going to be watching for that risk for a few tornadoes, certainly damaging winds, even hail, and very heavy rainfall. This whole batch of rain is continuing to surge north, so we're tracking pretty much a persistent batch of rainfall here in Memphis. That's been the case for the last several hours. Intermittent storms that we've seen through Nashville. In fact, the main line now pushing to your north will get a little bit of a break, but more rain will soon follow suit. It's going to be very wet into your eastern, really overnight tonight, and very heavy rainfall also here in northern Mississippi, also northern Alabama, north of Birmingham. That's going to be one of the spots that we're going to be watching for very closely here. And anyone in that yellow sector, even extending as far east as, say, Asheville, can expect the likelihood of flash flooding. Multiple inches of rainfall can be expected from now all the way through mid-Monday, and that's why the flash flood watches are up for much of Tennessee, northern Mississippi, Alabama, and northern Georgia. Quick look at that setup, allowing for very heavy rainfall. In fact, 3 to 5 inches expected through much of Middle Tennessee, getting into parts of North Carolina. All right, I want to go back to Dr. Gray Postel with the latest on a newly issued tornado warning.
Yeah, we got a dangerous situation right now unfolding across parts of Mississippi, right in this region, just north of Jackson, and a nasty line of thunderstorms with an embedded tornado closing in on Yazoo City, where indeed there is a tornado warning that has been issued. That goes until about another 20 minutes, 2 o'clock local time, actually 45 minutes. And you can see that does include Yazoo City. Let's zoom in on this storm, and you can see the area of rotation spotted in the Doppler radar is right about there, just to the west-southwest of Yazoo City. Let's go to the correlation coefficient to show you that indeed there is debris being lofted up right in that very same spot. Anytime you see that sort of odd color of yellow, green, or blue surrounded by red, you know there's debris being lofted in the air and a tornado in progress closing in on Yazoo City. We'll be right back.
You may not see them, but your itchy...
Oh, boy. With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees with rainy conditions. This afternoon, periods of rain, high 61. Chance of rain, 90%. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather across the South. 90 million people are under severe alerts today. We have dangerous weather in progress across parts of Mississippi. Let's get right to that, actually. Let's get right to the radar, because this is the area that is most concerning to me. Right out in there, near and just north of Jackson, Mississippi, closing in on the Yazoo City area, where we have a tornado warning that does include Yazoo City, and that also includes Eden and Louise. That goes until 2 o'clock local time, about another 40 minutes. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes and doing damage, for example, in Monroe, Louisiana. We know about that, but it is closing in on the Yazoo City area, where the radar is detecting some very strong rotation. Now, it looks maybe kind of muddy on this particular picture, meaning that there's a lot of rain out there, so it might be very difficult to be aware that there's a tornado moving through because of all the rain and the low visibility. But looking inside of the storm, when you look at the Doppler radar, there is indeed a very strong circulation right about there, west-southwest of Yazoo City. And if you time this out, you can see that very likely it will be moving through that region in short order in about 15 minutes. If you live in any one of these cities, Lake City, Yazoo City, or Eden, Matt Reagan, weather producer, can you animate this just to show people where that strongest rotation is coming from and where it's going? Basically on a path about like that. And you can see that moving in very fast. If you live in any of those locations or that tornado warning is sounding, take shelter now. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm is moving through very quickly and likely containing with it a tornado. Let's go to the correlation coefficient to see if indeed with that circulation there is being debris lofted in the air. There is some in the air, and that may be from a prior circulation. It's not exactly clear, though, right in that spot. Let's go back, right in there. There you go. It does indeed look like there is a bit of a drop-off. So this right in here may be signs of a debris right there that this storm is a tornado in progress. So we'll be watching that very carefully. Again, if you live in those locations, take shelter immediately. A dangerous storm moving through. That's not the only one. There are others, and there will be lots more others, I believe. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right now for just to the east of that one, in central Mississippi, northwest of Philadelphia, Mississippi. This one kind of bothers me a little bit because it's all by itself right in there and has access to a lot of instability and some of the parameters that otherwise would support tornadoes. So this whole area in Mississippi, right in that area, has to be on the alert, including Jackson and areas to the east, for the likelihood of severe weather moving through during the afternoon hours, and then eastward from there. Watch out, Alabama. Watch out, North Georgia. There is some dangerous weather on the way, and it's moving through very quickly, containing with it likely damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes as well. So there's a lot to cover, Chris, and you've got more pictures, I think, from that very same storm that moved through Louisiana earlier.
Yeah, we're showing new pictures now coming out of the Monroe Regional Airport. This is one of the office buildings here at the airport, and you can see some of the structural damage that happened. Some of the siding ripped out, insulation blown all over the place. And the airport, just one of numerous locations around Monroe, Louisiana, that has had some significant damage. In fact, numerous homes destroyed or significantly impacted because of this reported tornado that pushed through less than an hour ago. tornado. And ahead of severe storms, the Torcon index is used to comprehend the chance of tornadoes impacting certain areas. That's something that we're watching very closely. In fact, Torcon's now of 7 for not only Mississippi, Alabama, but these have been extended now into including parts of the Atlanta metro and much of western Georgia. So lowest end being a lower number near 1 or 2, higher ends being 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s. The highest risk, of course, always most dangerous. Meteorologist Mike Bettis shows you more on what this means.
Torcon is the Tornado Condition Index. It's a value from 1 to 10 that represents the overall tornado threat for your area. The higher the number, the greater the threat. Here are 3 things you may not know about Torcon. Number 1. Torcon values get very high when favorable weather ingredients for tornadoes come together, like instability for strong thunderstorms, and wind shear, strong low-level winds and turning of the winds with height, and that allows for storms to rotate. Number 2. Remember, when you see low Torcon values, don't rule out a tornado or expect only weak spin-ups. Pockets of favorability still exist and strong tornadoes may still form. And number 3. Just because the Torcon is very high doesn't guarantee a strong tornado. It can happen, and a few of them could be strong or even violent, but you can also get a considerable number of weaker tornadoes. And those are 3 things you may not have known about Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather. We have ongoing severe weather across parts of Mississippi. Let's get right to it. The area that I'm most concerned about is just north of Jackson, Mississippi. We have a tornado warning, and that does include Yazoo City and Humphreys. Those are the counties, Yazoo and Humphreys, which includes Eden, Louise, and Yazoo City as well. This dangerous storm is moving very fast on its way through with a lot of rain. May not be hard or maybe very difficult to see anything approaching, but be mindful because there's part of this whole weather system that is indeed very dangerous. Let's look in the side of this storm where the strongest rotation is right about there. It is moving northeastward and east-northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. And if you live in Yazoo City, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside. Do it now.
Always.
All right, check this out. You see those huge white balls kind of bouncing around the driveway? Well, that's hail, and we had large hail here in Del Rio, Texas, smacking the ground, even cars in the pavement. Now, golf ball size hail officially reported here in Del Rio, Texas. That was the case yesterday. We had reports of damage outside of San Antonio due to strong winds and severe thunderstorms. And now the risk is even higher as we head into Easter. Thanks for joining us here on this Easter Sunday for our special severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. Right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south. We're tracking a tornado warning that's very concerning here in parts of Mississippi. So let's get the latest right now with Dr. Postel.
Yeah, closing in on Yazoo City, Mississippi, just north of Jackson. There is a line of thunderstorms with the possibility of containing tornadoes as it moves east at about 55 miles per hour. The storm cluster that I'm concerned about is that one right in there. We're going to zoom in on this and show you where the tornado warning has been issued for, and that does include Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi for Eden and Yazoo City. That goes until about 2 o'clock local time, about another half an hour, and it is right now basically moving through the Yazoo City area. There is from time to time, this storm has shown very strong rotation, and right now this is a radar indicated tornado. We don't yet have confirmation that one is in progress, but it is around the Yazoo City area with enough rotation in there to trigger the idea that this thing may have a tornado with it as it again moves eastward basically at about 55 miles per hour. Let's time it out and show you when this part of the thunderstorm will be going forward all the way to Pierce Crossroad and maybe Fordyke by 1:45 local. So that's another 15 minutes. That shows you how fast this thing is moving. And regardless of whether or not it contains a tornado, you know it has likely damaging straight line winds based on the character and the structure of the storm in excess of 60 miles per hour. Something to concern ourselves with very carefully. Just to its east, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning here, which does include Winston counties in Mississippi. That goes for about another 15 minutes or so. This storm has me concerned a little bit. It's all by itself It is an environment that is extremely supportive of tornadoes overall, as is much of the area in southern Mississippi and parts of Louisiana, right out in there. As we'll see much more of this weather unfold, there is the possibility of tornadoes. This tornado watch does go until 8 o'clock tonight, does include parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. So it's a long day ahead, and it's going to be a long night, because you can see that this very same system is moving in this direction, right? It's moving east-northeast, and don't be surprised if new tornado watches come out for Alabama, for Georgia, and for Tennessee down the road later on this afternoon. Right now, the tornado potential is very high across this region, where we're starting to see a lot of thunderstorm activity. It is quantified by this atmospheric parameter that includes cape or buoyancy, instability, and wind shear, all the other things that go into making a tornado. And the idea, using that parameter, you get the sense that when thunderstorms move through, they will be quite capable of producing tornadoes. Timing it out, you can see that Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee likely see a line of severe weather moving through individual supercells as well, and that goes through the late evening and overnight hours. Does include Georgia and eventually North and South Carolina and Virginia during the early morning hours tomorrow. Chris, it's going to be a long night and even early morning tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that report, Dr. Postel. We want to go now on the ground in just outside of Jackson, Mississippi, is where we find our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. And Mike, we know there's a tornado warning to your north, not impacting your location, but how have conditions changed recently? Have you noticed an increase in winds, temperature, humidity, or all of the above?
Yeah, all of the above. The temperature is now in the low 80s. The dew point's up to about 70, so the heat index is 86. It's a very muggy, oppressive afternoon, but the saving grace is this wind. The wind's really been gusting nearby Jackson. Medgar Evans Airport gusted to 46 about a half an hour ago, now gusting in the mid-30s. This is the gradient wind, not from thunderstorms. Now we're looking off to the south and west, and on the radar you'll see cells coming up from the southwest. None of these are warned at this point, but they will produce some heavy rain, some flashes of lightning, and some gustier winds upwards of 40 or 50 miles an hour. So everything's moving southwest to northeast. That's the way you need to look in the sky. And fortunately, most of the severe weather will be out of the Jackson area and central and northern Mississippi before it gets dark tonight. That's the saving grace, because we know how deadly nocturnal tornadoes can be. So we're going to watch this situation very closely. The PDS, particularly dangerous tornado watch in this area, including Jackson and also most of central northern Mississippi. That is until 8 o'clock tonight, Chris. And we've got a long way to go. We'll keep watching what's developing south and west, upstream, moving this way.
All right,
Chris?
so thanks for that update there, Mike Seidel. And we're going to continue to have live coverage all the way through this evening and overnight tonight right here on the Weather Channel with this severe outbreak.
Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. Ongoing severe weather in the south, including parts of central Mississippi. Let's go to the radar right now, because we do have a tornado warning out for a very dangerous complex of storms right there, moving just north of Jackson, Mississippi, closing in and moving through the Yazoo City area right now, where the tornado warning is still in effect. That goes for about another 20 minutes, including Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. Again, take shelter immediately if the warning is issued, meaning go to the lowest floor of the structure, away from the windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and do it so quickly, because these storms are racing eastward at about 55 miles per hour. So once the warning is issued, there may not be much time to react. Be mindful of that as this whole area of bad weather moves through. Just to the east of that, we've got a lone supercell moving through parts of central Mississippi, just north of Philadelphia. For Winston County, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes for about another, 5 minutes or so. But we'll watch this storm very carefully, because it's overall in a very supportive environment for tornadoes. And that is one of the more obvious things about when you look at this radar, that there's a lot of storms blossoming up very quickly in a highly sheared environment, meaning they're exhibiting lots of rotation with them as they move through. And with that in mind, the Storm Prediction Center has put out this tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock tonight. Now, I just want you to notice that we don't have Alabama, for example, or Georgia or Tennessee right now in a tornado watch. But my suspicion is that there will be one issued or more than one issued later on today and tonight, because this very same weather system that's causing a lot of problems right now recently had a tornado move through, for example, in Monroe, Louisiana, where an airport was damaged, Monroe County Airport. That very same system is moving in this way, so don't let your guard down just in case the weather is kind of cloudy and cool in northern Alabama and Georgia. Bad weather is coming, and it may be sooner rather than later, Chris. It's going to be a long afternoon and nighttime for us all. Back to you.
Yeah, and multiple rounds of it, too. Don't just think one thunderstorm we're over and done with. This is going to be a multi-round duration event late into the overnight hours. And as dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. So if you haven't turned on your mobile alerts on for any of the warnings, Paul Goodlow will walk you through the steps to safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
All right, thanks for that update there, Paul. Well, Mike Seidel is right outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon. And Mike, you know, when one looks at their radar right now, they're seeing these storms about to push in. These first storms that are close to Jackson and maybe over the next hour push through, is that kind of the end, or are we expecting multiple rounds of potentially severe, strong storms?
We're expecting multiple rounds. That's why the watch here is up until 8 tonight. As I mentioned earlier, fortunately, just about all the severe weather will be out of this area before it gets dark. That's always a good thing, as we've seen with nighttime nocturnal tornadoes. They're so much more deadly. We're always watching the skies here at the Weather Channel for you and keeping you safe, looking out southwest. This is where they're all coming from. Some of these storm cells are moving 60, 70 miles an hour. I mean, they're racing. That low-level jet, which, by the way, tomorrow is going to cause wind gusts up around New York City over 60, maybe some 75-mile-an-hour gusts or 70-mile-an-hour gusts. That's what's fueling the storms and the rotation in the atmosphere. All of the worst weather right now is just north of us, up around Yazoo City. We have the warning continuing for Humphreys and Yazoo County. That's right along the warm front. I think that's where we're getting the most rotation, right along the warm front. We're certainly in the warm sector here. Our temperatures in the low 80s. The dew point at midnight, get this, was 49. Very comfortable. Now the dew point's up to 70. So we've had a huge advection or transport of Gulf of Mexico moisture, and that increases the instability. We have the low-level wind shear, the turning of the winds, and the ingredients for tornadoes. And some of these could be strong and long-tracked. And this threat will continue to move east into Alabama. We've got a Torcon of 7 in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham later on this evening, and then early tomorrow morning in Atlanta. Don't let your guard down. So a lot of severe weather to talk about, and we're going to be live on the Weather Channel, Dr. Postel, right on through tomorrow. All night tonight, we've got a new tornado warning. Give us the latest, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, it's an extension of the tornado warning that was in effect for Yazoo County. It's across parts of central Mississippi, right in there, just north of Jackson, to give you some perspective. Let's zoom in on that and show you where the warning, the new one now, is issued. That goes until 2:45 local time, so about another hour, and that does include Durant and Lexington across parts of central Mississippi. Again, it's the extension of the storm that moved out of Yazoo City and is now crossing or getting close to I-55. So this is a very dangerous setup right now developing across parts of Mississippi. But as Mike Seidel pointed out, rightly so, this dangerous weather will likely continue to unfold and extend itself eastward all across parts of southern Mississippi and Alabama eventually, maybe even Georgia and Tennessee later on tonight. Stay vigilant. We'll be right back.
You may not see them, but
heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees with rainy conditions. this afternoon. Periods of rain. High 61. Chance of rain 90%. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms. Low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy. High 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of severe weather ongoing right now across the south. Let's go to the radar right now because we have some damaging storms potentially moving across central Mississippi just north of Jackson, right about there. And let's zoom in because we have a new tornado warning, an extension of one that was issued earlier for that same cluster of storms. This one does include, for example, Holmes County, and that goes for about another hour as this storm complex races east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Bottom line, if a warning is issued for you, take shelter immediately, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, obviously away from windows. Take immediate action because these storms are moving so very fast and could produce a tornado if they're not already, and do so very, very quickly with little time to react at all. There are other areas that I'm watching where there is not severe weather yet, but I think that we'll likely see severe weather in the coming hours, especially across parts of Alabama. There is what's called a mesoscale discussion, sort of a little regional discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. I love it when they do this. They give you a heads up on what they might be thinking in terms of issuing a watch. And indeed, there is probably going to be another tornado watch issued for Alabama, and that will be coming very, very soon. This is the watch box components here that we have issued until 8 o'clock. So conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in close to that watch box through 8 o'clock local time. But the reason why we're looking downstream here across parts of Alabama, I got my eye on North Georgia, I got my eye on Tennessee, is because this very same storm system is an extremely dynamic system operating with extremely high wind shear. The tornado potential right now, when you sort of calculate all the ingredients that you need for tornadoes, is on the very high end of the scale here across parts of Mississippi, and it is only getting larger and growing across parts of Alabama where the storms have yet to reach. So the fact is the atmosphere is getting primed for severe weather in Alabama and areas farther east as we speak. And this is what the model is suggesting, or one of the models is suggesting, how this timing will evolve through the evening hours. By 6 o'clock, we may be dealing with all kinds of severe weather still in Mississippi and still, again, in parts of northern Alabama and southern Tennessee as well. Don't want to let your guard down, even as far north as Nashville. This weather system means business and will likely carry severe weather with it throughout the nighttime hours. And that tornado potential will continue because, Chris Bruin, for those weather geeks out there, the storm relative helicities are over 700 meters squared per second squared. That's a big number, and that means that the tornado threat is very high indeed. Back to you.
And that's a really good point you bring up, Dr. Postel. And again, it shows you even without the sunshine, the daytime heating, we're still seeing that extreme risk for severe storms. Another potential, along with the severe weather, is flash flooding. That's one of the things we're going to be focusing in on in a place like Asheville, North Carolina. Right now, still a chilly 49 degrees, fairly cloudy, and we've seen some showers. You can even see the raindrops on the lens here in this downtown cam, but expect more rain to push in over the next few hours and certainly overnight tonight and throughout much of the day tomorrow. And wind gusts here could be over 30, maybe even 40 miles per hour. Here's a live look at the radar. We got some heavier downpours now starting to work through northern Georgia and then up through the Blue Ridge Parkway. Those will be working into Asheville and areas across the southern Appalachians. Spreading farther towards the west, though, look at the heavy rain now through much of Tennessee. This is all going to be working east, also into parts of North Carolina and the mid-Atlantic as we head into the day tomorrow. So we got to get through all of this mess of a storm before things do quiet down. Flooding is going to be a big concern, especially here through Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, and areas there in western North Carolina where flash flood watches are up, meaning flash flooding certainly a possibility. That deep moisture is going to continue to be surging northward with the extension of our front, our strong storm system, and that's going to allow for the potential here of nearly 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. especially from the Cumberland Gap right on down through Middle Tennessee, a couple of inches back through northern Alabama, northern Georgia. But either way, it's been already a very wet year, Dr. Postel, and flash flooding is going to be likely, especially in these locations.
Chris, that's a really good point, because I think lost among all of our talk about severe weather is indeed the risk for flash flooding. Thank you for that. Let's go now to Wilmington, North Carolina. Looks pretty good there this afternoon, 73 degrees, 74. Look at that. The winds are kind of bouncing the camera around. But you know what? These clear blue skies are short-lived, because clouds are going to be moving in quickly, and severe weather will do so probably by tomorrow morning along the coast of North Carolina and South Carolina. This is the risk overall for tomorrow. For severe weather that does, look at this, it goes all the way up to central Pennsylvania, includes Philly. There is some chance of severe weather tomorrow morning. And again, all the way down the East Coast, all the way to coastal Georgia and North Florida as well. Torcons are significant. On a scale of 0 to 10, they're in the mid-range 5. This is all based on the Storm Prediction Center's wording that there is indeed a tornado threat tomorrow that does extend to even the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Real quick, here's an estimation of the timing. Look at that line of thunderstorms tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Embedded tornadoes potentially, and a long area of damaging straight line winds. Very likely with this as it moves off the coast by about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Be safe.
A severe weather outbreak underway right now with 90 million people under alert. The threats span across many states here in the south, with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail being the biggest threats, along with the risk for flash flooding. And the hazards are now increasing as we head towards sundown and overnight tonight. Good afternoon and happy Easter. Welcome to our special coverage of this dangerous day of storms. I'm joined by storm specialist Greg Postel, but right now storms are pushing through Tupelo, Mississippi. We can show you a live look outside at what we're looking at. Heavy rainfall. We've had some rumbles of thunder. Nothing severe at the moment, but do note we are under a tornado watch with the PDS, a particularly dangerous situation here for much of Mississippi through 8 p.m. tonight. So even though we're seeing storms already, that does not mean you are out of the woods. We actually got numerous rounds of storms that are going to come through one after the other until late tonight before we start to see clearing and a reprieve from the action. So to break it all down and where the most dangerous situation is at this moment, let's head into the lab now with Dr. Greg Postel.
Chris, thank you very much. Yeah, we're watching a dangerous weather evolve across parts of Mississippi and eventually getting into Alabama, probably, and even North Georgia later on today and tonight. But the most active weather right now is right there, just north of Jackson, Mississippi. This is the only tornado warnings on the map, thankfully. But there will, I'm almost certain, will be more tornado warnings to come later on today. But this one right here includes Attala and Holmes counties. That goes for about another 45 minutes. But regardless of whether or not this radar indicated rotation is associated with a tornado, this storm likely carries with it damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour based on the environment that it's in, and it is very capable of producing some of that damaging wind right on the leading edge, right in there. So crossing I-55, do expect damaging winds, and all the way southward from there. Again, the leading edge of these storms is sometimes the most dangerous spot when you're dealing with lines of storms, because that's where the burst of heavy winds is, and that can do a lot of damage regardless of whether or not there's a tornado. Look, a 60 or 80 mile per hour wind can do a lot of structural damage, of course, knock down trees. You don't need a tornado for that. But you know what else we've got? We've got an environment that is becoming more and more supportive of tornadoes across parts of Alabama. There is not a tornado watch issued yet, but there will be. And that is from the Storm Prediction Center. A tornado watch will be issued soon, which will include parts of northern Alabama and maybe even southern Tennessee as well. Much like we anticipated earlier, you just got to follow this system along because, guys, wherever it goes, it's going to likely carry with it severe weather. But right now, I'm also watching areas in southern Mississippi, right in here where actually right now the tornado potential is highest, with very unstable air and very strong wind shear, which is why the tornado watch has kind of been extended a little bit to include some counties in Louisiana and areas in nearby Mississippi. That tornado watch goes until 8, but remember, there's going to be a new one coming out that's going to go long past that, and that will include parts of Alabama, maybe even southern Tennessee, and eventually probably we'll get a tornado watch in Georgia as well, because that same system, as I mentioned, is going this way, and there's no way around it. It's coming, and it's going to carry the bad weather with it. Hopefully not a lot of tornadoes, but the atmospheric setup is ripe for producing long-track supercells and tornadoes, especially in these areas. When you kind of look at a parameter called the tornado parameter, it's basically an ingredients-based approach and says, you know what? if there's going to be a thunderstorm there, it's got a pretty good chance of being tornadic because of the extremely strong wind shear and very strong instability, among other factors. So that's one of the things we're looking at as this whole storm complex moves through. But what really caught my eye about much of this is how strong the wind shear really is. Meaning, look at the surface winds, okay? They're out of the sort of the south or even southeast across this region, but the winds aloft are so strong and out of a very different direction. They're doing something like that. And when you actually connect the lines between what the low-level wind and what the upper-level wind is doing, you carve out these loops. And for meteorologists out there, these are very large looping hodographs indicative of what's called very strong storm relative helicity, meaning these storms are very capable of producing tight rotation and indeed the possibility of tornadoes. Let's track these as they go through. 7 o'clock tonight, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, Tennessee as well. Also north Georgia. This is after dark. The severe weather threat, Mike Seidel, continues long after dark and even into tomorrow morning, all the way to the North and South Carolina coast. But right now, Mike, you're outside of Jackson, and you were telling us an interesting story about how that dew point last night came up from 49 and is now 70. That's the kind of instability that is growing in your area.
Yes, that's a rapid rise. That talks about the advection or the transport of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. When you have north and northwest winds, and that keeps the humidity down to the south over the water. That's why we typically see more severe weather when it warms up and we open up the Gulf of Mexico. Although, as we know, it can happen during the winter months. We're still watching the southwest skies. We've got a light shower right now, no thunder and lightning. You can see on the radar there are a lot of cells coming at us, but none of those are warned. Everything has been occurring up to our north. Yazoo City, potentially hit by a tornado, could be some damage at the airport. It's along that warm front. And the SPC mesoscale discussion mentions the fact that the higher instability will be near that front and then east of this cluster of storms that's had a history of producing numerous tornado warnings, albeit most of them radar indicated, although we've had some damage back in Monroe, Louisiana. So that seems to be the highest threat zone right now. Not to let your guard down here in Jackson, but right now, at least in the short term, we're okay. But we're going to keep watching what's coming from the south and west. That's where the cells are developing. There's still a lot of instability here, a lot of wind shear. And as Dr. Postel mentioned, the dew point now 70 degrees, the temperature in the low 80s. We've gusted at the airport in the mid 40s, 46 miles per hour. That was without a thunderstorm. So we've got a very strong gradient flow from the south and southeast. That inflow, coupled with changing wind direction with height, the turning of the winds, the directional shear is very high in the low levels, and that's why the tornado threat is high today. We could still see some strong long-track tornadoes, and we're expecting momentarily that the Storm Prediction Center will issue a watch for northern and central Alabama, rather. The torque line of 7 here extends into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Huntsville. Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. Those are the 3 cities likely to be in the next watch, which will come out shortly. Everything is going to be moving very quickly east. The cells individually have been moving at times 70 miles an hour. So later this evening in Birmingham, and then after midnight, roughly say 2, 3 to 5 a.m. in the Atlanta metro area. Strong damaging wind threat and still a tornado threat. Chris?
All right, thanks for that update there, Mike. We also want to show you a live look outside right now with our storm tracker, Charles Speak. He's out driving through the storms in Mississippi. This is near Louisville, Mississippi, north of Jackson. You can get an idea of what we're looking at. It doesn't appear to be right at this location. Winds don't appear to be all that strong. We're just dealing with the heavy rainfall threat, but we'll continue to monitor the situation. Thankfully, no one's really out on the road, so hopefully you have your family with you. Go over your plan in place if indeed there were to be a warning issued for your location, and know what to do if and when that were to happen. Okay, because this is something we'll be watching for. Nickel-sized hail also a possibility with that storm that we're tracking there in Mississippi north of Jackson. All right, so you're going to hear a lot of tornado watches and tornado warnings. What's the difference? Well, if you don't already know, a tornado watch means conditions that are favorable for development, but you still kind of don't need immediate concern. You don't need to go to your safe place. You don't need to do any of that in a tornado watch, but do know that the tornado conditions are favorable. Now, if you have a tornado warning, you get an alert on your phone, or you look at the TV and you see the thing scrolling at the bottom of the screen. That's when you need to get to your safe place, an inside hallway, closet, area under the stairs, or a basement is the most preferred location. The lowest level of your home, most interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And that's what you would do if there were to be a tornado warning, meaning a radar indicated tornado on radar or confirmed visual by our storm tracker or the general public. So here's timing, and this is going to be crucial here. It's Easter. A lot of people are having dinners tonight and hanging out with their families. Well, dinner time is going to be crucial here for Birmingham with several scattered thunderstorms kind of coming and going, but the main line is still going to get delayed through about later this evening and more so into the overnight hours, but it's not until late after midnight before things do finally clear out here along central Alabama and into the northern half of the state. And for Tennessee, we're already in the rain, and it's going to be very wet for the remainder of the day, all night long, and even into the early morning hours tomorrow. These individual storms will get very intense, especially, say, late afternoon, early evening here for Nashville south along that I-65 corridor, pushing along Interstate 40 and then finally clearing out, say, late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Dr. Postel?
Well, Chris, severe storms rolled across Texas, packing rain and heavy hail. Here's a look at the nasty weather that hit just outside of Midland in Rankin earlier today. Look at this hail. It's covering the ground, looks like snow, but obviously doesn't sound like it with much larger ice falling from the sky. And this can do a lot of damage. I mean, when you get hail, you know, even quarter size or nickel or golf ball size hail, that can do a lot of damage. And one of the things I know from being in a lot of hailstorms in the past is that it is incredibly loud and very scary. So take shelter, obviously. Even if a thunderstorm is carrying with it the possibility of large hail, you're going to want to take cover because that can be, in its own right, very dangerous. Let's have a look, though. We have another danger today, wind, and not the thunderstorm wind or the wind associated, obviously, with a tornado, but just the general wind patterns surrounding this weather system. We'll call it the gradient wind. And it's going to be very strong. So in and outside of thunderstorms, away from all the rain, it's going to be quite windy that could maybe do some damage as well, with wind advisories issued for many regions in the south. Here's, for example, just the last couple of hours of wind gusts reported at some locations. Look at this. Jackson, Mississippi, gusting to 39 miles per hour. That is not associated with a thunderstorm, nor is the increasing wind in Jacksonville or New Orleans, for example, gusting to 32 miles per hour. So overall, the wind in the south is going to go up as we go through the evening and overnight hours tonight. Let's have a look at the forecast and show you basically that some places may get 40 and 50 mile per hour wind gusts outside of any rain or thunderstorms. And that may include areas like Birmingham, Alabama, all the way southward to Pensacola, Florida, and even Atlanta, Georgia, getting in onto some of those stronger winds. And I do believe we'll get some potential damage, maybe some damage to limbs and some trees associated with, again, non-thunderstorm winds that will likely go throughout much of the night, but thankfully probably be over by the morning hours for many locations. I'll give you an example of what kind of winds can do what kind of damage. Here's a 45 to 57 mile per hour wind. Basically, this is an estimation. You know, your trees bend, you can get limbs break, and some cosmetic damage to some structures. That's the kind of wind gust outside of thunderstorms that we may see, for example, today. But we may also see some winds even higher than that inside of the thunderstorms, apart from tornadoes, just the straight line damaging winds. We may get 60 to 70 to perhaps 80 mile per hour winds with some of the most intense thunderstorms today, straight line winds. That can definitely break limbs. It could knock down trees for sure, and actually blow over semi trucks on the highway and also do some structural damage. But of course, if the winds get higher than that, a lot more damage can be done. Trees can be uprooted, torn down, even blown around. And more significant structural damage, Chris, can happen when you have winds gusting up to 90 miles per hour. And of course, that gets into the tornadic wind speed range. Hopefully we won't see that, but I have a feeling we're going to be dealing with severe weather, including tornadoes, throughout the evening and overnight tonight. Chris, back to you.
Well, soaking rains and severe storms set to rock Nashville today into tonight. We're already seeing the rain pushing in again here across Nashville. Flash flood watch is now in effect for the city. Meanwhile, severe thunderstorms with damaging winds and the potential here for large hail, along with a few tornadoes, is possible this afternoon and this evening across Middle Tennessee. So I think more of a hail damaging wind threat along with flash flooding is what we're expecting in Tennessee, whereas the tornado threat will be a little bit farther off towards the south. Not to say we won't have any tornadoes in Tennessee, that chance is there, but even higher here in Mississippi, Alabama, and into Georgia. Still tracking those tornado warnings, but look at all this rain that's all moving into Tennessee right now. All right, it's been pouring all morning and now afternoon in a city like Memphis. this. I mean, roads are becoming deluged. We have heavy rainfall still coming down here along I-40 pretty much the whole way from Nashville to Memphis, Jackson, Tennessee included. Heavier downpours working up towards Clarksville, and starting to see that rain now cross into southern Kentucky from Bowling Green over towards the Cumberland Gap, and that's going to be a spot to watch out for flash flooding. And heavy rainfall also here for northern Mississippi and also north of Birmingham into northern Alabama. So that yellow shading that you see here stretching from eastern Arkansas through much of Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, even parts of Georgia, North Carolina, that's where we're expecting flash flooding, and that's where we have flash flood watches, meaning flash flooding certainly a likelihood and a big possibility here, especially as we go into the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning. So be mindful if you're one of the store workers heading in early tomorrow to go to the grocery stores or a hospital worker, be mindful that before sunrise, it may be hard to even see if there's any water over the road. So be careful on that and never drive through a flooded roadway. Always turn around, don't drown. Hail is also a big concern. We're already seeing that across parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, but this possibility, it stretches all the way into Tennessee, where temperatures are a bit cooler, and we're going to have that ability for strong updrafts to allow these hailstones to get potentially large. And that's something we're going to be watching. I would say definitely around Nashville, down in northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and Georgia. Rainfall, of course, is going to be a big factor, and especially in Tennessee, southern Kentucky, we're looking at the potential for 3 to 5 inches of rain. So along with the severe weather hazards, Dr. Postel, we're looking at flash flooding as well.
Yeah, flash flooding definitely a concern, but also the severe weather, as you mentioned, with damaging straight line winds and tornadoes. All a possibility today across much of the South, including Mississippi, still parts of Louisiana, also Alabama, Georgia eventually, and Tennessee perhaps later on this evening. Right now, some of the worst of all the weather is in central Mississippi. We only have one tornado warning active right now. That's really good news. That doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, but right now this is the only one that we've got now in progress for Durant, Kosciuszko, and Pickens. Those are some of the cities that are going to be impacted by this severe thunderstorm that has the possibility of producing some tornadoes. We have some radar indicated rotation that is suspicious, but right now it's a very messy looking system, but does indeed likely contain damaging straight line winds regardless of whether or not it's got a tornado. Right on the leading edge where that color transition is occurring, there are likely damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. With that, I'm going to go right in and looking at some of the rotation. There indeed is the strongest rotation just south of Durant, Mississippi, closing in on the Kosciuszko area. Take shelter now. Lowest floor.
Tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean?
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, clear, low 50. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We have some severe weather ongoing across parts of Mississippi. This is from Columbus, Mississippi right now. This is our own, actually this is John Humphreys. And traveling, I'm not sure what direction on, I'm not sure what highway that is either. 63 degrees anyway, wherever we are here in Mississippi near Columbus. But the idea is that the weather across Mississippi is actually getting worse as we speak. And right now what we've got is a lot of very bad weather to contend with. There is kind of this arc on the radar charts that looks like this. And it almost looks like your classic warm front, cold front combination. And that is something that we're dealing with right now with a warm sector somewhere in there that is extremely supportive of tornadic supercells. And so we have to watch how this evolves very quickly during the afternoon hours. Right now, we've only got one tornado warning in progress, and that is for Atala County in Mississippi, and that is just to the northwest of Philadelphia. It includes Ethel and Salis. That goes for about another 25 minutes. And looking inside of the storm, there's a radar indicated rotation and definitely some damaging straight line winds where the leading edge of those strong winds about like that, where that color changes radically. You can see that that is where the wind is shifting, and a line of very strong winds, potentially in excess of 60 miles per hour, will be moving through. Something to watch very carefully. So not just, of course, do we have that tornado risk, there is also the risk for very strong straight line winds with a lot of these storms. Across parts of Louisiana, just moving through Baton Rouge and northwestern New Orleans, we have some thunderstorms that are growing in scale and intensity. Something to watch going forward, as it is also an environment where we can see tornadoes. But so is this area, right here across parts of Alabama, Birmingham, Montgomery. The weather not terrible right now, but this whole weather system is moving closer and closer, and with the weather conditions getting more and more supportive of tornadoes. Right now, we have the tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. That does include Louisiana and parts of Mississippi and extreme southeastern Arkansas. But I have a feeling there will be more tornado watches issued. One here, again, in parts of Alabama and maybe even southern Tennessee, and maybe parts of northern Georgia will get included in a tornado watch later on this evening. So don't be surprised if the Storm Prediction Center does go ahead and issue tornado watches for these regions. Right now, this is where the atmosphere is most supportive of tornadoes. This is a parameter that uses the ingredients to sort of assess how the atmosphere can support tornadoes. It's on the very high end of the scale in southern Mississippi. So any of these storms that are moving through could produce a tornado very quickly, given the environment that those storms are moving through. But the other part about this is look at how that tornado parameter is increasing as time goes by, moving into parts of Alabama, and it will get into eventually parts of North Georgia and maybe even southern Tennessee. Meaning that this line of storms will be moving in an environment that will likely support tornadoes continuing through the evening and overnight hours tonight and long past dark and likely into tomorrow morning, including coastal South Carolina, Georgia, and the Outer Banks even of North Carolina, not out of the woods. Chris.
Well, ahead of severe storms, the Torcon Index is used to comprehend the chance of tornadoes impacting certain areas. So what is a Torcon? Torcon's measured on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest risk and 10 being the highest risk. And we're seeing Torcons of a 7 for Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of western Georgia. So that's pretty high. Meteorologist Mike Bettis has a look at 3 things you may not know about Torcon.
Torcon is the Tornado Condition Index. It's a value from 1 to 10 that represents the overall tornado threat for your area. The higher the number, the greater the threat. Here are 3 things you may not know about Torcon. Number 1, Torcon values get very high when favorable weather ingredients for tornadoes come together, like instability for strong thunderstorms, and wind shear, strong low-level winds, and turning of the winds with height, and that allows for storms to rotate. Number 2, remember, when you see low Torcon values, don't rule out a tornado or expect only weak spin-ups. Pockets of favorability still exist, and strong tornadoes may still form. And number 3, just because the Torcon is very high doesn't guarantee a strong tornado. It can happen, and a few of them could be strong or even violent, but you can also get a considerable number of weaker tornadoes. And those are 3 things you may not have known about Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index.
Excellent information, Mike Bettis. Thank you very much. Let's talk about our severe weather risk for tomorrow. That does include, as I mentioned, coastal North and South Carolina, also Virginia, and maybe even areas as far north as north central Pennsylvania and as far south as northern Florida. So this is the area that the Storm Prediction Center has outlined for us for tomorrow's severe weather, which does include damaging winds from straight line winds, thunderstorm winds, large hail potentially, and also the possibility of tornadoes with exactly those same Torcons that Mike was talking about here across parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. We have Torcons of 5 in eastern North Carolina. That's pretty impressive. So the threat for tornadoes is real, even though it may be the late night and early morning hours. That line of thunderstorms may include with it embedded tornadoes, and of course the threat for damaging straight line winds will be moving through the entire East Coast before it all settles in. Probably by mid-afternoon we should be done with the severe weather outbreak. That would be welcome news for many of us. Stay tuned, we'll have much more on the current severe weather and the forecast right after the break.
Feel relief with Cosentix.
All right, take a look at some of this new video out of Monroe, Louisiana. You can see some of the destruction and damage that we have had here in this neighborhood. Numerous neighborhoods, too, also impacted by this reported tornado. Again, roofs ripped off on some of these homes. You can see debris kind of lining the yards and the streets, down power lines, uprooted trees, shingles blown off. Even walls collapsing on some outside exterior walls of some of these homes. So very serious situation here just from a couple of hours ago when we had an intense line of storms and a reported tornado there in Monroe, Louisiana. Well, thanks for joining us here on this Easter Sunday for our special severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. And right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south, particularly Mississippi. So let's get the latest now with Dr. Postel.
Yeah, that same cluster of storms that did the damage that, Chris, you showed in Monroe, Louisiana, has now, that same complex has moved into parts of central Mississippi, and we're tracking that as we speak. It is this group right in here that has moved along a path like that over the last few hours and has been the real primary source of severe weather so far today. And we'll be watching still the movement of this cluster of storms, because even though the tornado warning will be allowed to expire and eventually replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning, that does not mean that the risk for severe weather with this particular cluster of storms is over. Let me give you the severe thunderstorm warning real quick. There it is. That goes until 3:15 local time, so about another 45 minutes, as that line of storms likely carries with it some damaging winds. And the leading edge of the damaging winds is right about there, where you start to see that transition from the red to the yellow. Strong winds in excess of 60 miles per hour are likely moving through, and that will be the case as this storm propagates eastward across central Mississippi. Farther to the south in Louisiana, we have some severe thunderstorms here, but we'll be watching them because the environment is exceptionally supportive of severe weather, including tornadoes there, as it is here across parts of Alabama. May not be raining or doing much in Birmingham or Montgomery or anywhere in between, but the weather will likely get a lot worse as we go forward. We have tornado watches out until 8 o'clock. These areas in red, it doesn't imply that the severe weather can produce tornadoes, but it's going to be extended, I believe, beyond that into parts of Alabama, probably into parts of northern Georgia and southern Tennessee as well, as that whole complex of weather, the thunderstorms and the rain and everything is moving eastward, and you can just follow it along and anticipate where the next set of warnings and watches are going to be. This thing is kind of following along very systematically. We have that tornado potential still. Very strong parameters are in place. The tornado parameters are on the high end of the scale, the very high end of the scale. When you add up the ingredients that sort of combine together to give you the support for tornadoes atmospherically, we've got that. And we've got a lot of it, and it's increasing across parts of Mississippi and Alabama as well. This is sort of the timing of it all, and you can see that by 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, moving through parts of the region of southern Tennessee. Don't lose sight in Nashville. You might think you're too far north. With it raining and cool right now, things could change. We could have severe weather in central and eastern Tennessee and even North Georgia overnight tonight. Chris.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. And we want to get out to Mississippi right now, where we find our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. He's live just north of Jackson, and we're looking at the radar, Mike, and we have a line of storms either overhead you or about to push in. What does it look like right now?
We've had some showers here, some heavy downpours. Haven't seen any lightning or heard any thunder, except earlier we had a couple flashes with that original cluster that raced on through here about an hour and a half ago. We're looking basically off to the west, and the storms are coming from the southwest. And as you can see on the radar, they're all over the place. If we look downstream, you can see they've blown on by, but then we look upstream where they're coming from the south and west out of Louisiana. And there's some heavy downpours, some lightning, but there are no warnings on any of these storms right now. That's a good thing. So far, so good. We've been okay right here in the Jackson area. Here we're in Flowood, about 10 miles east-northeast of Jackson. The action so far in Mississippi has been right along that warm front up in Yazoo City, about an hour north of here, and that's been moving off to the east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour, staying north of Jackson. We've also had some damage back in Monroe, Louisiana. That's about 2 hours from here on I-20, and some damage earlier today in Shreveport, Louisiana. So our Torcon remains a 7. The PDS particularly dangerous situation tornado watch continues until 8 tonight. Until we can get that front through here, we still are in what we call the warm sector. There's the warm front, here's the cold front, we're right in here, so we've got a lot of rotation, a lot of level wind shear, we've got the instability, the sun comes in and out, and our dew points are in the low 70s, Chris, our temperature's about 80, so it's very oppressive and tropical out here. We'll keep an eye on the radar for you, but right now, in the short term, we're looking pretty good right here in Jackson.
And of course, we're going to be having continuing live coverage all afternoon and overnight tonight right here on the Weather Channel.
800-786-5100.
Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. Ongoing severe weather right now across parts of Mississippi. We only have one tornado warning in effect. That's excellent news, but I do believe that will change. Do not let your guard down by the apparent lack of tornado warnings right now. The atmosphere is very dynamic and volatile, and it will get, I think, worse, much worse before it gets better. Right now, the area that I'm watching is across parts of central Mississippi and other areas as well. But let's go into where we had our tornado warning that is about ready to be allowed to expire, and that goes for about another 7 or 8 minutes. It is for, actually, believe it or not, the same cluster of thunderstorms that a few hours ago moved through Monroe, Louisiana, and we saw a lot of damage from a tornado that moved through that region. That storm has since evolved into a different way and now becoming more of a straight line wind producer right along the leading edge of it, right about there. And right where that color transitions, basically to the west of Louisville, we will likely see damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, expect that kind of wind, and that can do damage regardless of whether or not there's a tornado. Across parts of Alabama and Georgia, the weather is going to get worse, and I do believe we will see the increased risk for tornadoes across this region. We don't have a tornado watch out for Alabama or Georgia yet, but that's probably coming, and don't be surprised if one is indeed issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is the only tornado watch out right now, goes until 8 o'clock, but as I mentioned, that whole weather system is moving in this direction, so just think ahead, extrapolate this thing out, and you get a sense that the weather will potentially become severe across those regions. Look at the tornado parameter. This is a measure of basically how supportive the atmosphere is of tornadoes, and when you get thunderstorms moving through that region, you can get a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, the tornado parameter is at the very high end of the scale, which includes wind shear, also includes instability. But also look back here. We have a significant amount of tornado potential still. Some of the atmospheric parameters are set up for that. And we actually have a line of thunderstorms, looks like discrete supercells, trying to move into this region. So we'll be watching those across parts of Louisiana, just west of Alexandria, very, very closely in the coming hours. Chris.
Well, as the dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. So if you haven't already turned on your mobile alerts for any warnings, Paul Goodlow walks you through the steps to do so.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Well, meteorologist Mike Seidel is right outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon. And Mike, we're looking at the radar. We're looking at storms kind of north of you and south of you, all kind of corroding over you. Have you noticed any wall clouds or any indications from your vantage point that would be a concern or not?
Nothing so far. We've been very fortunate right here in Jackson. We've been following the storms. We've had a couple of downpours here lasting maybe 5 or 6 minutes. That's it. The airport just south of here, we're in Flowood, just northeast of town, has gusted to 46 miles an hour, and that was before any thunderstorms or any showers came by. So we got a pretty strong inflow from the south and southeast from the Gulf of Mexico. With that said, take a look at the radar. There's still a lot of rain and lightning, what we say upstream, coming our way out of Louisiana and southwestern parts of Mississippi. You can see the lightning bolts, but you'll also notice there are no warnings. That's a good thing. No severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. That doesn't mean we can't get spin-ups in the next few hours. We still have this tornado watch, this PDS watch, which means particularly dangerous situation. That goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So we're still in the zone in the warm sector where we could get severe weather and tornadoes. We're not out of the woods by far. We have had the issues up in Yazoo City, from Monroe to Yazoo City. Yazoo City, right along the warm front, I think that's where we had more rotation, and there have been reports of at least some minor damage up there. That cell's raced off to the east. These storms are moving generally 60+ miles an hour, courtesy of the low-level jet, which by tomorrow, by the way, will produce wind gusts around New York City up to 60, 65 miles an hour. So it's going to really race off to the north and east. In the meantime, we're awaiting the Storm Prediction Center. Very likely here in just a few minutes, Dr. Postel will extend the tornado watch to include Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville in Alabama, where our Torcon is a 7 also.
Yeah, we will be expecting that, I think, in the coming minutes or even hours, and that may eventually include parts of Georgia, as you were mentioning, and also maybe even southern Tennessee. So we have a long way to go yet, but let's have a look now going back to the west, because I don't want to lose sight of these collection of thunderstorms in Louisiana, because they are moving into an environment that could indeed support tornadoes for a little while longer, especially in and around the Alexandria area, Lake Charles, Natchez, and probably east of Monroe. Thankfully, they had their tornado earlier today, which did significant damage. We'll have more on that and show you on what's going on there, but also just be careful of these thunderstorms, because again, the atmosphere is fairly well suited to support severe weather, as well as in parts of southern Mississippi, where we have yet to see any really significant severe weather so far. Here are our Torcons. I'm going to leave you with this. The tornado threat is high on the scale of 0 to 10. You can see it's at 7, and that goes through the nighttime hours tonight.
Need a nice reward heading your way? Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, clear, low 50. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. This is new video coming in from Monroe, Louisiana, where a few hours ago, a tornado moved through and did a lot of damage to homes and some of the airport nearby. Some airplanes clearly moved around and damaged considerably, actually. So this is a significant storm report that we've been getting out of Monroe, Louisiana. And that very same cluster of storms is now moving across parts of Mississippi. But thankfully, not right now anyway, is that same storm cluster carrying with it that same tornado risk. But we'll be watching it very carefully going forward. What I'm talking about is that sort of semi-looking lion feature right there. That was in northeastern Louisiana a few hours ago, where it produced that tornado in Monroe, and is now over here and carrying with it very strong winds with it, likely damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour right on its leading edge. So we'll be watching this whole area as the atmosphere remains extremely volatile. I mean, some of the parameters that you look at are just off the charts in terms of their support for severe weather, including tornadoes. Thankfully, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but we've got this severe thunderstorm warning for that same thunderstorm group that moved out of Louisiana and did the damage in Monroe. It is right here, and on the leading edge of it, do expect winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, right about there, where that transition from the yellow to the red is taking shape. This is where those strong winds are. and this is where they are moving. So take shelter even if you have that severe thunderstorm warning, because that kind of wind can do significant damage. Across parts of southeastern Louisiana, I'm watching a cluster of storms, again moving through an environment that is supportive of tornadoes with a tornado watch out until 8 o'clock for everywhere there, shaded in red. And we also are watching sort of the atmosphere be on the very high end of its capability to support tornadoes. Everywhere here shaded in red, the what's called a significant tornado parameter, meaning it kind of adds up all the ingredients that are favorable for tornadoes. It's on the high end of the scale across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And notice that the higher values are moving northeastward, suggesting that the threat for tornadoes is increasing, for example, even in Alabama and also here across parts of western Louisiana. There's a long way to go, guys. Just because we've had only one tornado warning in the last hour doesn't mean the show is over. It's likely to get a lot worse, Chris, before we see things improve by tomorrow. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. And something else that we're following very closely is the heavy rain threat. Flash flooding is going to go along with our severe potential here, and this will continue well into the overnight, in fact, including parts of North Carolina into your Monday. So a live look right now, Asheville, North Carolina. You're looking at increasing showers, gray skies, chilly temperatures. It's only in the 40s right now for this Easter Sunday. So as we pan over the vantage point, you can see the darker skies to your right. We can show you what the radar looks like. We got some very heavy rainfall about to push in here to western North Carolina, already creeping across North Georgia. We're seeing the rainfall now increasing here in eastern Tennessee, closing in on Knoxville, probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. Nothing severe, but note that we'll probably get a quick inch or two, and this is only the beginning of what really has to come through. Look at all of this mess here from Tennessee through Alabama and also here into Mississippi. In fact, now we're getting our first couple of flash flood warnings now for northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. Zooming in a little bit more closely, we actually have a flash flood warning right here south of Memphis. This includes Panola and Tate counties along parts of I-55 near Como, Sardis, and Senatobia until 5:30 p.m. So very heavy rainfall. Flash flood warnings are going to be expected, and anywhere you see this green color, that's where we have flash flood watches. And that'll be a concern all the way into North Carolina, as mentioned. It's partly because of the deep moisture. We've seen dew points as high as nearly 80 degrees in some cases. So very moist, juicy air, and that's going to squeeze out a lot of atmospheric moisture in these downpours and thunderstorms. That will continue all the way through the overnight hours and even into the day tomorrow. Looks like Kentucky, Tennessee, even parts of the Carolinas expecting the brunt of 3 to 5 inches before all is said and done. All right, I want to go to the lab now where we got a newly issued tornado warning, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, and it's, Chris, it was just for the same cluster of thunderstorms that I was looking at over Mississippi, the same one that moved out of Louisiana, did damage in Monroe with the tornado there, Monroe, Louisiana. It is now right in there across parts of east central Mississippi. Let's zoom in on this because this is the new tornado warning now just issued that does include Choctaw and Winston counties. That goes until 3:45 local time, so that is about another 50 minutes. If you are in that tornado warning, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm very likely contains a tornado radar indicated rotation moving toward even Columbus and perhaps just south of Starkville, Mississippi. Let's look at that. There's the rotation right in there. If you can circle that, my weather producer Matt Reagan, there was indication right in there that maybe some debris was being lofted up. We'll be following this storm near Ackerman, Mississippi when we come up after the break.
World new Jolly Rancher gummies.
Welcome back to our continued coverage of the severe weather across parts of the South today. Let's go right now to the radar because we have some very active weather right now moving across central Mississippi. Right in this zone, there's some angry looking little lines of thunderstorms, not so little, but they are producing damaging winds and even the likelihood of tornadoes embedded inside of them. And we have now a couple of tornado warnings here. One of them is for Choctaw, includes Winston counties, including the cities of Ackerman, yes, it's Starkville, Mississippi, and Weir. That goes for about another 45 minutes. If you happen to live in these locations, take shelter immediately. These storms are racing eastward at about 60 miles per hour and likely contain, if not a tornado, damaging straight line winds that can bring down trees and do some structural damage as well. We're going to look inside of this particular storm right now, and it does appear that there's a couple of areas of circulation noteworthy, one near Louisville and another one up near Ackerman, and both of those are racing toward the northeast at about, or east-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. But let me show you what the correlation coefficient was telling us not long ago after we time it out. You can find your spot on the map, guys. And if you live, for example, in Starkville, take shelter immediately by 3:15 in the next 15 minutes or so. We do expect that this dangerous part of the storm will be moving through. Lowest floor, interior room, if you can, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So you can see that right here, just southwest of Ackerman, right in there, a few minutes ago, there was a signal there that this storm, this tornado was producing a debris signature, lofting debris into the air. That has since dissipated a little bit, as you can see in a couple of most recent animation there. But still, this storm is extremely dangerous and will likely carry with it the possibility of tornadic development as it moves eastward, again, very, very quickly. Columbus, Mississippi, watch out. These storms are on the move. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You may think, okay, well, this is way off the picture. That cluster of storms is going to be moving very close to, if not through, Tuscaloosa in a matter of an hour or so, maybe even less than that. And if you live, for example, in Jasper, Alabama, many locations in Alabama have to start thinking about now, what do I do when that tornado watch will be issued? Because I can guarantee you there will be a tornado watch issued in Alabama fairly soon. Even though it's not out there yet, it's coming. Areas in southern Louisiana, severe weather continues potentially with that tornado watch out until 8 o'clock tonight. And as I mentioned, I do believe we will see another tornado watch issued soon for Alabama, maybe even eventually for North Georgia and Tennessee. I've been saying that all day. I think that remains the case. With the risk for tornadoes, according to the atmospheric parameters, very high in Mississippi and increasing in Alabama and in Georgia. As that cluster of storms moves through, guys, this is one to watch coming out of Mississippi and into Alabama. Chris.
All right, that's something we're going to be continuing to monitor, of course, as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into the overnight hours when we see that tornado risk continue to increase. Let's get back to Louisiana right now, where we had a reported tornado go through Monroe, Louisiana. And joining us on the phone is Louisiana State Representative Ralph Abraham. He joins us live over the phone right now in Monroe, Louisiana, where we had a reported tornado. Thanks for joining us this Easter.
Oh, thank you for having me, Chris. Severe damage here in Ouachita Parish.
So you're at the airport, or at least you were at the airport. What kind of damage are we looking at right now?
There were at least one hangar that housed planes that was completely destroyed. I counted at least 3 Citation jets that looked to be beyond repair. That alone is several $1 million worth of damage. We've had many businesses that have lost roofs, lost structure, many, many homes that have been damaged throughout the region. So once we add up the cost economically, it's going to be very, very high. I have not had any reports yet of any fatalities, and I hope we don't get any.
So we hear you live nearby. What were the storms like when they rolled through Monroe? Did you have significant damage at your home? Were the storms as intense where you were as they were at the airport? Or what was that all like?
At my home, no, the storms, of course, some straight line winds, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder, but nothing like the region around the airport got hit with. So, you know, I was listening to your report while waiting to talk to you, Chris. I hope people pay attention to what you're telling them, because if they adhere to your warnings that the Weather Channel is giving them, it will save lives.
Yes, and we couldn't emphasize that more. And for anyone out ahead of Monroe, Louisiana, so with those who live in Mississippi, also in Alabama and Georgia, be mindful this is what to expect, especially with the type of conditions that we're facing. Real quick, Representative, talk to us about, we know the Louisiana governor has been contacted and is working with emergency officials kind of to assess all of the damage. Talk about that conversation.
Yeah, I personally have talked to both the White House administration and Governor John Bel Edwards, myself. They send certainly their prayers, their support. Help is on the way, literally, from both the federal and the state side. So everybody's aware of the damage, the economic. Again, we hope no fatalities and injuries that we know of right now. But both on the national and the state level, they are aware, and help is on the way.
And what about power? I'm assuming at the airport there's probably a loss of power. Did you lose power at your home?
We did lose power temporarily. It was restored. Now, at the airport, currently, as I'm speaking to you now, it is closed. It's a regional airport, so it is busy. Certainly at times, it's going to disrupt air travel to quite an extent. But, whether it's a federal declaration that happens, whatever it takes to get that airport back running, certainly I will support. And any other federal and state support that we need to get people's lives back as far as normal among this COVID crisis, which is also disrupting lives, we will do everything we can to make that happen.
Well, happy Easter, Representative, and we want to thank you so much for joining us here on the Weather Channel. That was Louisiana Congressman Ralph Abraham. All right, well, we also want to go live to the ground right now in Mississippi. That's where we find meteorologist Mike Sadell. We'll actually get to him here shortly. We want to go back into the lab right now where we find Dr. Greg Postell with the latest on the tornado warnings we're continuing to follow.
Yeah, Chris, thank you very much. We are watching tornadic storms move out of Mississippi and close in on the Alabama border, and we'll be watching them very carefully. But I also want to, as you were suggesting, let's get right to Mike Sadell, who is outside of Jackson, Mississippi right now. And I want to talk to him about how the conditions have changed during the afternoon hours. Mike.
Yeah, Dr. Postell, since late this morning, we've increasingly seen the humidity ratchet up. We're talking about the dew point temperature, which is in the low 70s. I keep mentioning at midnight last night it was 49, so it was a much drier air mass, but that changed rapidly. And we keep an eye to the north. We're looking at almost due west right now and then north, and that's where all the action is. Those are the cells north, I should say north and east, where we have the warnings, the severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado warning, heading towards the certainly Louisville area and the Starkville, Mississippi area. So very threatening skies there, but so far here on this side of Jackson, the Flowood side, about 10 minutes east-northeast of downtown Jackson, we've had a few gusty showers. The nearby airport just to our south has gusted to 46 miles an hour. That was without the rain and thunder. So we've really threaded the needle here in Jackson. But you can see on the radar, we've got two clusters we're watching upstream. One is to our south down around Macomb, Mississippi, a lot of lightning, and another is off to the south and southeast of Vicksburg. And that's going to be coming up and probably stay just to the west of the Metro Jackson area. So we'll see how these storms move. They continue to move very quickly to see how much rain we get in Jackson. But the bottom line is the worst right now with these storms is the lightning. None of these have been warned at this point for severe weather or a tornado. That doesn't mean that can't change because we're in this very volatile environment where we have a lot of low-level wind shear and the atmosphere is prime for spin-ups and tornadoes. So don't let your guard down just because it's been very quiet here and all the action basically has been without one cell from Shreveport to Monroe to Yazoo City, where we just got that damage report, and now that same cell is producing tornado warning up around Starkville. So it's been that one cell that has really caused most of the tornado warnings so far today here in the Deep South. We'll keep you updated here from Jackson, Mississippi and Flowood. In the meantime, that watch continues until 8 o'clock tonight. Dr. Postell, warm and steamy, but I noticed one thing though, the winds have backed off some. They were pretty gusty for a couple of hours. Now they've lightened up. Looks like about 15 miles an hour right now.
Hey Mike, real quick question. Back behind you, is that west?
That is looking almost due west. Is that right, Rodney? Yeah, due west. That's southwest. That's where the storms are coming from, but that's off to the west. And as you can see on the radar, we're kind of threading the needle at this point. And fortunately, those storms that are upstream coming towards central Mississippi have not had any warnings that so far. Again, that doesn't mean that can't change, but so far so good on those cells. It's the lightning, the heavy rain, and some gusty winds at this point.
Yes, I was just looking at that as you were talking. I was looking behind you and noticing the darkening skies. It does look like some more thunderstorms are about ready to move through, and you're still in an environment, Mike, that is supportive of severe weather. So your threat's not over yet, nor is the threat.
Right.
This is what I want to point out. Alabama is about ready to get into a very precarious situation. There are some very nasty storms moving out of Mississippi or closing in on the Alabama-Mississippi border right up in here, and they are carrying with them severe weather. We know that. There are even tornado warnings right now. now. For this cluster of storms, this little line, it means business. And there's a tornado warning that does include, for example, Starkville and Sturgis in Mississippi. But look at where it's going. It's about ready to cross over into Alabama. If you live in Birmingham, if you live in Tuscaloosa, anywhere in between, be prepared for severe weather moving in. Just because you don't have a tornado watch out now doesn't mean your threat isn't real, because the conditions are ripe for lots of bad weather, including damaging straight line winds, yes, and even tornadoes. And I want to get to this graphic real quick. This is kind of a map of tornado potential right in here. You can see the dark shades of red. What we're seeing right now is the ingredients for I guess for tornado formation. The ingredients are well suited here across parts of Mississippi and getting more and more suited across parts of Alabama. And as this area of bad weather is moving in, I don't like that combination. So I'm hoping that we'll see a tornado watch coming out pretty soon across parts of Alabama, and then we'll see where we go from there. But again, this situation is far from over. Just because we have 2 tornado warnings only right now, and I say only because it could be a lot worse, things could get a lot worse still. We have a long way to go. And with that, I'm going to send it back to Chris with some city timing.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Birmingham specifically here. And timing is going to be crucial here. Remember, it's Easter, so a lot of people are having dinner at home with their family. Here's a look at what we're expecting as we go through the next several hours. We've been in and out of showers and some storms already, but nothing that's really been severe limited. But going towards 6, 7 p.m. local time, we're going to notice those individual supercells, those storms in Mississippi. Those are going to be rolling through central and northern Alabama, say late this afternoon into this evening, and then linger through much of the late night hours. We're looking at nearly 10, 11 p.m., and you still got a line of storms that will then push east of Birmingham here along parts of Interstate 20, moving into Gadsden and Anniston and Oxford there along I-20, and then eventually working their way into Georgia. So then we will clear out, and tomorrow will be much better. But we got to get through the next 10 to 12 hours. It's going to be really our crucial window here for strong to severe storms. Now let's jump up Interstate 65 and head into Middle Tennessee. This is where we already have heavy rainfall, and it's going to be wet here for pretty much the rest of the day, a complete washout. If you're trying to have a picnic in your backyard, you're going to want to move that inside because it's really going to be a nasty afternoon. The rest of this evening staying very wet, and we will have the risk here for very strong damaging winds, also hail, and then maybe some individual storms becoming more broken up as we go into the late night hours. But it does look like things do wind down before midnight. Now let's jump over towards southern Louisiana, because this is where we have a newly issued tornado watch through 9 p.m. Central Time. This includes you in Baton Rouge and much of northern parts of Lake Pontchartrain. New Orleans not included. However, you're not out of the woods for tornadoes. Even though you don't have an official watch, we will have that risk for strong to severe storms and can't even rule out the risk of a funnel or a pop-up supercell. So there will be more broken down here. We're not going to be looking at, multiple rounds, but we will have a line of storms and scattered thunderstorms continuing through the next few hours. And Memphis, where it's already been raining, things are going to be actually clearing out here pretty quickly. By this evening, we should be over and done with as far as the heavy rainfall goes, but still some individual storms rolling through late tonight. So busy night ahead for so many of us here in the South Arctic, and wind is also going to be a big factor.
Yeah, it will, and wind not associated with thunderstorms. So non-thunderstorm wind will be an issue. In other words, we call it the gradient wind. It's the wind that is sort of accompanied by that larger storm system. And look at that Memphis cam on the bottom right. That camera is bouncing around. So high-profile vehicles, be very careful. Look at that. We are going to see some wind, perhaps in excess of 40 miles per hour in gusts across the region. Look at the map, because there are wind advisories that cover many areas, all the way from Texas to parts of the southeast and the Ohio Valley. It goes even farther to the north than that. And this is, again, for non-thunderstorm wind gusts that could do some minor damage. And right now, in the last 3 hours, we've seen the winds increase across the region. Birmingham right now gusting to 26. New Orleans, how about that? South 24, gust to 40. Again, that's not a thunderstorm. That's a gradient wind associated with the weather system moving through. And we're going to likely see those winds increase throughout the region. Here's our forecast. And you can see the numbers go up as we go through the evening and overnight hours tonight. 40 to 50 miles per hour indeed possible across parts of Alabama and Georgia as well, especially the higher elevations in North Georgia. Watch out. It's going to get very windy even if you don't get a thunderstorm, which you probably will anyway, but it is going to get windy regardless. And those winds, as I mentioned, can do some damage. But look, conditions improve very significantly once we get through the morning hours tomorrow. A west wind dries us out and colder conditions move in. One quick graphic I want to show you what kind of wind a 40 to 50 plus mile per hour wind can do. Well, obviously it can bend trees. It can actually break trees too, and obviously break limbs, and maybe even some cosmetic damage to homes. You might want to bring in your garbage if you have that out and sort of take those appropriate precautions. But we'll have much more on the severe weather when we come back.
What does it mean? With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees with heavy rain. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 57. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, clear skies, low 50. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather across the South. 90 million people today are under severe alerts. And guys, we have very active weather now across parts of Dixie Alley, including Mississippi right now, where there are some very nasty lines of storms, potentially producing tornadoes along the way. And there is more even settling back into parts of Louisiana and areas nearby, for example, north and just south of Shreveport. We got a lot to get to, and let me get to this stuff coming out of Mississippi, because it is likely to carry its severe weather into Alabama. If you live in Tuscaloosa, this line of storms that is going to be capable of producing tornadoes will be moving through. You are not under a tornado watch yet in Alabama, but you better be soon, because it's moving in. And we have this tornado warning out now that goes until 4:15 Central Time. So the tornado warning actually goes out. Well, there it goes. It just was issued for Alabama and Tennessee. I see that in front of me. And that is good news, because now everybody gets the awareness that there is a real significant tornado risk for parts of Alabama that does extend into Tennessee. I'll see if I can get that in just a second. But again, this line of storms means business. And I'm going to go right now and look at it there's a new tornado watch that does include Birmingham, Huntsville, and areas in southern Tennessee. So this was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and I have a feeling it's probably not the last one issued tonight. There may be more coming, perhaps even for parts of northern Georgia. But let's look at these guys, and I want to time it out. The whole thing, I want to sort of go, Matt Reagan, my great weather producer, I want you to sort of time this thing out as if it's a line of storms moving eastward at just over 50 miles per hour, and we can bring that thing, let's keep going farther east than that, because I have a feeling this is going to be a long-lived line. It's been with us all the way since northern Louisiana, where it produced a tornado in Monroe that did a lot of damage. This is a line of storms that's going to likely sustain itself for a long time. And let's say, for example, Tuscaloosa at 4:17 local time, so that's about an hour from now. Macon, Mississippi, Carrollton, Alabama, and we can even zoom out a little bit. You want to zoom out for me a little bit? Yeah, let's do that. And let's see if we can do that whole thing all the way from basically where the radar is, all the way down southward toward Philadelphia. And this thing is going to get into Birmingham in some form or another as it moves eastward very quickly. Perhaps, let's see, that would be about 5 local time, 5:15. So about another hour, almost 2 hours from now. So, yes, the whole mess of weather is going to be moving through parts of Alabama, and thankfully we now have a tornado watch out that's issued. But I want to talk about really quick this line of strong winds, probably the leading edge of it right about there, and we are going to be seeing this move through just south of Brooksville, Mississippi, Macon, and then getting over into Alabama very quickly. So, Chris, things are changing very quickly. And I think now the severe weather is really going to begin to ramp up in the next couple of hours. Back to you.
And we're already seeing seeing that. Thanks so much for that report, Dr. Greg Postel. And meanwhile, a reported tornado hit northern Louisiana just a few hours ago, leaving behind a slew of damage. Let's get right now to Sergeant Chuck Johnson with the Monroe Police Department. He's joined us there live over the phone with a firsthand account of what the city is now dealing with in the storm's aftermath. So thanks so much for joining us, Sergeant. We've been seeing a lot of images and videos of extensive damage, especially near the airport. So how widespread is the damage, or is it more isolated?
Yes, sir. The tornado took pretty much West Monroe, which is our sister city, started in the west and moved across to the east, and pretty much ended up with the damage stopping at the airport. We have about 300 homes that have been damaged, that families are displaced right now. Several of our streets are littered with trees and power lines, and probably almost a third of the city is going to be without power for the next, I would say, weeks. That's the one thing we're working on right now is first primary searches. There's no injuries, no deaths reported, very few minor injuries, not what you expect, but some injuries have been reported, but nothing life-threatening. And that's where we're at right now with our finishing up our secondary search so we can get on to working these trees and getting the roads back open and the power back to these citizens of Monroe.
What about some of the major thoroughfares? We had reports of Interstate 20 being closed due to a lot of downed trees near Arcadia. What are you seeing around Monroe? Any major thoroughfares shut down right now, or are they business as usual?
The major thoroughfares are business as usual. We have 4 of them here and through the city. I think the Interstate 20 was shut down because of an 18-wheeler overturned. That may have been down east towards Arcadia. I'm not sure about that, but most of our streets that are shut down are all local streets and part of our south end of Monroe.
And real quick, we've got about 30 seconds. What about people who had damage, significant damage, and they don't feel safe being in their home? Are there shelters open they can go to, and who do they call?
Right now, we're working. The Mayor Jamie Mayo is working on that as we speak, because we're still fighting the COVID-19 pandemic right now, which is a very touchy subject. Right now, all the people that are displaced call 211, which is our emergency services that handles displaced anything, whether or not you're a vet, homeless, or catastrophe like this. But as of right now, we're working on with our local hotel chains, working on getting about 200 rooms to house these people that are displaced from the storm. And the last resort, we do not want to open shelters up because we don't have any means for social distancing or providing for the COVID-19 problem. Pandemic right now, so shelters are the last resort.
We thank you so much for your time and that update out of Monroe, Louisiana.
You wouldn't.
Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage of our severe outbreak happening in the south as we speak, and will continue late into the overnight hours, even into early tomorrow morning. So we're going to be with you throughout the whole duration of this. You're looking at live images right now of Macon, Mississippi. Thank you to our storm checker, Charles Peak, providing these shots. And you're looking at what appears to be low clouds, certainly a severe thunderstorm, and you can see the rain shaft to the right. And again, it's hard to tell exactly which direction we're facing. I take it we may be looking at a southward facing trip with the west being to your right. That would be my guess just from this vantage point. And also Crawford, Mississippi is to your right. That's from Brett Adair, our storm tracker Brett Adair, looking at what appears to be some sort of supercell, ominous skies for sure near Mississippi. And again, in the south, you have a lot of tree forest, okay? And that limits your visibility. So oftentimes you don't really see the full scale of what's actually going on like you do in the plains, where you have a much better vantage point. So it's much more difficult, and then you only enhance that all the more when you head into the overnight hours when you have no visibility at all. And a lot of what we've seen so far today has been rain-wrapped tornadoes, so you're not even going to see it before it hits your house if you are near this storm. All right, well, thanks for joining us this Easter for our special severe weather coverage. Of course, a serious situation unfolding here across the south. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, monitoring all of the latest tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. And right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south. So let's get the latest on our first of likely several tornado warnings in Alabama now with Dr. Greg Postel.
Yeah, it's all moving out of Mississippi and into Alabama. Let's have a look at the radar real quick, and I can show you the area that is right now of most concern. There are plenty of them, to be sure, but right out in here, this is the same cluster of storms that did produce a tornado earlier in Monroe, Louisiana. So all the way over here, that has since moved here and continues the severe weather along the way. Let me zoom in and show you some of these tornado warnings in and around the Macon, Mississippi, or just north of there. There is a tornado warning that does include Macon, Mississippi. And guys, if we can pull up, I believe, either Brett Adair's or Charles Peake's camera, these guys are in the thick of it on the bottom right. Okay, so that is Macon, Mississippi. Right on your screen on the radar shot, I've got another tornado warning out just real quick. It's in southern Mississippi for Pike County. That goes for about another half an hour. But I'm going to get back to right in here into Macon, Mississippi. Right in there, this storm is moving out and moving in toward Carrollton, Alabama. So the shot that you've got on the bottom right is in Macon, and it's hard to make out anything. Very heavy rain, likely strong downburst winds are moving through, if not right on, that is Charles Peake, I believe. Or just south of them. This is a very dangerous storm that's got a possibility of carrying with it a tornado. Very difficult to see. So this is Brett Adair, actually, in the Macon, Mississippi area. In Crawford now, Mississippi. So I'm going to zoom in on the radar if I can as well, just to see what we've got going on in there. And Crawford, Mississippi, yeah, okay. So very, very strong winds moving through, for example, Brooksville, Macon, and moving out of Mississippi and into Alabama. I'm going to zoom in out a little bit and look at where the center of the rotation is. Just north of Macon right about now. Can we go to the correlation coefficient real quick, weather producer Matt Reagan, to see if indeed there's a drop-off? It does indeed look like there's a spot right there. Not sure if this is a real signal or noise, but it does indeed match up with some of the other data we're looking at, that there may be indeed a tornado on the ground. Just have to be careful with this interpretation. But the idea is that's very dangerous weather. Yeah, it does look to me extremely strong velocity couplet right there north of Macon, about ready to move out of there into Pickensville, for example, Alabama. Let's zoom out, Matt Reagan, if we can, and look at the radar reflectivity and give people down the line some sense of this system and where it's going to go over the next, let's say, hour. It's going to stay with us for an hour. It's been with us all day. It's cycled a bit in its intensity, but it is likely to at least maintain that tornado threat probably all across Alabama and maybe even beyond that. And here we go. Here's some of the cities. Does include Birmingham, 4:53 Central Time. So that would be about an hour and 20 minutes from now before this cluster, this line of storms would, for example, get to Birmingham. But a lot of other cities closer in, Tuscaloosa, in about the next 50 minutes or so. So if you live in those cities, even if you're not in a tornado warning, be prepared to act if there is a tornado warning, or expect one to come down the line, because this line of thunderstorms is not going to fall apart. It is moving through an environment that is extremely supportive of very dangerous weather along the way. So I'm going to do one more radar shot here and back out and show you what we've got all along parts of the south. Again, southern Mississippi, we've got a tornado warning here near Macomb, Mississippi. It doesn't show up on that map, but there is one. And also, I'm going to move ahead. Northern Georgia, watch out. Bad weather is going to be moving in tonight, long after dark.
Dupixent.
So breaking now, we have dangerous storms in progress. You're looking in Crawford, Mississippi, where there's a semi that's been rolled over by a likely tornado that has moved through the region. And this storm is very significant. We've been tracking it all morning long and likely did considerable damage along the way. It had all the characteristics of a strong tornado on the radar signatures and the Doppler velocities and in the debris signatures. So you can see what it has done to some of the semi-trucks, that they've been jackknifed and, if not completely rolled over in east central Mississippi. This is just southeast of Starkville, Mississippi. If you want to know where it is on the map, it's right about in there. And I'm going to zoom in. We do have tornado warnings out for that storm that showed some significant impacts along the highway there. It is now about ready to move into Alabama, where we have a tornado warning in Pickens County. That goes for about, well, it goes for another hour or so. But We'll see how long indeed that storm will, before it moves on and east of there, because they're all moving so fast at about 60 miles per hour. I'm going to zoom in on what we've got now using the Doppler radar. And let's, Matt Reagan, let's circle that area just south of Brooksville and north of Macon, where the strongest rotation is. This is indeed where the tornado has shown signs of damage. We've seen that signature in the correlation coefficient indicating debris was being lofted in the air with that very, very strong circulation there, moving east at about 55 miles per hour. Right now, it may be a bit hard to see, but earlier it did show some of those characteristics where there was an immediate drop-off there in the sort of estimation of debris by this signature. So what we're looking at right now is a storm that is still very powerful, containing with it rotation about ready to move into Alabama, for example, in Pickensville. Watch out, take shelter now. A tornado may be moving through in the next few minutes or so as it races eastward at about 65 miles per hour. So overall, we can time this out. Matt Reagan, let's do that. And let's carry this eastward all the way to County Highway 43, if we can, in Alabama, because this complex is not going to fall apart anytime soon. It is likely to maintain its strength, maybe carry with it a tornado, certainly carry with it a tornado risk all the way to Tuscaloosa and perhaps even beyond that, likely beyond that, I would say. And here's some of the locations that are going to be impacted by the most dangerous aspect of that storm, which includes places like Northport, and that would be in about 40 minutes or so. So we're dealing with a group of very nasty thunderstorms, again, that is basically moving through the eastern part of Mississippi, right in there. Birmingham, this may have its sights on you, and we have to be very careful about that because this line of thunderstorms is feeding off an environment that is going to be very supportive of damaging straight line winds and even the possibility of tornadoes. So, even though, of course, a tornado warning is not issued for you in Birmingham right now, as this cluster of storms moves through, expect that it will, because it will likely maintain its integrity. And as I said, it is feeding off an environment that is going to be supportive of tornadoes for a good while longer. And it will likely move through parts of northern Alabama. Looks like we got another new tornado warning out. Let me just see where that one is. And that is for Jefferson and Davis counties. I believe that's in southern Mississippi, right in there. Let me go to the radar, and that is exactly where it is. That is a storm that has had a tornado warning with it for southern Mississippi near Macomb. Now we are looking at that tornado warning for Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, and Marion counties going for about another hour or so. Very volatile situation now ongoing across parts of Mississippi. And in case you're watching us from anywhere in Alabama, or anywhere in Georgia for that matter, southern Tennessee, keep an eye on the skies and make sure you have a way to get your warnings, because even if a tornado watch, for example, in North Georgia is not issued, it probably will be. And even if a tornado warning, for example, in Birmingham is not issued now, a very bad line of storms with the possibility of producing tornadoes is closing in on the region. So just be very mindful of the forecast updates and make sure you get all the warnings. Chris, back to you.
And a good reminder, Dr. Posel, as we head into the overnight hours before sunset, make sure you have a way to get those alerts and warnings before heading to bed. And as the dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. So if you haven't already turned on your mobile alerts for any of the warnings on your devices, Paul Goodlow walks you through the steps for safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
All right, we're going right back to a very dangerous situation now unfolding across parts of Mississippi. We talked about some of the storms moving out into Alabama. I'm going to focus right now on a very angry-looking cluster of thunderstorms closing in on the Hattiesburg area. You can zoom in. We have a tornado warning here, and that does include, for example, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, and Marion counties. If you live in this county, take shelter now, and this is why. Very strong circulation there to the west of Columbia, Mississippi, and this storm is racing east-northeastward at over 50 miles per hour. Again, if you live in, for example, Columbia or Sumrall or Collins or anywhere in the tornado warning, take shelter now. Lowest floor, interior room, as many walls as you can between you and the outside. There may indeed be a tornado in progress, moving very quickly east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. We'll be right back.
On your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees with heavy rain. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 57. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, clear skies, low 50. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of severe weather. We are now reporting here some damage from an apparent tornado that moved through parts of eastern Mississippi, Noxubee County, in between Macon and Crawford in Mississippi, where we got two shots here showing you that semis have been blown over on the highway, and very significant storm. That same complex is the same one that actually produced damage a few hours ago in northeastern Louisiana near Monroe, with a tornado confirmed there. And we are now seeing this very same complex move into parts of Alabama. But let me bring in now Charles Peak, who now is on the scene there with that overturned semi, and tell us what he saw. And did you see a tornado? I know visibility is very difficult, but tell us what you saw.
Yeah, Dr. Purcell, I was a couple of miles to the south of this location, and due to trees was not able to see the tornado as it crossed 45 here in between Macon and Brooksville. You did see the line coming through here and the kink in it. It looks like here I've got probably about a quarter mile worth of power lines down. This 18-wheeler obviously turned over on the road. Going further down, I'm seeing people turn around and come back, so it's possibly blocked down further, but I haven't gotten down there yet.
Do you know if there are any injuries?
At this point in time, I don't. I've not been out. Somebody already got somebody out of this one. First responders are just getting on the scene here.
It looks like the weather where you are right now, you're out of the immediate danger of the tornado potential right now. That seems to have moved on out of your way, but very heavy rain continues, and we're showing you the warnings now on the screen. You are right now, you said, just north of Macon?
Yes, sir.
You're going to continue in the heavy rain, but it looks like areas to the east in Alabama and Tuscaloosa, there's a very dangerous part of the storm that moved through where you are, is now just west of Tuscaloosa, where indeed there is a tornado warning, and that does include, I believe, Pickens County. If we can move that, there we go. Let me show you. That's Pickens County, Charles Peak. That storm has since moved on and is moving closer and closer to Tuscaloosa. And there might as well pretend there's a tornado with this, even if we're actually, you know what? Let's go and look inside of it. Let's look at the Doppler radar and see if we can see indeed if there's any rotation. Charles Peak, we're trying to monitor that storm that just moved through where you are and overturn those semis, and you can see there is a definite circulation inside of that. Probably the core of it moving north of Tuscaloosa, but a very damaging storm yet. So tell us where you're going to go next.
What I'm looking is to drop south after finishing checking this location and drop south down towards Meridian, where that other storm is moving in that general direction.
Yes, take care. Very dangerous day out there, and I want to set everybody's bearings here and show you the larger picture of the radar. Thank you very much, Charles Peak, for joining us, and take care out there and make sure everyone around you is safe. Let's have a look at the radar across parts of Mississippi, because some ominous signs are now appearing over the southern part of the state near Hattiesburg. Tornado warning, new one just issued here, and that does include, let's see, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar counties. This is a very dangerous storm. I'm going to zoom in. Matt Reagan, weather producer, you can see extremely strong rotation. This is a particularly dangerous warned storm, meaning there is a large tornado likely in progress in that zone, right in there, northwest of Columbia. And you can see the rotation. Can you sort of put the little circly on there? And let's time this guy out, because it's going to likely be one of those long track supercells and carry with it the tornado risk for a bit while longer, as this thing is a very powerful storm in an environment that is extremely supportive. Yeah, look at that. So that right there is likely an indication that there's being debris lofted in the air. The radar is detecting some irregularly shaped objects, like debris of some kind, and that is indeed an indication, in this case, that there's a tornado in progress. And let's back out a little bit and time it out. And time it out for a while, because I think this is in the kind of environment that will sustain the supercell for a while. And let's track it, hopefully moving for Hattiesburg's sake north of you. But Laurel, Mississippi. Now, this is a long way away, we're talking, but this particular supercell has those characteristics that could be with us for more than an hour. So let's try it out and show you that some of these locations are in the path of this particular storm, and it may indeed last all the way, for example, to Laurel. And let's back off and show the reflectivity to give everybody some set of bearings here to show you that southern Mississippi, this is a very dangerous storm. You can see the hook echo very clearly right in there, and it is moving northeastward also very quickly at about 50 miles per hour. That's been one of the hallmarks of the storm systems today. They've been all moving very quickly. Now I'm going to show you one more graphic here to give you an idea of what we're dealing with. A whole lot of bad weather here, supercells, embedded tornadoes potentially, moving in an environment where the tornado potential is only increasing. For example, in Birmingham, watch to your west. If you get a warning, take shelter immediately. This area of dangerous weather, including severe thunderstorms with damaging winds and tornadoes, is going to be moving through Alabama and eventually North Georgia. We'll have continuing coverage as we track these storms that push through the south. Stay tuned.
Here's Ella, whose idea...
Millions in the path of dangerous severe weather tonight. Reports of tornadoes destroying homes and businesses already rolling in. We've also seen damaging winds and large hail, and the threat is increasing into the coming hours. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Rick Knabb and storm tracker Jim Cantori. We want to get right to the latest with Jim. We've got a tornado emergency in Mississippi.
We do, and unfortunately, I think what's happening here, Jackie, is we're getting into the start of the long track tornadoes that we feared would happen, that the atmosphere certainly suggested and has been doing that for the past few days. So let's get into this. You can see the tornado watches that are out. Of course, PDS tornado watch into Mississippi here, really very appropriate for the situation that we have. We've watched this very humid air work its way north, almost again north of I-20 in some cases today, and that includes the Tuscaloosa area. As a matter of fact, Birmingham right now, 66 dew points, 68 at Tuscaloosa. And off to your west, we're watching potentially a long track tornado shaping up there. And you're going to have to watch that in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa as well. The other dangerous storm is down in southern Mississippi and through here, moving through Jefferson, Davis County. If you live in Bassfield, if you live in Sumrall, you need to watch this thing, because you can see it right here. Just a big, big hook making its way north. As a matter of fact, within that hook, there is a donut. All right, so one of those classic signatures on radar, you're like, wow, that's pretty much a slam dunk. I mean, look at the air coming into this thing. Very strong, and air on the backside of this, so clear rotation right in through here. And this is what we call a TVS, a tornado vortex signature, all right? It probably has a TDS with it as well. As a matter of fact, Shane, let's go ahead and take a look at that and see if they do. And that's it right there. That's the dropout that we usually look for. That's not just rain coming down. This is debris, more than likely being lofted into the air. So you can see where this is. Shane, what we'll do eventually with this is get into some street level mapping if we have that, because I want to get everybody, in routes and whatnot that are in the line of this thing as it comes towards Summerall and also north of Columbia, pretty much warned, because there's a lot of small roads and through there. There's a lot of, we're north of 98, obviously, so it's right over 587 right now. That's where the debris signature is. So here's the other thing. If you live at 43, 13, these county roads, those are going to be impacted, okay? So Goss, about 401, 420, coming into the Bassfield area, and Cantwell Mill at about a 424. Now, here's the deal. The atmosphere right now is ripe for these long-track tornadoes. And so there's no reason that this thing shouldn't stay strong, potentially even intensify as we go on in time. So a very, very dangerous storm, and hence the tornado emergency that Jackie talked about. And through here, you can clearly see that donut right in there. That doesn't mean there's a void of something. Unfortunately, there's probably a very, very strong tornado with that kind of a classic hook. All right, we've been missing that today. All right, but we are getting into this now. The wind field that we've been waiting for in Texas has made the turn around the base of the trough and is now coming north. So you can see this thing as it's moved into the tornado warning and has intensified. All right, and again, north of Columbia, Mississippi. If you live in Bassfield, you should be preparing for this now. Wow, look at that. That shear is getting a lot stronger and through here, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the TDS once again, Shane, to see what we got here. Actually, TDS, there you can see the dropout that's associated with that. And there's the new pass. All right, any way to get a height of this, Shane, in terms of how high it is into the atmosphere? Okay, we're going to do that, because sometimes when you start getting these debris signatures, you can actually see how high the debris is being lofted. Is it 10,000 feet? Is it 20,000 feet? Is it 30,000 feet? That's sometimes an indication of the actual strength of the tornado. So that is something important. But I can tell you just right now from signature, the fact that we have a debris ball right here with this thing, this is a very, very dangerous storm. All right, Shane, let's come back down to that in a minute, but I want to go north to the storm that's coming into Alabama around Pickensville. That is another potential long-track tornado. And by the way, Macomb, keep an eye out. Actually, before we go north, let's go down toward Macomb, because I want to do that one first. That has already gone tornado warn on. You can see the storm over Macomb. Let's see where the tornado vortex signature is, the TVS. In other words, where's the best rotation? Wow, looks like something kind of dropped out there, but there it is to the south and west of Macomb. This is going to move on to the northeast. Do we have a dropout in the correlation coefficient with this one by any chance? Not as much. It's a weak signature, so it maybe has not tornadoed yet. But here's the deal. You can see it kind of starting to drop out. All right, so we'll look for trends in that. Do we go to this blue color that we have with the other storm that's north and west of Bassfield right now? West of Bassfield, it's north of this storm, and that's what we'll keep an eye on. So Macomb, Magnolia, keep an eye out. A much more populated area, certainly, that this could pass over, but we don't have the same animal yet that we do up to the north, but we certainly have the atmosphere that could give us the same animal. So that's very, very important. Ton of timing this out for you. Magnolia, about 407, 412, Macomb, so it's going to be right in your back door here very, very soon. 415 about Backett's. The preparations that we asked you guys to make for a good part of the week, and the plan that we had you in place, you should be acting upon that plan right now. You're in the tornado warning in Macomb and also into Magnolia. All right, let's jump up to Alabama and talk about these storms as well as they continue to push onto the northeast. And again, two supercells there. More than likely, one or both of those may be long track in time. Here's the storm that's coming into Alabama now, still with a tornado warning out for Pickens County, so Carrollton, Gordo. Let's take a look at the signature with this and find out what we've got. Again, strong inflow here. Here's the couplet just to the south and west of 82, getting ready to come across the highway, work its way very close to the town of Reform. If you live there, again, you should be enacting your plan right now. Don't go out and look for this thing. Just get in your safe place. Make sure you got a helmet if possible, sturdy set of shoes. That is, all the things that we ask you to get. Let's go back to that TVS for a second, the tornado vortex signature. This is what I mean when I say TVS. You're going to see me say that a lot. I want to circle that and then go to the TDS and see if we actually have a debris signature with that one. And there's a dropout there. Okay, so, we may have a weaker tornado on the ground at the moment. Again, this is north of Pickensville now and heading toward the town of Reform. So, again, this is all just coming into Alabama now. Shane, let's zoom out a little bit on this so we can see where Birmingham and Tuscaloosa is with relation to this. This one almost seems like it's moved left a little bit, and that may be a little help for us. Because remember, the farther south we get, the more moisture-rich air we have to work with. So the jet stream winds have never been a problem. They're going to be strong throughout this entire event, no matter where you go. Already all the way up into Tennessee. But what we've had an issue with is the instability. All right, and we know, Jackie, that this instability is coming north, and the stronger jet stream winds are also heading east tonight. So we are not over once the sun goes down. We need to talk about that and time it out for everybody else.
Yeah, this is going to be a long night event, that's for sure. We want to take you now to Jackson, Mississippi, which is under the tornado watch right now, meaning conditions are favorable for severe weather to occur. Our Mike Seidel is there live right now. And what's the latest in Jackson, Mike?
Yeah, Jackie, so far here in Jackson, we've been okay. We've had a couple warnings off to the east and north of town earlier today, and then west and north of Jackson, we've had some heavy rain. But so far, no tornado warnings in the immediate area. Everything's been focused on that warm front. First of all, earlier today and this morning, Shreveport to Monroe. We've had some damage at Yazoo City, and now it's all heading off to the east. Jim just talked about the supercell that continues to produce tornado warnings now, crossing from Mississippi and Alabama, and we now have that tornado watch for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, into southern parts, some of the southern counties of Tennessee. The other cell we're watching is that PDS situation down in Macomb, but we're right in the middle, and you can see, I'm watching the radar here on my phone, we've got rain and lightning coming into the Jackson area. All these cells are generally moving northeast at about 50, 60, even some of them 70 miles an hour. So we've got rain coming through. There's been some lightning, but other than some dark skies like we're seeing behind me right now, we have really threaded the needle right here in Jackson. But again, the watch continues till 8. We're not out of the woods. We're going to keep an eye on what's coming from parts of Louisiana and areas southwest of here. But right now, none of those storms have warnings. They're all to the south towards Macomb and off to the north and east towards the Alabama and Mississippi line. Keep in mind, there have been a fair amount of power outages from the storm. So far now, 22,000 customers here in Mississippi, so that has ramped up quite a bit over the past couple of hours. All the storm shelters are open. They have opened those, but remember the coronavirus COVID-19 rules. Bring your mask, your sanitizer, and practice safe distancing, social distancing if you can. Also, I just got word a little while ago, they've opened up the safe room in Hattiesburg in Forest County. That's the area which is downstream from that supercell and that tornado-warned storm around Macomb. So the Laurel-Hattiesburg area certainly in line for some dangerous weather. So right now, Jackie, just watching the skies, watching the radar, but so far here in Jackson, we've had some winds gusting in the 40s. Outside of thunderstorms, we've had some locally heavy rain, especially on the south and west and north side of town. But over here in Flowood near the airport, we've had hardly any rain and just a couple of crackles of thunder since we started about 4 hours ago. Jackie?
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel, reporting live in Jackson, Mississippi. Want to time out these storms for you and some of the other major metropolitan areas, and we want to start out in Nashville, Tennessee. You're in the cooler sector of things right now with 55 degrees and overcast conditions, but don't be fooled, Nashville. More heavy rain and thunderstorms are going to be pushing in through the afternoon and evening and into the nighttime hours. You've got the rain right now. You can see there is some thunder and lightning associated with this. A lot of heavy rain right now is just down towards your south and towards your west, but this is going to continue now through the dinner hour and then track off towards the east. We do expect a few rounds of thunderstorms being a possibility here, and I think south of Nashville you have a better chance than Nashville proper of seeing some of the more intense damaging winds that could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. Once we head past about 10, 11 o'clock for tonight, a lot of this is going to push off towards the east, but the rainfall is going to be very, very heavy. We've already seen some saturated ground here, and we're expecting as much as an additional inch or two on top of what you already have. So flash flood watch is in effect. Dr. Knapp's going to join us in just a second, and he's going to have more on the threat of that flash flooding. Let's take it down into Birmingham, which is now under that tornado watch, and you can see just on the edge of your screen out there west of Tuscaloosa, that's that tornado warned cell that Jim Cantori was just talking about. So you need to start thinking now within the next hour or two as these storms get a little bit closer, what you're going to do and where where your safe place is. So be prepared by 7 o'clock for sure, at least Birmingham. And our latest computer model showing you a few individual storms could be supercells push through, but then more rounds or lines of thunderstorms may move through with some damaging winds. And these storms are going to be ripping along very quickly. In fact, it's as fast as 50 plus miles per hour. So you need to stay inside tonight, stay alert, and we'll get you through it. All right, let's get to Dr. Rick Knabb, and he's got more on the heavy rain and the flood threat.
Yeah, Jackie, we cannot forget the threat that water poses. In so many of these big spring storms, we lose lives sometimes due to tornadoes, winds, and flooding, especially in cars. So we got to stay off the roads, and we've got a lot of training, showers and thunderstorms, and very high rain rates, 1.5, 2 inches per hour locally in a few spots. Got a few flash flood warnings. It's going to be northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, and much of Tennessee and into the Appalachians where the flood threat is greatest tonight. Now, even if rain has ended, it doesn't mean the flooding has ended. We still have a flash flood warning in Panola and Tate counties here in Mississippi. In the Como area, this is where we've shown you today that we've had many water-covered roads, and here's one of the reports of rainfall, 3 to 6 inches over the last 12 hours. It has been training over and over in this area, and in Como, an apartment complex extensively flooded. Sandbags were required, depth of water about 6 inches, and out by Highway 51 and West Oak Avenue, just west of downtown, many pictures on social of water-covered roads. Now, we got a new flash flood warning down here in Mississippi. This is west of where the tornado warnings are in western Alabama. Training showers and thunderstorms from Carthage into Louisville, Macon, and Mississippi. This flash flood warning goes till 7:45 local time, and we're already in the last 3 hours getting 4 to 4.5 inches of rainfall. So it's coming down more than an inch per hour. Please stay off the roads in these areas. These flash flood situations can be life-threatening. And then flash flood warning here, Colbert and Lauderdale counties, northwestern Alabama, up in the Florence area till 5:45 local time. So stay off the roads. And Jim, we have got to take these tornadoes seriously. The long track ones seem to really be beginning.
Yeah, we've already got debris lofted about 15, 20,000 feet with this storm that's heading right into the Bassfield area. Very worried about those folks. If you live in Bassfield, Mississippi, you've got to be taking cover right now. This is a serious tornado. There's absolutely no reason that it's not producing damage and won't be as it moves very, very close to you. So let's take a look at it. Again, a strong inflow coming into this thing and wrapping. Again, we know we have a tornado. This is a tornado emergency. I was just reading Noxubee County. We got some damage there to trees and power lines, and hopefully that's all. But you can see the concentration of roads, and look at the shear that's present down here with this thing. All right, you've got, essentially 20 miles per hour coming in, or 30 miles per hour, and then 90 miles per hour on the back side of this. I mean, this is called gate-to-gate shear. That's very strong in terms of the wind field in through here. And there looks like there's certainly some clutter in this. And what we don't have, at least at the present time, is as strong a TDS, which is a tornado debris signature. We've lost that a little bit. So has, the tornado lifted? Maybe, briefly. But I still think there's enough evidence in through here to kind of say, hey, take this serious. We've had a tornado on the ground. I mean, just look at come out a little bit. Look at this supercell. Look at this thing. Holy smoke. Just classic, coming right into Bassfield. This is the donut right here. This is it. It's literally on top of Bassfield right now. It's going to come right over the top of you. Again, very dangerous tornado there. No reason to believe this is not going to do damage in town and continue on its merry way, unfortunately. So again, Covington, Jefferson Davis, Marion counties, all in the line of fire here. Tornado emergency. This tornado is going to go right over Bassfield. It's already been lofting debris as high as 15 to 20,000 feet. These things tend to cycle. Hopefully it'll cycle over the top of you, but unfortunately I think given the radar signature in through here, this is probably a tornado that's going to remain on the ground. Up to the Alabama storm, this is what's coming into reform now. You can see this storm right in through here should be continuing to move on off to the north and east. Not as strong a signature as we have down toward the south, okay? But there it is right there. It looks like it's gusting out, at least temporarily. But remember, these things cycle. You guys in Alabama are very, very familiar with that. Sometimes they gust out a little bit, but then they recycle, especially given the atmosphere now. Tuscaloosa continues to destabilize. All right, dew point in Tuscaloosa up to 68 degrees.
To present the flavor we've all been...
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 56. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, a mostly clear sky, low 50. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, keeping an eye on several tornado-warned storms, some that have been on the ground for a while now and may continue to be so, especially with this tornado emergency that we have down in Covington, Jefferson Davis counties as well. If you're in the Bassfield area, it's almost right on top of you, if not right on top of you right now, or maybe just to the south of town. I mean, look at this couplet right here, just incredible, right over the Bassfield area, and you can see it's pretty much going to come right across 35, 42. It probably is as we speak, because remember, sometimes you get just a hair of a delay. This thing's hauling too. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. If you live along Gray Keys Road, did we just get a new scan? Shane, did we just get a new? You know what? Let's move down a little bit. So whatever's happened has already moved through Bassfield, it looks like. But as we move north, look at this. It's up toward Williamsburg. We had a little delay there in getting the data in, but it looks like it's North Williamsburg Road. There's the dropout too. Oh boy. Tornado debris signature. This thing's still producing debris and obviously damage. Ridgefield Lane, North Williamsburg Road. If you live in Kings Road, Crossroad Church Road, eventually Seminary Road up to the north, you better be taking a real serious look at where you're going to be going and taking cover with this thing, as again it's moved right over the Bassfield area or just to the south and now continues on its merry way. As a matter of fact, that right there is what you call a debris ball in the reflectivity. All right, radar's going out. The image coming back at the radar is so strong, you're getting that high reflectivity. And that's exactly what we've got there. That's where it is, and it's going to continue to move north onto those roads that we talked about. So it's just south of Dean right now in Mississippi, continuing to move north. Seminary, again, probably about 436 somewhere in your area. Potentially right over the top of you as well. I mean, it looks like it's certainly heading that way, and the fact that it's held together as long as it did, and the atmosphere that we have right now is conducive for these long track tornadoes. Again, zooming in again, this is what we call a tornado debris signature, a TDS. All right, Shane, you just tell me that we get 35,000 foot debris loft with this? Oh, dear God, that's not good. That's a strong tornado, ladies and gentlemen. So what Shane is telling me in my ears, we have debris that's being lofted 35,000 feet into the atmosphere. These are typically the kind of signatures that you see in the very strong tornadoes, okay? Very dangerous situation. Again, there's the tornado debris signature continuing to move on off to the northeast. If you live in Seminary, even Collins for that matter, just to the south of Collins, you should be putting your plan in place right now. Taking cover, remember the helmet, remember the sturdy shoes. This thing has no signs of lifting out or anything. This is definitely a long track tornado, and it is on its way. We knew the atmosphere would give us this. So again, Seminary, be on the lookout. All right, Shane, let's go to the southwest toward Macomb. I want to see what that storm looks like. Again, that's now moved to the northeast of Macomb. Here's the hook right in through here. It's going to come right at the intersection of 44 and 583. Not as pretty a signature because there's interference coming in to the radar, but it's right in here. I mean, we talked about that in terms of the signature, and there's the debris signature. There it is, right there. All right, you can see it developing and coming right into play here. So if we got street level mapping again, if you're up toward 27, be on the lookout for this, because again, no reason why this shouldn't just continue as well to come up your way, and we may get a donut with this thing before not too long. So right now, Boyd Reeves Road, Howard Cawthon Road, eventually Leonard Road as well. This is all coming up over you as we speak, and there is a dropout in the debris signature as well, so that means we likely have a tornado on the ground. All right, Jackie, let's get back and update you on some of the information that we have.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have damage from earlier today from what was likely a tornado in northern parts of Louisiana, left behind a slew of damage. In fact, we want to get right to Ouachita Parish President Shane Smiley. He's joining us live on the phone right now. Thank you so much for joining us at this hour.
Thank you for having me.
We've seen a lot of images and video of what was likely a tornado and a lot of damage to homes that we're looking at. What's the latest situation there?
Yeah, it looks like that we had one, maybe two tornadoes that came through Ouachita Parish, affecting us everywhere from southwest Ouachita Parish as far out as the most eastern parts of the parish. Washita Parish is divided by the Washita River, and we are seeing lots of damage on both sides of the river, both in West Monroe and Monroe. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 to 300 residences that have been damaged, leaving about 300 families that will be displaced. A number of businesses were damaged. We have extensive damage all around the city, very near ULM, the college here in Washita Parish and Monroe. We have thousands without electricity. Power lines are down across roadways, and we have lots of trees that have been blown down as well.
What about injuries?
To date, we have some family members that have been located with minor injuries. I do not know of any fatalities or major injuries at this time.
All right, and can you give us an idea of how much of the city this is affecting?
Here in Washita Parish, which is the equivalent of a county in other states, we have 156,000 people living here. So we have, it's affecting just parts of the city. It's small locations on both sides of the river.
All right, thanks so much, Shane Smiley. We're hitting a break real hard here. Thank you so much for the info.
Boss, well, back check.
Get Pat-A-Day without a prescription everywhere.
All right, we'll continue to track dangerous and severe storms across parts of the South right now. You're looking at some video into the Weather Channel from Monroe, Louisiana. This is from a likely tornado. A tornado emergency was declared shortly before noon local time there today. About 300 families have been displaced. More than 200 homes sustained some type of damage, and about a third of the city still remaining without power. So these storms are on the move right now. We've got multiple tornado warnings in effect, and very concerned about a tornado that looks very violent and dangerous on the ground near Seminary, Mississippi. Let's get right to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori. He's got the very latest on this dangerous tornado. Jim.
Yeah, and we're talking about the one that's down near Bassville, Mississippi. It's been on the ground now for a while. We're getting reports of the shear with this, Jackie, that is probably well over 170 miles per hour gate to gate. So that's a very high-end storm should we get the damage to verify. Hopefully it's missed everybody, really. That's what we can hope for, but this is what we're talking about. I want to give you an update on the storm that's west of Birmingham now. This is Fayette in Tuscaloosa County. This is a different kind of animal, okay? The other storm, you could probably see, all right, because of the signature in the atmosphere that's down there. Up here, it's a little more polluted. So we're just north of the super humid air, and this is rain wrapped. You look at this here, and you're like, okay, well, where's the tornado, Jim? So you have to look at other parts of the radar to tell us, oh, wow, it looks like it's back here, right? Coming in just to the south of Fayette. So as you look at that, is there any kind of a dropout in the debris signature? And there was earlier on just to the south of Fayette, all right? So that's something that we're watching, kind of moving in this fashion through, but this one's rain wrapped. This is not the one where you can go out, oh, check out that tornado. You should be taking all the precautions that you and your family need to be in your safe place and through here. This thing, again, a lot different than the other one. It's right in the middle of all that rain and yuck. So where is it going? It's working its way on off to the northeast. That's timing out. Great job, Shane. Great minds. New Lexington, Samantha at 440. Okay, so you're next. Windham Springs 449. Whitson should it come your way. Some semblance of this area that's we're worried about the most is coming your way. Now, what's really interesting is watching the atmosphere over Birmingham and Bessemer, which is just to the south. Dew point 69 down at Bessemer right now. So it's increasing as the storm is coming northeast. All right, this has been the long track supercell. You remember me telling you about Bassfield just a little bit ago. It looks like the storm went either right over Bassfield or just south of town. You still have a tornado debris signature with this. All right, so it's still ripping up something out here. We have no, is it farmland? Is it sheds? Homes? Who knows? But it's coming on to the northeast, and this is the storm I told you about that has shear with this gate to gate at 170 to 200 miles per hour. That is the high end of the tornado scale. Again, strong couplet right in through here. You can see it's right over Mount Horeb Road. Going to go very close to Seminary. If you're in the Seminary area, you need to be taking cover right now. There's no reason this thing should just drop off the face of the earth and weaken. The atmosphere down here has been rich for a good part of the afternoon. We know that the atmospherics in terms of the wind field are very, very strong throughout this entire area that we're watching. So again, this has been a long track tornado which continues to produce damage down and through here, heading toward the Seminary area. It'll be there very, very shortly. Be safe, everybody. We'll keep you posted. All right, Jackie, let's go back to you in the studio.
All right, it's not just tornadoes, but we also have the threat of damaging winds. Check this out, as strong winds in central Texas just ripped the roof off of a shed. We're expecting to see even more damage tonight from this line of thunderstorms. So we'll have the individual supercell thunderstorms that we need to watch, but also lines of storms are likely to develop, especially as we get into the later nighttime hours. And sometimes even damaging winds can cause as much or even more damage than tornadoes. Those straight line winds could be in excess of 70 miles per hour today. So here's a look at the risk area that we're talking about. It's really the same area where it's most likely of where we have that tornado threat, but this is going to be ongoing after dark tonight and into the overnight hours for tomorrow. We've already had a number of reports of damaging winds, 27 of them lining up, not just in Texas, but across parts of Louisiana into Arkansas, as well as into Mississippi and Alabama. And this is going to be ongoing through the night tonight. We've got wind gust reports in Monroe, 69 miles per hour. So not sure if that could be related to the tornado or if that was straight line winds that we were talking about there. And then some damage at a fire station in Benton. Now, moving forward, we want to talk about how strong the wind gusts are, not just related to the thunderstorms. This is a really dynamic, strong area of low pressure, and non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been reaching as much as 25 to 30, even 40 miles per hour at times. So you're going to have strong storms before the storms arrive. You're also going to have strong winds after the cold front and the strong storms go through. So be prepared for those sustained winds and wind gusts to reach as much as 40 to 50 from Birmingham through Atlanta, and this is going to last into your Monday as well. And it's not just the southeast that's going to be dealing with this, where we've got wind alerts in effect. This is also going to be in the northeast, where we've got high wind warnings now. This includes you in New York City. Tomorrow morning, likely to see those damaging winds roll through.
Hey, Boston. Hey, Atlanta.
Very dangerous situation continues in southern Mississippi tonight as we watch what appears to be at least one long track tornado that has worked its way through Bassfield. And now we have a tornado emergency which is extended into Laurel, Mississippi. This has been a tornado that's been on the ground now for about 45 minutes, potentially maybe even longer, which continues to work its way, actually about an hour now, and continues to work its way toward Laurel. Clear signature, what we call a debris signature with this. All right, a little polluted is what we call the TVS, or the tornado vortex signature. The storm relative velocity is the field that we're looking at here. It's a little polluted, but you can clearly see how long this thing has been on the ground. The town of Bassfield, again, has definitely been dealing with some stormy weather. As a matter of fact, Bassfield, if you look off to your west, look at how much stronger now that second cell is starting to get. That's really starting to wrap up. Okay, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute, but that may come close to you, the second storm. All right, so here you go. Here's the first one. All right, it's now up, heading just to the south and east of Collins. We know there's a tornado on the ground, a large damaging tornado that, according to the emergency manager in some of these relating counties, we have damage to homes, trees down. We have a lot of reports, multiple reports of damage, and a storm debris height now of about 25,000 feet. So that's how high the debris is being lofted here. Potentially 175 to 200 mile per hour, what we call gate-to-gate shear. Should you find damage to relate to what we're seeing on the radar, you could be talking about an EF4, EF5 tornado. All right, that's what we're looking at, unfortunately. Hebron, so-so, 455, Laurel 507. All right, big population area there in Laurel, 507. And if you're in the path of this thing, again, it looks like it's certainly going to come and stay together. I don't see any reason why this storm has a chance of collapsing. Hopefully something will knock it down soon. All right, so Shane, let's go back to the southwest, because what's scary about this is we know that we may have power outages from the first tornado in here. But the one down to the south and west of that is starting to look a little bit better organized. At least it did when, before we came on the air here. So you look at this and you're like, okay, well, where's the tornado? Let's look again at, look at that. All right, it may not look as good as the other one on radar, but you can clearly see, again, what is very strong gate-to-gate shear in here as well. And this is going to come very, very close to the Bassfield area, again, maybe just to the south. And these are areas that may be out of power now because of what's happened from the first storm. The first tornado may have gone right over Bassfield or just to the south. And now here's this one that's coming north as well. Let's see where that TVS is again, Shane, with the second storm. And I want to circle that. So we've got, again, right here. Oh, man, that's just getting stronger. Hey, look at that. Now we got a dropout. So now we get debris. You have a tornado on the ground to the south and west of Bassfield, who has already dealt with the first storm. So we've got twin tornadoes here on the ground. The first one at this point appears to be the stronger one. Go a little bit southwest with that, Shane. I think it's going to go, a little bit more toward the Bassfield area with that. I know you're just taking the apex of the warning, but I want to time it out for Bassfield for those that still have power. 4:57, so right around the top of the hour. Guys, you have about 10 minutes, 20 minutes for this thing as it continues to pull on off toward the north and east. So very, very dangerous storms, both of them producing tornadoes as we speak. There are tornadoes on the ground. Potentially both of these will be long track. We know that the first one is. It's been on the ground now for about an hour now. All right, Dr. Neb, let's talk about places to shelter, because we've been asking people to prepare and plan. Now it's time to put that plan in place.
Is, and if you're not under a tornado warning, or maybe you're under tornado watch, or you're in that area that's at risk overnight tonight into tomorrow, and you see what's happening with these destructive tornadoes already in progress today, you need to be thinking about where you're going to shelter. And the tornadoes that Jim was just showing you will completely destroy mobile homes, vehicles. You do not want to be out on the roads. In fact, when a tornado watch is issued, get to your safe, sturdy structure and get off the roads. You don't want to go hide under an underpass. You don't want to try to outrun a tornado. That are the worst options. Large rooms, gymnasiums, manufactured homes, those are bad options as well. You want to get into something more substantial, not something with a big spanning roof, a warehouse type building like that. You want a good option is the interior room of a sturdy home or building or basement. Lowest level, most interior room. That's what most of us are going to be seeking. Now, if you do have a FEMA approved safe room, a storm shelter that's built to withstand these winds, they can be a place you can survive a tornado either above or below ground. So Jackie, you need to get to one of these safe places well before a warning is issued even, so that you don't have to be trying to scurry at the last minute.
And it might be one of those situations where if you have the basement, maybe you just plan on camping out there for the night and staying there all night long. As we expect this line to continue to track to the east, I want to update you on a brand new tornado watch that has just been issued. And this includes you here in Birmingham through Montgomery southward to Mobile. This is what we call a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation where those long track tornadoes may be developing and continue to push through. And that watch continues until 12 o'clock. So Birmingham, we already have tornado warned storms just off towards your west, and so you need to be on alert. And I would be just be in your safe place right now. Why not? Because that whole line of storms certainly is capable of producing some damaging winds, even if the rotation dies out or stays just here north and west Birmingham. We do expect to see rounds of thunderstorms, supercell storms, but also lines of storms that could be pushing through. And there you can see the idea of those individual storms and then the line coming through as we head towards 11, 12 o'clock for tonight, and then finally pushing off to the east and starting to see some of those improving conditions. We want to take you over towards Atlanta because we think your storms are going to be developing later on tonight too, after dark and possibly even after the midnight hour. I think that main window coming in after 10 o'clock and continuing until about 3 or 4 in the morning.
Boss, well, back check.
Heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 60 degrees with light rain. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 56. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, dangerous night continues here, dangerous afternoon into the night, that's for sure, as we've been talking about. This threat does not end when the sun goes down. As a matter of fact, it moves into Georgia and eventually the Carolinas as well. We're watching 2 long-track tornadoes in southern Mississippi right now. One, which has been on the ground now for about an hour, is now heading toward Laurel, Mississippi. This is a tornado emergency with this first storm, and we still have a debris ball here. It's not as reflective as it's been over the last 20 minutes to 30 minutes, but it's still there, and we still have a bona fide threat. We still have a TDS. You can see the debris as it's moved from between Collins and Seminary, now up toward the Laurel areas. Does it move just to the north of downtown Laurel? Perhaps. But either way, if you're in this tornado emergency, you need to be putting your plan into action as we speak. Just a phenomenal amount of energy with this thing. Very strong rotation, large, damaging tornado on the ground here, where we've seen debris lofted as high as 25,000 feet, where we've seen what we call gate-to-gate shear. In other words, where those 2 pixels come together, anywhere from 175 to 200 miles per hour. You find damage to verify that, you get an EF4, EF5 tornado on your hands. Let's hope we don't. All right, again, you're next. Hoy, Moss, Bonner, again, maybe just to the north of Laurel. We'll see. All right, let's go into this southern storm because this one's starting to produce damage. Getting reports now out of Walthall, Mississippi, out of the county down there, multiple homes damaged. All right, the problem with this is, and there, by the way, speaking of debris ball, there it is. There's another debris ball with this storm down to the south. So this one's producing a tornado. You can see the dropout in the correlation coefficient. This is coming into areas that have already been potentially damaged. So these people may not have power at this time because of the first tornado. Remember I was talking about Bassfield with the previous tornado. There it goes over there. Great loop, Shane. You can see this next one with the signature right here coming right toward Bassfield. And there's a very good chance that there's no power here. A very good chance. So please, if there's a way to text somebody that you know that lives down there or get a hold of them, please do so. All right, we'll see if it comes over Bassfield. It's been kind of staying south of this northern component here. It could come as far north as White Sand and Mont Carmel, but I actually think it's going to go very, very close to the Bassfield area. Shane, what do they just do here? Is this a tornado emergency they just put out with this, potentially? It wouldn't surprise me because of what we got from the signature. Still case, PDS tornado warning is what it is. All right, so there's White Sand, Prentice, Mount Carmel, Lone Star. You're all in this. Again, it looks like this PDS is just north of Bassfield at the time. So we'll see, but look at this thing. It's the same. You got another donut here. Very strong tornado, a classic. So as the first storm moves again between Collins and Seminary and off the radar picture with its debris ball, now you have another one down here with the debris ball as well, moving into the same place potentially. So a lot of people down here, unfortunately, Jackie, may not have power. Keeping an eye on Birmingham as well. Storms are active up there as well, but we're just north of that super moisture-rich air. All right, again, as I said, we know that we're not done with this thing once the sun goes down, and probably right into tomorrow morning and afternoon. Let's time this out for everybody as we head into the Carolinas, Jackie.
Yeah, we want to talk about tomorrow and give folks a big heads up on that, as it's going to be another active day. And some of this is going to happen in the morning hours, and some of you will get it in early afternoon, and by mid to late afternoon it should be out of here. Raleigh, you're dealing with clouds, 74 degrees right now, but we've got a torcon for you tomorrow of a 5, and it's not just Raleigh, it's also Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. So this is a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. So you're there at a 5. That's a 50% chance that you could be impacted by a tornado. So you need to be prepared and have an alert plan. And look at how much of the eastern seaboard the threat is and how much this covers. This stretches from New York City all the way down into about the northern third of Florida. And it's not just a tornado threat. We also have the threat of damaging winds, and we're going to have strong winds leading up to this before thunderstorms even get going into your neighborhood. So let's talk about the timing of all of this. And rounds of showers and thunderstorms will be likely. We've already seen some rain across the Carolinas today, but look at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Some individual storms out ahead of what's then going to be the main line back behind that, closer to the cold front. So this could wake you up out of bed early tomorrow morning, and then we'll watch the line of storms track eastward. 8 o'clock, we're talking about the potential for you in Richmond, down towards Charlotte, as well as towards Wilmington by 9, 10 o'clock. Savannah, about 10, 11 o'clock for you too, stretching through the Big Bend area of Florida. And look at that, off the coast by about 4 o'clock into the afternoon. We do have a higher risk for the damaging winds, primarily south of D.C. from Richmond through Raleigh and Charlotte and into Savannah. Montana, kind of the same hot spots that we're talking about in terms of the risk for tornadoes as well. And the rain's going to be heavy, and this is moving into the northeast, which has been saturated as of late, so we'll have to watch out for that flood risk too. Dr. Knapp?
Jackie, heads up to the folks in Atlanta as an example. It is into the 60s. You can feel how warm and moist the air is. This could be overnight tonight one of the most significant severe weather events you've had in the last 2 to 3 years. Most of it will happen between midnight and 6 a.m. Here's the future radar showing those heavy thunderstorms coming through the metro area, strong damaging winds and possible tornadoes. Identify that safe place right now.
Close. Well, back.
Good evening, everyone. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Rick Knapp and storm tracker Jim Cantori. We've got 2 tornado emergencies in the state of Mississippi. Let's get to Jim with the latest.
Yeah, so not surprising, Jackie. The storm with the southern flank has now gone to tornado emergency. We've got a storm that's coming very close to areas that have already been hit. The first storm has been on the ground now for about an hour, if not just a little bit longer than that. And so we're going to go to these storms. We still have, we need to keep an eye on Birmingham as well. Occasionally, I'm kind of looking over my shoulder here at this. We have had some damage with this line. It's more of a, kind of a damaging wind line that's coming just to the north of Birmingham. So that also bears watching as well. Now, though, we're down here in this moisture-rich air with very, very strong wind dynamics. Okay, so this is kind of the air mass that we've been watching and really been warning you about all day. So I want to go back about an hour because you can see, just to the south and east of Macomb, right there, we've essentially watched a very strong couplet work its way just to the northwest of Laurel. So that's taken about an hour, and now behind that, you can see the storm which came through Macomb, also, again, with a tornado debris signature as well. So let's look at reflectivity here, guys, and we can show you what we're talking about. We know the storm has had a history of damage. The southern one, most recent damage in Walthall, Mississippi. The northern one went right over the town of Soso. Reports there from a storm spotter saying, hey, we have a large damaging tornado coming right through town or very close to town here. This is the Jefferson-Davis County storm. Now remember, this was also a county that was warmed on earlier. So this is moving in almost roughly the same place. Here's Bassfield, and this is where the earlier supercell moved on through, but look at this thing down here, just wrapped up like a top down here, spinning. Again, it's going to go just to the north of Bassfield. So if you live here, especially now, East St. Stephen's Road, Old Highway 42, it's going to come across you, Santee Methodist Road, Back Jack, eventually New Chapel, timing it out for you to some of the small towns there. Carson, about 503, so it's already on top. It's going to be on top of you very shortly. 511 Terrell, 513 Lone Star. This is the time to put that plan that you made into action. All right, really, let the thing roll through and God bless you. I hope everything works out. But right now, we've got tornado debris signature showing up right near Map Turner Road. This is what's heading over toward Old Highway 42 I was just telling you about. So just kind of extrapolate that east. So within that warning, there's kind of the worst part of the tornado. And we know that even now with this storm, you've got debris that's lofted up to 20,000 feet. All right, that's a tall storm. That's a damaging tornado on the ground here as it continues to work its way east. So hence the tornado emergency, which is south of Prentice, with this donut right here, making its way on off to the northeast. All right, let's go to the northeastern cell with this one as it moves now just to the this is the stronger tornado of the two, but they're both very, very dangerous. Trust me. This has had a debris ball on it now for about the past 30 minutes. It's been on the ground for over an hour now, and you can see the signature shows up as plain as day. It looks like it's going to go. Let's go to street level with this. There it is right there. Just moved right over Soso. All right, the Soso community. Just move, and look at this. Right. You can just kind of extrapolate this. Now, where is it going? All right, where is it going from here? Okay, so we just got a new scan. Now it's up, it looks like at the northern tip of 537, County Road 27, I believe. This is going to come across the interstate. It's going to come across the interstate, so it's going to move over 59, potentially heading toward Heidelberg or Sandersville. We'll just have to see which direction. Sometimes these jog a little bit left or right, but there's no reason to believe that this doesn't have at least the potential to stay as a strong tornado or stay on the ground for a while. This is what we call a long track tornado. It's already been on the ground for over an hour, and it continues to push northeast with damage. So there's your timeline. 511 Bonner, 515 Haney, Heidelberg, 519 Stafford Springs, about 524. Now, variation in track, certainly a possibility with this. You may not get the worst of this storm, but we wanted to give you an area certainly that we're worried about. And like I said, because of this storm moving through some of the similar areas that the next one's coming into, a lot of these folks may not have power maybe just to the north of Collins, all right? If you live in Collins, look at what's coming your way, all right? You got a big donut right here. Go ahead, Shane. This is the new warning. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. So here's the tornado warning earlier. All right, now they're just warning on this storm. We know it's going to be on the ground, and it's actually going to move just to the south of where the other one was. So, you know, in all honesty, Laurel, the first one's north of you. We'll see what this second one does. Does it come over you? Collins and Laurel. It's a good possibility. Look at the signature in that. Look at the rotation that we're getting in this one. All right, so very, very strong tornado. Again, as I mentioned before, debris now lofted at about 20,000 feet. If you're in the town of Collins, you need to be taking cover because here it comes. You're in that tornado warning. Both of these are tornado emergencies, Jackie. Kind of amazing watching all this.
Yeah.
You know, there's no reason to believe these storms won't continue to stay on the ground.
Yeah, when conditions are ripe, they are ripe.
Yeah, they are
see
ripe.
them back to back like that. Just incredible. We want to get folks caught up right now with what we know at this hour. More than 100,000 customers are without power in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. More than 200 homes have been damaged by a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Minor injuries only being reported there. And the Monroe Regional Airport has canceled all flights until further notice after sustaining damage from the thunderstorms. Want to take you to Nashville, Tennessee right now, where a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. You can see the rain coming down very heavy here in Nashville. We are seeing some lightning on our radar, heavy downpours, and the greatest threat here is damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. These storms are moving very, very quickly. In fact, they're moving towards the east and north about 65 miles per hour. So it's going to go through pretty quickly. Once this warning expires and these storms push off towards your east, I think you're going to get a break in the action, Nashville, but then more storms could develop within the next couple of hours. So there you can see Davidson, Rutherford, Wilson counties, including the city of Nashville, until 5:30 local time. And you can see with the fast-moving nature of this west side of Nashville, you're already seeing those improving conditions. So we'll time it out here for you hour by hour. As you can see, it pushes east over towards Lebanon and then towards Smyrna, of course, still recovering in those areas from the tornado early last month. And then after 7, 8 o'clock, we could see more storms firing through. Models have been pretty consistent, tracking those just to the south of Nashville, but still, I think Nashville proper could get in on some of that action. Now, with rounds of rain and storms rolling on through, we're also concerned about the threat of flash flooding. There is a flash flood watch in effect for you, Nashville, and expect to pick up perhaps another inch or two of rainfall on top of the already saturated ground. So let's take you from Nashville now and head to some other major metropolitan areas that we've been tracking the threat of severe weather. In Birmingham, we know we've got those tornado warnings just off towards your north and west. I'd be staying put here in Nashville and take this, or Birmingham, excuse me. I would take this model with a grain of salt because it is not initializing very well. I'd be prepared, especially on the northwest side of town, to kind of get clipped by those stronger thunderstorms. I know you're not under a warning right now, but you are under a watch, a particularly dangerous situation watch, because we do have the threat here where conditions look favorable for more of these long track tornadoes, and that could move through your neighborhood. Tuscaloosa also under the risk. More linear storms should be developing later on for tonight, and then these storms will track east of you after 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. You should be done, and the rest of your night you'll be able to get some of that sleep there, Birmingham. And now we'll take you over to the Atlanta metro area. Atlanta, you've had a few rounds of showers and a few embedded thunderstorms already today. Right now you're quiet, 66 and just clouds. No watches in effect, but expect with time that will likely change. And a lot of this, I think, is going to happen around the time where most people are thinking they're going to be heading to bed tonight. So maybe a good idea to do a late night, or certainly have multiple ways to be alerted while you're sleeping tonight overnight as these storms track through, especially 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's head back into Dr. Knapp. He's talking more about this flood risk. Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, Jackie, it's already been happening. This was the scene earlier today in Como, Mississippi, the northwestern part of the state, where flash flooding inundated an apartment complex. Inmates were brought in to help with sandbag operations. This is not too far south of Memphis, Tennessee, just west of I-55, out West Oak Avenue. That's the general area where the flash flooding was the worst, and we've seen rainfall totals in that area over the last half a day, 4, 5 inches locally, it has really been coming down. And of course, we all know how saturated the South has been all year. It doesn't take much to cause flash flooding. So word to the wise, after seeing that video, we are serious about the potential for flash flooding here in other parts of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, portions of Tennessee and the Appalachians, and a wide area. It's going to be raining very hard in some places, 1.5, maybe 2 inches per hour over saturated soil. So it's not just about the wind. We still have a flash flood warning in the Como area. Even when rain stops, the flooding hasn't ended. So you still want to stay off the roads in that area. There's where that apartment complex is there along I-55. Now let's go farther south and east and take a look at the broader area. And again, we've got multiple tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings that Jim's been telling you about. We've got a flash flood warning over a very large area here that includes Carthage, Louisville. This is in effect till 7:45 local time. The rainfall just keeps training over the same areas. How many reasons do we need to stay off the roads tonight? That's one thing flash flooding tornadoes have in common. Car, outdoors, on the roads, a bad place to be. Florence, Alabama, flash flood warning until 5:45 local time. And when we back this all out, we're not done with rain in many of the areas where we already have flash flood warnings. And you can see all of this table setting rain that is happening farther north. So you've got the flash flood watch, Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, northern Georgia, into the Asheville area. And if you look at the future radar, you can see how much training is going to happen. It's going to rain hard, but once the rain goes through, you might still have another round to go. Once we get into the overnight hours, the whole system will begin to become more progressive. That's why the flash flood risk is less when we go farther to the east. But my goodness, Jim, it has been an extremely dangerous night already, and so many more people are in harm's way.
Watching two long-track tornadoes, both with tornado emergencies, Dr. Nab. One's been on the ground now for over an hour and 15 minutes, and we continue to get reports in. The first one has gone over so-so. It's coming into Heidelberg as we speak. Damage reported there as well. Again, all this breaking, and you can see this tornado as it's moving into the Heidelberg area, moving right across County Road 8 into this. This is going to come right across. Okay, awful situation here. There's a spotter on this one. Large, damaging tornado, destructive. Look at the debris signature there. Holy smoke. Getting ready to move right over the interstate if it hasn't already. Remember, these things are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So this is the first destructive tornado emergency here. Shane, let's go back to those warnings, because I'm trying to remember a time that I've seen this kind of length in tornado emergencies. You've got twin destructive debris balls right there. They're showing up. But when you go from warning to warning here, you almost have 100 miles of tornado emergencies across southern Mississippi right now. 100 miles. And unfortunately, some of the second tornado area is going to go over where some of the first may have knocked out power. So this is really important that these folks are ready and realize that we have another tornado. You can see both the signatures. There they are, right there, coming very, very close to these areas. So again, near the Prentice area, watching that storm, getting ready to move across 49. So this will be north and west of Hattiesburg by a long shot. But again, when you look at this, you can see the debris signature on the reflectivity. So there's a lot of ways that we can see what the tornado is doing with different modes of the radar. One is what we call the correlation coefficient. That's what we're looking at here. We have to co-locate that obviously with where the best rotation is. That's there. Even though you see a dropout up toward Mount Alamo, I'm kind of teaching you guys this, we know that the best dropout. So this, if you're in the town of Collins, we know that right now, what was I just reading? 7 miles southwest of Collins, public reports tornado, damage to homes and power poles. All right, so we know there's a tornado on the ground here. It's coming right across 184 and potentially right into downtown Collins, or maybe just to the north of town. Again, very dangerous situation, guys. We told you to get this preparation for this day, and now it's time to enact that plan, because you are under a tornado emergency. So the town of Aura, 516, going to be on top of you in 6 minutes, okay? 517 Collins, so boom, boom. Gitano at 542, should it continue to move on to the north and east. This is about as dangerous a night as you can get with these. We have a long track, very strong tornadoes here. We were mentioning earlier with the first storm as it came to the south and west of Soso, gate-to-gate shear of 170 to 200 miles an hour. Should they find damage to relate to that, you're talking about EF4, EF5 tornadoes, okay? Again, a lot of this right now is just getting people out of harm's way and checking on folks that may have been hit. We're getting multiple reports of homes and businesses damaged, and unfortunately, a lot of these towns, Jackie, that are dealing with direct hits from these storms as they continue to move northeast. All right, guys, we'll keep you posted. Right now, let's get some more timing because we are not out of the woods even when the sun goes down.
We're not, and there's parts of the country that were hit earlier today that could be threatened again in the upcoming hours. So keep in mind that this is going to happen in rounds, that you may not just get one wave move through and you're done with this. You could see more action hours later. So we've got a severe thunderstorm watch I want to update you on. This is for parts of Oklahoma as well as into Texas, kind of towards the Texarkana region, and that goes until 8 o'clock for tonight. And these storms here, we're concerned about producing large hail, perhaps 2 inches in diameter or larger, and some damaging winds. So Shreveport, we want to time it out for you. You can see one storm starting to develop up towards your north. That's not severe right now, but it is producing some lightning and it is intensifying. So let's step you through hour by hour, and there you can see 7, 8 o'clock tonight. The storms will be pushing through, especially to your north, Shreveport, and then we'll watch for better conditions later on after 10, 11 o'clock for tonight, and that's when things will settle down and you'll have a quieter Monday ahead of you. But let's take you to places like Jackson, Mississippi. Our Mike Seidel is live there. Mike's been reporting on the storms earlier today. Those have all tracked off to the east of Jackson, but you can see new storms beginning to fire up, and I'm more concerned about these back here towards Vicksburg. Vicksburg, be prepared that you may be put under a severe thunderstorm warning within the next 30 minutes or so. These storms are moving very quickly, 60 miles per hour in some cases, and will track along and east of the I-55 corridor between 7, 8, even 9 o'clock for tonight. And then this will continue to track eastward and make its way towards parts of Alabama. And we'll take you into the Bassfield area. That's the tornado warning that Jim was talking about, where we have the twin tornadoes developing. We'll have more on that right after this.
Super just about sleep.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 62 degrees with showers. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Watching two very powerful long-track tornadoes in south central Mississippi this evening. The first one's been on the ground for probably over an hour and 15 minutes at this point. It is moving through the north side of Heidelberg, Mississippi, and you can see some of the pictures that we have. As a matter of fact, there it is right there. All right, it's moving again up toward the Quitman area. If you live in Quitman, you need to be putting your plan in action as we speak. We've got Brett Adair in the Shibuda area. You're going to look at his camera in just a second. You can see he's right now. See this is a great case in point. This isn't one of these things where you're going to walk out the door and see these tornadoes. This is a very high tree area, certainly in the kind of, it's going to be hard to see these tornadoes, certainly looking out your door. So you got to get to a high point through here. And we know this storm has been on the ground now, producing damage. It went through the town of Soso. It went very close to Bassfield. And now we're watching it heading up toward Highway 45. It's already moved across 59 and is heading toward the Quitman and potentially the Shibuda area. So you can see where Brett Adair is. He's just north of Shibuda. He's planning intercept with this storm here as it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, as I mentioned, there's been no dropout whatsoever in the signature of this tornado. So there's Heidelberg to the south. We're looking at what we would call a TVS, the tornado vortex signature. Let's see what the dropout in this one, Shane. We'll look at the correlation coefficient. In other words, what kind of debris is showing up? Well, there's debris right there. We know it's some kind of debris as this has moved across. Again, it's moving right across 59 right now, heading toward Highway 11. Do we have street level down and through here? We might as well show everybody. So we know Brett is probably just to the south of Quitman right now, working his way north to intercept this, but it's moving right across the interstate, heading toward County Road 39 911, County Road 39, County Road 242, right in this region, right in through here. Again, very, very powerful tornado as it continues to move off to the northeast, right over Interstate 59, 59, excuse me. All right, so let's go back to the southwest, because what I'm really worried about here is you'll notice how these tornado emergencies are lined up literally back to back. So we've already had this supercell move over these areas. So a lot of people here probably don't have power. They think, okay, a lot of people think, hey, we've been hit once. There's no way we can get hit again. Unfortunately, look at this storm going right over Collins. You can see where it was. The first one went just to the south of Collins and over Laurel, right? The second one is now moving just to the north of Collins. Starting to see maybe a little weakening of that rotation. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it's dropping out, but unfortunately, this may just be interference with this. This is still a very powerful tornado, all right? And it's moving right over the Collins area. We know there's been damage to homes and trees and power lines to the west of Collins. There's no reason to believe this has changed. So we know Soso has been hit already. The first tornado went right over Soso, okay? And now we got the second one, which is going to be moving there as well, or very, very close to them. They're probably without power in a lot of these areas. That's what makes this kind of situation so horrible. Again, guys, these are both tornadoes with tornado emergencies. We know they're long track. We know they've been on the ground. They have a history of damage. And some of the kind of signatures that we look at on the radar suggest very strong tornadoes, very high on the EF scale. Of course, that'll be determined later on when they go out and do the surveys, but still, huge issues with this. We know that Gitano has been very close to a tornado already with the first one. Stringer, you've been close. You could be without power in that town, and just kind of timing it out for you. Here we are at 520. So Smith, 524. Again, this is with the second supercell to the southwest. Gilmore, 531. Taylorsville, 538. Gitano at 543 as well as this moves on off to the northeast. No reason to believe, again, we don't have a long track tornado on the ground, which is going to also threaten Laurel, Mississippi, just like the last one did. All right, so the first one heading between Quitman and Shibuda, okay? We're looking at these areas. That's down to the south on 45 here. Here's the Quitman area. Here comes the first one. It's just moved across the interstate and is now heading off to the north and east toward Quitman. You can see the center of this. Let's time it out here just quickly for Quitman, Shane, if we could, and then we'll throw over to Jackie, because I want to get timelines for other people and other areas are impacted. There's actually, believe it or not, a tornado warning storm up by Macon, Mississippi, that's already been hit. So there's Quitman right there around 542. Again, guys, the plan that we asked you to put into play. You're no stranger to tornadoes here in this state. Be safe, put it into action. These things are moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. All right, let's get a look at some of the damage these tornadoes are producing, Jackie.
Yeah, we're going to take you to Louisiana. It might be some time, by the way, before we get more information and any video out of Mississippi, but we want to show you what happened earlier today in Monroe, Louisiana. This is northern parts of that state, where more than 250 homes have sustained damage. About 300 families have been displaced as a result of that. Thankfully, only minor injuries have been reported, but take a look at this. You can see a lot of roof damage to these homes, and it's just home after home after home on these streets. You can see this on top of vehicles as well, and debris being strewn out. There you can see some trees which have been snapped there, and very quickly after, we've got people up there already trying to clean up. It looks like that church was okay, but you can see the debris is just being strewn all throughout the parking lot. Of course, due to COVID-19, a lot of churches were empty today and people were in their homes. Got a new tornado warning, Jim? Something breaking?
I think the signature now, we have a tornado debris signature showing up just northwest of Birmingham here. This is Jefferson County, so that is the metro county there. Gardendale, Pinson, Robbins Crossroads, there it is right there, moving on to the northeast. If you live in Warrior, if you live up 65, this tornado is going to cross the road. It is on the ground.
Close. Well, back check.
Get the flavors.
Dangerous night continues across Mississippi, Alabama. We've got tornado debris signatures with 3 supercells right now. 2 of them have tornado emergencies. And unfortunately, the 2 that are in Mississippi, one has moved over an area in southern Mississippi where the other one is right on its heels. So many people may not be having power or getting those warnings. You're looking at Charles Peak's camera. He's in the Meridian area. So he's in what you call the rainy part of the northernmost supercell. All right, it's raining cats and dogs. And he is heading heading south, likely on 59. But Charles, be careful, buddy, because there's a second supercell on the heels of this one that's moved through Collins. Now, we've had damage with this first supercell all the way back to Sosa and Heidelberg. Lots of reports of homes and trees damaged. Again, this is going to be one of these things, guys, where getting into these areas is going to be so difficult because there's literally debris everywhere. We've had a tornado potentially on the ground for over an hour and 15 minutes here. Here's the first one. Now, it doesn't look as impressive as it has. In other words, there's no clear, what we call debris ball showing up. There's definitely, see where it moved through Heidelberg? But watch how it's changed a little bit. See how we've lost a little bit of the storm relative velocity? So it has weakened a little bit. That doesn't mean it's not producing a tornado. Let's take a look at it, see if we still have some semblance of a tornado debris signature. So if you live in Quitman, you need to be taking preparations. All right? A lot of trees in this area. It's not one of these things you open the door and say, hey, here it comes. It's not going to work like that. It's going to move across you, and all of a sudden it's going to hit you. So keep an eye on it. Again, Elwood, almost on your doorstep here. Stonewall, 539. Roy, 547 as well, as this continues to move on off to the northeast. Quitman, I do think you're in the line of this as well. Right now, again, keeping an eye on Brett Adair's camera as well as he heads off to the south. You can see Charles looks like he's pulled over and kind of waiting this thing out. All right, here's now the second supercell that has been on the ground now for quite some time as well, and also has caused damage. Still showing very strong rotation right here. Let's see if we got debris on the ground. Just about ready to come across 532 and also 37. So maybe not as clear cut where we have that. So we had debris, now we've lost it, or we just got a new scan that moved across 37. That may be it right there, up at 3, but it doesn't match. Notice how it doesn't match, so that could be good news for us. I still think the rotation's strong enough that, okay, it has updated. There's the new scan, so it's moved across 37 right there, just to the south of Taylorsville. Now remember, Soso has already been hit with the first one. We know that it's come very close to town. We don't know how bad it's gotten, but we know homes and trees and power lines are down there. There's probably no power. So look at how close this is going to come. Maybe just to the north of town, but certainly in an area that has already dealt with the first supercell. Summerland, also in towards Stringer. All right, there are the times. Gitano, 537, Stringer, 544. All right, let's go up to Jefferson County in Alabama. Shane, if you don't mind, because I want to get everybody involved in that one. We got a storm that's going to come through Yazoo City as severe thunderstorm warned on right now. There's a storm that's south of Columbus that's tornado warned on near the Macon, Mississippi area. They've had damage there as well. Here's the storm that's coming again just on the north side of Birmingham. You take a look, you can see some gusting going on there. It's probably some semblance of this thing wrapped in rain. So a much different animal than what we're dealing with a little bit further to the south. This one's rain wrapped, but you can see it right here coming just to the north of Flat Creek over into the Warrior area. Do we have a TDS? So that you're looking at the TVS there, which is the tornado vortex signature on the particular scan that we have, heading up toward Oneonta. If you live there, Locust Fork. Warrior, it's on top of you. Smoke Rise, it'll probably be just to your south. Shane, I want to see if we have a TDS with this. So change modes in the radar. Probably this. There you go. Okay. So go back to Flat Creek. TDS. We lose it a little bit just south of Warrior. So hopefully that's the case. Hopefully it's weakened a little bit. Either way, there's a very high likelihood that this was not seen. It was in rain the entire time. Either way, you can see they've already tornado warned on it up toward Oneonta and also into Springville. So the northern side of 59 also impacted by tornadoes here, this time in Alabama. All right, the southern side we know has been impacted as well. We'll keep an eye on these storms off to the west because Birmingham, your threat is not over. As a matter of fact, you know what I wanted to do was I wanted to look at Birmingham and see what is going on with the dew point. All right, so Birmingham 67 now, Alabaster 70. So the warm, moist air continues to climb north. These storms that are riding through Birmingham, north side of Birmingham now, are riding on this very, very moisture-rich air. There's the new tornado warning, which extends in Oneonta. You just saw some of the time there. We take a live look at Birmingham. Look at that. All right, more than likely looking to the north, given the fact that we know it is really, really ominous up there. We know we have a rain-wrapped tornado potentially up near the Warrior area. That is north of Birmingham. You can see the night as it continues to unfold. Look at the storms all the way back into Louisiana, also into northeast Texas. So the center of the forcing is still back in there. We could still get a spin up all the way back there. But the most moisture-rich air is sitting right now right along into the south of I-20. So that's going to be the leading edge. And we're watching two long-track tornadoes continue to impact southern Mississippi. The southern one now has taken over as the stronger tornado at this time.
dishwasher-smelling laundry for up to 12 weeks.
A dangerous afternoon and evening continues to unfold from Alabama all the way into Mississippi. And if you're in Georgia, if you're in North and South Carolina, don't be fooled, because this is all coming your way overnight and into tomorrow morning. Let's talk about what we got going on here, because I want to review this and also kind of highlight maybe a couple of new areas that we haven't, been talking about, but could become interesting in time. We've watched a storm basically move all the way across northern Mississippi into Alabama. Again, kind of long track supercell here. And interestingly enough, even behind this, where we've already had some damage around Macon, Mississippi, we have yet another tornado warning storm. So a lot of these are moving over the same tracks. That's been the case down into southern Mississippi as well. We have seen that a couple of storms down there that have been long track, one potentially on the ground for more than an hour and 15 minutes. So that's looked down at the second supercell that we've been watching basically since oh, goodness, for the last probably hour or so here. This is Jasper, Jones, and Smith counties. If you remember us talking earlier about Soso and also Taylorsville, those were storms that were impacted by the first supercell. If you live in the Spring Creek area, or you know people in the Spring Creek area, major damage as reported by a storm spotter in the Spring Creek area. That's Soso. Okay, so here we go. Let's look at this second one, because this still has the best rotation overall on it, and you can see where it is. So we're east of Taylorsville here. All right, and you're seeing this storm that's about ready to cross over Route 15, if it hasn't already. Do we have any dropout in that? It doesn't appear that we do, which is a good sign. Remember earlier I was showing you these huge debris signatures that were showing up. So if that's right there where the best rotation is, so Shane, let's show the TDS with this one. I want to see if we actually have any dropout south and west of Springer. And remember, just because you may not have a tornado on the ground at this time, which it doesn't look like we do, okay, or at least there's not a very strong debris signature, that doesn't mean these can't cycle back down, especially given the atmosphere that we have today, all right? So please keep that in mind. This is all heading, again, north of Soso, where we've already had some damage. Heidelberg, you need to watch out. You've already had a tornado that's moved just to the north of you with damage. Notice how this storm, though, has really weakened a little bit, turning a little bit to the left, just to the north of Quitman, all right? And that's where our good buddy Charles Peak is. He's kind of headed south toward Meridian here, so he may be trying to intercept this first cell. But here's the second one, and notice how this has moved left a little bit. All right, so it's kind of moved up off toward the left a little bit, interestingly enough, and then the storm down to the south of Bay Springs continues to chug along very near some of these areas that have already been hit. So this is just kind of a fraction of its former self north of Quitman right now, and at least at this time has enough of a signature. So we don't have the tornado emergencies anymore, but it still bears watching, because it has been a long track supercell and it is still in a very, very rich atmosphere in through here. All right, let's go up toward Columbus. Remember I told you about the Macon area in Mississippi that has already had some damage. This is yet another storm moving this way. And then one final stop also north of Birmingham. Shane, I want to get up there and show everybody that storm. The storm that moved through Macon earlier continues to hold together in some semblance, but this would be a rain-wrapped tornado that's heading up toward the Oneida area. Let's take a quick look at this just quickly in through here, and you can see it looks like the signature is back near the Trafford area, right in through here. Watch out in Locust Fork and eventually Oneida. This is all moving your way, and it is rain-wrapped. You will not see this tornado. All right, some pictures to show everybody, Dr. Nab, of some from earlier tornado damage. Let's
Jim, we've got new drone video of storm damage in Monroe, Louisiana, reports of more than 250 homes sustaining damage. So far, only minor injuries have been reported. A lot of the structures that you've seen in this video are kind of industrial or warehouse kind of structures, and they have kind of those large span roofs. And look at the poles being bent very easily. Large, either truck or mobile home or that kind of loose structure easily tossed about by the tornado. And this kind of large span roof, metal roof or aluminum, those are not nearly the kind of safe places that we're talking about when we want you to find a safe place to be. Mobile homes, vehicles under an overpass, none of those safe places off the roads. Large rooms like you saw in those videos, gymnasiums, manufactured homes, those are bad options. The good options are interior rooms, lowest level, most interior room of a sturdy home or building, a basement if you have it, and if you have one of those FEMA-approved safe rooms, that certainly can work both below ground and above ground. And if you haven't gotten a tornado watch yet, maybe when one is issued, that's the time to get off the roads, close your windows and doors, bring in the outside items, and prepare your safe room, Jackie. I'm going to take a helmet and some shoes and a mattress to put over my family's head.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. And we've got quite a few places that are under the risk at this time. Want to update you on the watches that are out there. First of all, severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Oklahoma and into Texas. This is tornado watches right now that we're most concerned about. We have a tornado watch that includes you in Baton Rouge down towards Morgan City. That watch until 8 o'clock local time, and we do have a line of storms that are moving through a more favorable environment for tornadoes to develop here. In addition to that, we've got a tornado watch across the state of Mississippi, includes you in Jackson, stretching down towards the Hattiesburg area. That's until 8 o'clock for tonight. And then another watch in parts of Alabama, including Birmingham and Montgomery. This is a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation, where those long track tornadoes are going to be possible. Now, we also want to mention North Georgia. You are not under a watch at this time, but that will likely happen several hours from now. So be prepared that while you've got a quiet evening you've been dealing with, strong to severe thunderstorms will be likely after 10 o'clock for tonight. A line of storms will likely move through very quickly after the midnight hour and continue until about 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Continuing coverage right after this.
For now, on your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 63 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 59. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Dangerous night continues to unfold across the south as we watch multiple rotating storms, some that have been rotating now for over an hour, continue to impact areas across northern Alabama, south central Mississippi, and now you'll notice near and west of New Orleans, a couple of discrete supercells there that are rapidly moving north at about 70 miles per hour. So that's the low-level jet in here. It's cranking at about 70 plus miles per hour, okay? And as a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting. The first supercell we watched basically moved from west to east. Now that same piece of that supercell is going to move to the north a little bit. So look at the orientation around meridian of the tornado warning. Isn't that interesting? All right, so we're watching again this southern one, which continues to show some pretty strong rotation in here. But what's really different about this now is before, when you had that big hook and the debris ball down off the end of it, classic hook echo. Now you've got something that's like, okay, it's actually a little harder to find where the rotation is, or the strongest rotation. And there it is there. But when you go back to the reflectivity, look at where that is. It's inside, potentially the rain here. So it's potentially rain wrapped. Either way, it is tornado warned on now and continuing north toward the Pashuta area. We've already had reports of some damage around Pashuta from the first supercell. And, this is now what's moving north toward the Meridian area. Now, Heidelberg, really interesting for you. This next storm will probably go just to your north. However, what I'm going to say is parts of Interstate 59 are blocked off because of the debris from the first tornado. All right, they're actually closed. Interstate 59 is closed. So this is not the time to be traveling out through. You could get trapped on the roads. We don't want that. Here's a look at the timeline for you. Again, 5:53, so it's right on top of you at Acme. 5:57, Waltrip is next. Kelowna, Pashuta again. This will be your second hit of the day. And Watauga also coming at you at about 6:24. And, potentially this has the chance to turn a little bit within this warning. But again, the storm earlier on heading east and then literally taking a left turn right before Quitman and now heading up toward Meridian. We'll keep an eye on the circulation with that. There it is there, but it is going to be close to Meridian. So let's take a look at this one, Shane, and give everybody an idea of what we may be looking at. Again, not super strong rotation, something that, may be right down in here that's just coming into the warning, but it is going to potentially impact Meridian. Here's the deal. The fact that the low-level jet is 70 to 80 miles per hour here means those winds alone that are sitting at 5,000 feet can easily be transported down. Easily transported down with this, especially given the kind of air mass that we have here, moisture-rich, lots of instability. Really interesting correlation coefficient. Is this, in fact, some of the debris from the earlier tornado that's being strewn out? It's a little hard to see and tell, but clear tornado signatures earlier right here with this storm. That's the second one. And look at this. Eventually, you get this kind of fanning off the correlation coefficient. What is that? Maybe it's the debris that's actually starting to fall out of the storm as it potentially weakens a little bit. So clearly a tornado debris signature with the storm center itself, the rotation, and then eventually kind of a fanning out or falling of the debris through this correlation coefficient, which starts to expand in coverage. Really neat stuff on the radar this evening. Unfortunately, not neat as the results because it means damage and debris. So here is this cluster, which essentially started as the supercell west of Macon. We know that mobile homes were flipped in Macon, Mississippi. It is tracked all the way across northern Alabama in toward Gadsden. If you live in northeast Alabama, if you live in northwest Georgia, there's a good chance you're going to deal with this mess tonight. Is this rotation right in here? Okay, broad, rain wrap, just an absolute mess in through here, but it's very, very possible. And remember, you start to get up in elevation here. So as you get up in elevation, you're closer to those strong low-level winds as they move on to the northeast. So Altoona, Howelton, Rainbow City, this is all coming your way. Looks like some new rotation right there just to the west of Oneonta. All right, guys, we have multiple threats with this storm, rain and flooding being one of them. Let's get an update from Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, take a look from Moulton, Alabama. Extremely heavy rainfall. This is going to be the scene that will play out over and over again this evening. The big difference, of course, give it an hour or two and you won't be able to see just how heavily it's raining, and you won't be able to see how much water is covering the roads. And it is going to be a dangerous night for so many reasons. Don't want to be out there on the roads. Get to your safe place before the weather really gets bad and spend the night there. I want to show you where some of the flash flood warnings are. In effect, it's in east central Mississippi, north of the tornado warnings, those long track supercells that Jim has been showing you. The latest warning to be issued here is in the Starkville, Columbus area. Your flash flood warning goes till 9:45 local time, and it is coming down in buckets. Many of these storms are dumping 1.5, close to 2 inches per hour. Just south of Starkville and Columbus, the last 3 hours, you've had more than 3.5 inches of rain, and that is just the beginning. So it is time to be off the roads there. Look at this long swath of area that has had 3 to 5 inches of rainfall over the last 3 hours. That's why we have this large flash flood warning for Carthage, Louisville, and Macon until 7:45 local time. You've got to stay off the roads tonight. Weather can kill in terms of water and wind.
To be honest, a little dust.
Yogurt covered and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris on this Easter Sunday. Tonight, I'm joined by Dr. Rick Knapp, storm tracker Jim Cantore. It's been a rough night already with many warnings, including active tornado warnings right now. I want to get right to storm tracker Jim Cantore with the latest on that. Hey, Jim.
Yeah, hey, Jackie. Just getting word now out of the chat room in National Weather Service Birmingham's office. Sayre, 3 miles west-northwest of Sayre in Jefferson County. Thunderstorm damage there about 45 minutes ago. Several businesses destroyed along Highway 78 near the Sayre area. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Oneonta. This is the storm we were watching again north of Birmingham. This is coming into the Gadsden area where we're severe thunderstorm warned on. This has not been pretty. This has not been the stuff we've been watching in southern Mississippi today that looks about as textbook as you could possibly get for long track tornadoes. But this has been a long track supercell. We saw this back in Mississippi around Macon where mobile homes were actually flipped there. This has now moved over again north of Oneonta, as we've been mentioning with the tornado damage. And it's just rain wrapped. Dr. Knapp's been talking about the phenomenal amounts of rain here. And now you're into these hilly areas where we're getting just incredible amounts of rain. So Gadsden, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. But, did we just go tornado warn on that, Shane? Yeah, we did. Okay, so we just went tornado warning on that storm. Not surprised, especially given the confirmation of damage in Oneonta. So it's coming up toward you in Gadsden, Alabama. Reese City, you're in this. Harrisonville, Boaz, Alabama, 627. Keep an eye out, guys. This is not, again, one of these things where you're just going to walk outside and see. It's wrapped in rain. Very, very difficult to see as it moves its way toward the Gadsden area. And again, the northern part of 59. Now, on the southern part, I'll give you a chance to set up here with this, Shane. We've had damage that's moved near the Heidelberg area. And that damage has actually closed parts of Interstate 59. There's so much debris down there. This was a long track tornado that was on the ground for over an hour, maybe over an hour and 15 minutes. And it's continuing to now take almost an immediate left turn up north of the Meridian area. See, this is the little discrete supercell left over right there. There's another storm behind this that's come in, again, north of Laurel. This is the earlier storm that produced the damage down near Collins or just to the north of Collins. That is what's left of this one. It, too, is going to come across Interstate 59 if it has not already. You can still see there is rotation going on. And interestingly enough, this is getting in line almost like aircraft here, and it's going to make that left turn as well. So Meridian, you, believe it or not, have to watch this cell as well. All right, I wanted to show you some live pictures here coming out of Laurel, Mississippi. Look at this. Trees literally shaved off, stripped. We have power lines down. You have, damage to automobile. This is just one of these images. This was more than likely either probably the first tornado that moved through this area that did this. And we know this was a long track, very strong tornado. Reports along the way of homes damaged in many, many areas. Soso was one of those areas, especially in the Heidelberg area, the Moss community, homes destroyed there. Walthall, Mississippi, multiple homes damaged. There's just too much to report, as all this will be breaking overnight and tomorrow with so much to watch with these long track tornadoes. So here's the tornado coming over Heidelberg, north of Laurel. So this is the first one. So the damage that you were looking at, and are looking at in the bottom part of the screen, is from the first supercell right there as it's moved again north of Heidelberg. So again, guys, keeping an eye on this. Storm number 1, storm number 2 coming in behind that, maybe just to the north and east of that, and clearing this area pretty rapidly. Now, there are more storms to the west. We're not done yet. We've got a long night ahead of us. Shane, let's go down to New Orleans. I want to show, because the problem with this is, we're seeing these discrete supercells developing south and west New Orleans. Right now, the storm they're watching about is just coming over Highway 12, Interstate 12, and is heading up toward Bogalusa. So we do have warnings for these storms as they're moving north. Listen to this, 70 miles per hour. So talk about being caught up in the flow. Big speed with these as they continue to move north across Interstate 12 here. So St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Washington Parish, Pearl River, you're all in line for the storms. It moves up toward the Folsom area quickly at 70 miles per hour. And that's the kind of wind we're going to get out of these. 60, 70 miles per hour, very, very possible. Now notice we don't have the kind of rotation and very little rotation with these as they moved on to the north. But we know we got the wind field. And that's the problem. There's a lot of instability down here, so you're seeing these as very tall thunderstorms. They're easily transporting down the stronger upper-level winds. But keep an eye out, again, as this stuff flanks south and west of New Orleans. Eventually, we'll see some of it move over you. We'll see if we go tornado warned or not. Looks like a little rotation in the northern part of this, again, just to the west of Bogalusa. Not the kind of animals, though, where we saw, again, earlier, guys, we were talking about 175 to maybe 200 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear with those storms near Sosa and Heidelberg as they moved on to the north. So that's what's left of these down here. Watching this storm here north of Birmingham, we've seen moisture-rich air. If you're in Birmingham and Atlanta, if you were outside this morning, there was a chill to the air, Jackie. Now the air is almost heavy and humid. This is all that moisture being transported northward.
Yeah, you can really feel the difference for sure. Yeah, so hopefully that didn't catch folks off guard at all, because there is more coming. We want to update you now on the situation in northern Louisiana, where officials are estimating 200 to 300 homes have been damaged. Several streets were blocked off, and about a third of the city without power. This is in Monroe, Louisiana, after a reported tornado, or possibly two, hit earlier today. This was just before the noon hour. Local responders say so far only minor injuries have been reported. They are helping survivors to find hotel rooms this evening as opposed to a large shelter because of COVID-19. So here's a look at all the local storm reports that we've seen so far, and these are either tornado reports, damaging wind reports, or hail reports. And you can see a lot of clustering from Oklahoma through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even into parts of Tennessee, and even a few wind damage reports, believe it or not, way ahead of all this out into parts of Florida. You add all those up, that's 93 different reports of severe weather. And if we filter them out and we look at tornadoes only, there are about 15 reports of tornadoes. So it may have been one or more tornado around the Monroe area, not just those hundreds of homes that have been damaged, also quite a bit of damage out at the Monroe airport. So that's going to take a little while to clean all of that up. We'll take you into Mississippi. These are the two tornadoes that were back to back that Jim was covering wall to wall earlier, both of which are confirmed tornadoes. They were spotted on the ground. They've caused some damage. Some of those damage reports are going to take quite a while to get in, we think, as power is likely out in many of these areas. So we'll keep you up to date on that. But right now, at least a few homes damaged and destroyed in Salem. And then in Seminary, if you remember, we saw that huge hook there. This is just to the south and east of Collins. Damage to homes and power poles there also. We'll take you farther up towards the north. Here's Columbus, Mississippi, to put it in perspective for you. So just south of there near Macon, some reports of a tornado potentially with mobile homes that were flipped, as well as some semi-trucks that were rolled over. Power lines had been down in this area. And then in Bigby Valley, reports of trees and power lines down. This is on Highway 388 and into the Gavin Road area. So there are multiple different parts of this storm that we really have to watch along that warm front and then into the warmer sector, and then the cold front will be that last little line as things move on through. So you can see we still have multiple warnings in play, including the one tornado warning here into parts of Mississippi, and watching those storms into Alabama too. So we've got a long night ahead of us because we think these lines and these clustering of thunderstorms are going to be holding together all through the rest of this evening, but also continuing through the overnight hours. This is going to track into tomorrow morning. So we want to warn folks up and down the eastern seaboard, even along the I-95 corridor, that tomorrow this is going to be a threat for you in the morning and lingering into the midday and early afternoon before all of this finally begins to progress off towards the east. So tornadoes will be on the table here, as well as damaging winds. Hail will probably be a little bit more marginal for tomorrow, but this is going to be rounds of thunderstorms, and this part of the country has been really saturated. So we're also concerned about the threat for flooding. Let's go back into Dr. Knapp for more on that.
Yeah, and Jackie, not only has it been wet all year, it is really raining hard in this system. All that moisture, that feel in the air that we've got with that moisture coming out the Gulf of Mexico and all the energy in the atmosphere it's generating the severe weather. We're getting 1.5 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates on top of saturated soil, and a lot of it is training over these same areas. So northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, into the Appalachians, much of Mississippi, Tennessee is already in the mix right now. So as it gets dark, this problem becomes even more serious because you can't see how much water is covering the roads. We got to stay off the roads. Let me show you a couple of areas where there are flash flood warnings in effect right now. Starkville and Columbus, Mississippi. Till 9:45 local time, you've had multiple rounds of rain, and there is more on the way. The southern parts of the area have had more than 3 inches, almost 4 in the past 3 hours, and there's more to come. So there's that more than inch in an hour. 3.5 inches in the last 3 hours in the areas north of Carthage and Philadelphia, and it's still coming down. You've got a flash flood warning till 7:45 local time, and we're not making this stuff up. The flooding's actually happening here in the Zama area. Several reports of flooded roads, including one road completely washed out near Prattsburg. That's another reason why we tell you not to drive over a water-covered road. You might not even be able to be sure that the road is even there anymore. Because of previous heavy rains, a little bit more ongoing, northwestern Alabama, the Florence area is under a flood warning till 8:30 local time, and then just issued for Decatur, Alabama, along I-65, north central Alabama. You've got a flood warning until midnight tonight. So as it gets dark, you've got to stay off the roads. Let me show you the broader picture here and why we're so concerned about this really escalating as you get into Tennessee, because you've got some table setting rains up there already, and all of this that's training over the same areas is headed your way. So that's why we've got these flash flood watches for much of Tennessee. Tennessee, including Chattanooga, Knoxville, and all the way over into Asheville. Jim, it is always underappreciated sometimes how dangerous water can be, especially at night.
And Dr. Neb, this is southern Appalachia, okay? So you're talking hills, streams, an area that was soaked all winter and spring, all right? So things are going to fill quickly. Guys, some new damage into us out of Macon, Mississippi, all right? Reports there of multiple mobile homes flipped. Now, I haven't seen these. This is just coming into all of us, so we're just getting a look at it. But you can see this large storage shed has been torn apart here. This is the same supercell, by the way, that has moved all the way into northern Alabama. So all that stuff that Dr. Nab was talking about here, essentially with the flooding near Noxubee County, the Macon area, has all not only flooded that area, but also we've got a lot of severe weather reports. I mean, look at the size of this warehouse, the damage to the siding of it and pulled across. And this may not even be the worst damage. Look at the power pole down, laying on its side, just almost snapped off or blown right over as a result. We know there was a tornado there. We know we have reports of multiple mobile homes that have been flipped in that area. This lumber company obviously very hit hard. All right, guys, let's talk about this because to the south of all that, as this storm was moving into Alabama, where we've had damage around Sayre in Alabama from that same supercell that you just saw the video on Macon, we have had 2 long track supercells and tornadoes in the south. Very, very powerful radar signatures. I want to show you these going back in time. Again, 3:30. You'll notice we're getting a signature right here. All right, actually, I want to draw on this. So just southeast of Macomb, all right, going over through Collins, and then up toward to the north of Laurel and continuing up toward Quitman. You see that long track? You see those signatures right there? And you notice how they pulse. All right, but we know we had a tornado on the ground. There was debris signature everywhere. And then behind that, we had another storm that developed quickly just to the north of that. It was a supercell, also another long tracker, came to the north of Collins, and there you have it. So twin long track tornadoes here that have both had a history of damage and very significant signatures on radar. We may not know to the extent of how bad this is down here till tomorrow. All right, there's debris everywhere. It's a very woodsy area in southern Mississippi. All right, so we're just kind of giving you a little history of what we got so far. The atmosphere is still cranking. We are seeing warm, humid air make its way into Atlanta, into Birmingham. If you don't believe me, step outside if you haven't been outside in a while. All right, be safe, but know that it's gotten a lot more humid out here. It's all of a sudden you've gone from cool and crisp to air you can wear this afternoon. Very humid air continuing to move to the north. Again, this is the same storm that was affecting Macon that you saw the damage video on. It has moved in some way, shape, or form across northern Alabama, continues to produce epic amounts of rainfall, as Dr. Dabbs just talked about. We've got golf ball size hail in the severe thunderstorm warning part of this, and as I mentioned, the damage around the Sayre area. So let's get an idea. It certainly looks like you may even have 2 circulations here. Strong, circulation coming into this storm around the Gadsden area on the western side of it as well. Shane, do we have any debris showing up here? Almost looks like another circulation onto the north side of this too. So here you can see it coming over Steele and into the Gadsden area. Nothing clear cut. Maybe a little bit of a drop out there, again, to the south and west of Gadsden. But the point is this thing, there's so much heavy rain coming down, and this is so hilly and woodsy, very unlikely that you're going to see this. Timing out where we have the tornado warning for Attala, it's right on top of you right now. Reese City, about 18 after, 24 after Acidico, Turkeytown, about 6:26. And then again, if you're watching us in southeast Tennessee and also into Georgia, all of this is coming your way as well. I don't care how cool and cold it was this morning. This is a ripe atmosphere with so much wind potential here, it's not even funny. So again, let's time this out, Jackie. Speaking of the evening, a lot of areas certainly have not even been impacted at all yet, but they will be multiple times.
Yeah, other areas already getting hit hard with rounds. Nashville, we had a severe thunderstorm warning about an hour ago. Those strong to severe storms have now passed off to your east, but they dumped down more than an inch of rainfall and more rain to come. So Dr. Nab was talking about that flash flood threat. That's a real possibility here in Nashville, especially south of town, as additional showers and storms will likely roll through 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock for tonight, and then continuing till maybe 11 or so before things begin to settle down. So rainfall amounts on top of that inch or so you've already received could be an additional inch of rainfall. We'll take you a little farther down towards the south, back into the Birmingham area. Those storms now still tracking up towards your north, but still some thunder and lightning across the region, and more lines and clusters of showers and thunderstorms will be likely through the rest of the evening hours. In fact, a big line progressively pushing through the region, we think around 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. It's not till after midnight tonight that we think things will start to improve for you. And then there's Atlanta.
Hi, I'm Lolly.
Episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees with light rain. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, clear, low 50. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking news right now. We have confirmed that severe storms have killed at least one person in the state of Mississippi. We've also learned that several others have been injured. This is in Walthall County. 5 homes have been completely flattened, and there's significant damage to other houses in the county. As we get more information on this, we will bring it to you. Unfortunately, the first death has occurred now from this severe weather outbreak. We wanted to get the latest on the warnings, as it's been a very active night and still ongoing. Jim?
Yeah, and we just, that was part of the supercell, Jackie, that eventually stayed on the ground with tornado debris signatures for over an hour after that. So, and the worst of that storm was yet to come for many, many areas in south central Mississippi, and we'll talk more about that. What we've watched, though, are other long track supercells that have gone from Macon, Mississippi, all the way across here, just to the north of Birmingham, and now you've noticed that storm potentially could come into northern Georgia. So they've extended the tornado watch until 11 o'clock p.m. for northwest Georgia. Now, where 575 splits off to 75, which is right there, that's the Woodstock area. So that's Cherokee County, Georgia, which I believe is under that. Yes, it's under that tornado watch. So Cherokee, Canton, again, if you live in Rome, Georgia, this first storm certainly looks like it could impact you. Shane, let's show the radar here, because we have had now reports of damage around the Sayre area. Several businesses in Sayre, which is just northwest of Birmingham, destroyed. This is kind of part of that complex that continues to work its way through the Gadsden area. All right, so there's the radar. I want to kind of just put a little cell on there, because I want to time this out. Cedar Bluff, you're going to be in this tornado warning. Rome, Georgia, potentially. Calhoun, Georgia, as it moves into Georgia a little bit later on. But right now, the warning just goes to the Alabama line. Then it'll be picked up by the Peachtree City office. So Attala, Gadsden, Turkeytown, you're all in this till 6:45. You can see the respective times down below. This is not one of these tornadoes, should it occur, that you're going to be able to see. All right, you can clearly see it on this part of the radar, and this aspect of the radar right here. This is where the rotation is strongest now, just to the north of Reese City, just to the northwest of Turkeytown. So just kind of extrapolating this into the next warning, it's going to come very close to center Alabama and the Cedar Bluff area as well, as all this continues to head on off to the northeast. Look, the problem here is where we have the best couplet, there's been a little bit of dropout. All right, this is a very hilly area, very woodsy area, obviously, north of Gadsden up toward Turkeytown, and there's enough of a dropout to believe that there could be a tornado on the ground here. We've also had golf ball size hail with the storm. Kind of interesting, too, when we look at this a little wider. So Shane, stop moving for 1 second. You got a rotation here, and you've got rotation here. So do we have twins kind of sitting amongst all of this rain? Very, very possible here within this. Either way, if you're in the warning, the plan that we asked you to put in place, you need to access it right now. All right, I want to head south into Mississippi. We still have one tornado warning there to discuss if it hasn't been dropped already. It looks like they dropped it. Okay, so they just expired that. Now it's a flash flood warning. We are, as Dr. Nebb's been talking about, we are getting prolific rainfall with these cells, prolific rainfalls. So here's what's left of this cell down and through here, now south of Meridian. A lot of these coming to the west and then looping north, getting caught up in some stronger winds from south to north. There's still a little bit of rotation with this, but not enough, obviously, to prompt a tornado warning. You can see how the rotation went from south of Bay Springs and then literally hooked to north loop. There's still a little bit just to the southwest of Meridian. You see that right there? There's a little more rotation just to the south of I-20. And there's another storm west of Bay Springs that is now severe thunderstorm warned on. All right? Guys, again, this will continue to be breaking news all night, especially given what we saw earlier on over the last couple of hours. 2 long track tornadoes in very, very close areas to proximity to each other. Jackie.
Yeah, so a couple tornadoes tonight, but also we have the threat of damaging winds and large hail. Check this out. This was a scene along Highway 45 north of Macon, Mississippi, after a likely tornado struck the area. A big rig truck was reportedly flipped on its side, and the median and southbound traffic was blocked off. Not to mention the fact, boy, you can see nothing out ahead of that. So some of this rain has been really heavy, and we just got a flash flood warning in effect for Lauderdale County in the state of Mississippi. So the hail threat is farther back towards the west, and it's most likely over here. We've got the severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect for parts of Oklahoma into parts of Texas, as well as in the northwestern parts of Louisiana. So we've got the colder air aloft there. We've got more elevated storms which have been developing, and we've got those stronger updrafts, and that's tapping into some of that colder air aloft to help bring down that threat of hail in terms of the severe storms. We'll probably get some hail out of the storms in Mississippi, Louisiana, as well as into parts of Georgia later on, but probably marginally severe. But still, hail causes damage. Keep the car in the garage if you've got one, if you can do that for tonight. Now, the wind threat, the wind is very interesting because we've got 2 different wind threats ongoing here. We've got damaging winds coming in from the thunderstorms, and that's what this graphic is showing you, where that's most likely, really also coinciding to the most favorable area where the tornado threat is too, but it's really widespread from the Tennessee Valley on southward. But we have a second wind threat that we need to watch out for today too, and this has nothing to do with the thunderstorms, which has been causing most of the damage today, but it also has to do with the strong pressure gradient just from our storm. So non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been as strong as 50 miles per hour at times. In fact, much of about the eastern half of the country under this threat lasting into tomorrow.
You may not see them, but your itchy eye.
Doctor, and say yes to Linzess.
Breaking right now, it has been a deadly night across parts of the South. We have now confirmed that there are 2 deaths in Lawrence County, Mississippi, and that's in addition to 1 death and several injuries in Walthall County. Walthall County, at least 5 homes have been completely flattened here. That's the latest from officials there. There's also significant damage to other homes in the county. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available, as this is an unfolding story. It's 30 past the hour right now on this Sunday. We want to get you up to date on where the dangerous storms are tracking right now with Jim Cantori. Jim?
Yeah, Jackie, again, that's all part of that long track supercell that we watched with a tornado debris signature for over an hour. You rarely see that, but that's certainly something we watched again in southern Mississippi. Now, what we've just had, and I'll give you kind of the breaking stuff, this additional tornado watch added essentially from Cherokee County, that's Woodstock, up through Rome into Ellijay, Blue Ridge, also in this as well. So that's Gilmer, Fannin County, and it's essentially for what has been a long track supercell that started, we showed you video already out of Macon, Mississippi. It has come all the way across northern Alabama. Now it's in some way, shape, or form split because there are 2 areas that are rotating in through here. You look at this reflectivity and you're like, Jim, I can't tell what's going on there. It just looks like a lot of heavy rain. So we have to look at other aspects of the radar to get an idea what's going on, and Shane's going to zoom in on that for us. So what we've got is actually 2 areas of rotation. All right, there's one up here, not super strong, but enough. And here's another one down here. that's worth watching. So 2 areas of rotation. One is north of Turkeytown. The other one is up near Boaz, Alabama. And essentially, this has been a long track supercell with a history of hail, wind damage, and tornadoes. As a matter of fact, the southern flanked one, as it was developing, did damage to businesses, multiple businesses in Sayre. That's northwest of Birmingham. So that was a while ago back in Jefferson County. But to time out the southern one for you, Collinsville, Leesburg, 640, Round Mountain about 648, and then, you know, you'll more than likely see the Peachtree City office take over with either severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings into northwest Georgia. So here's the second one, all right? So this is the Collinsville storm, or excuse me, the Crossville storm, which will come into Collinsville about 644, 653, perhaps around Colbrand, Pine Ridge, about 656. So you've got 2 areas of rotation: hail threat, wind threat, tornado threat. With both of these. That's why it's a tornado warning, and you can see how they've kind of come into play here. Now, do these, you know, does the southern one cancel out the northern one? Maybe. All right, maybe. But right now, again, not super strong rotation, but there has been a debris signature here, enough so that we're very concerned about that area around Boaz. Here's one area down through here, and here's another area in through here. We're watching all this heading off toward the northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, Shane, let's zoom out, give everybody kind of a wide idea. Here's Atlanta, and if you've been watching us in Atlanta today, if you've been walking outdoors from time to time this morning, a chilly, raw morning in Atlanta, now you walk outside, the air's almost heavy, but it's humid. It's gotten much, much warmer. What did I see? Yeah, Peachtree, or Marietta says at Dobbins Air Force Base says the dew point's 68 now. Dallas as well. So think about that. We started with dew points in the low 40s this morning. So that's almost a 22-degree rise in the moisture. That's that unstable air which is coming off toward the north. So the lone supercell, which continues to work its way, if you will, into northeast parts of Alabama, will work its way into northwest Georgia as well, and phenomenal rainfall rates. Look at all the flood warnings coming back. You know why? Because earlier where we had these storms that produced 3 to 5 inches of rain, we're still getting storm development back here. The energy that's doing all this is still back into Texas and Oklahoma. So we have a long night ahead of us. So you're seeing the jet stream come rotating out ahead of this and just creating multiple lines of thunderstorms. It has been the first line, though, that's tapped into some of the most unstable air, Jackie, that's created these long track tornadoes in southern Mississippi. Look at the accumulation over the past 6 hours here. Just incredible rainfall. And this is part of that same supercell that went all the way into northern Alabama right now that we continue to watch, and they've warned for or watched for in northern Georgia.
Yeah, what an incredible night. An incredible night ahead still that we have, Jim. Want to update people with some of the other damage that's been happening farther to the west. This is in the state of Texas, in the San Angelo area. Yesterday, strong winds ripping the roof off of this shed. We are expecting more damaging winds to continue from Texas all the way through the deep south with this line of storms through tonight. So here's the big picture of the watches that remain in effect. Severe thunderstorm watch just north of Dallas over toward Shreveport and into Little Rock, and then the red areas, that's the tornado watches. Remember, a watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather to happen. A warning means it's happening now. Take shelter. So an update on the watch for Baton Rouge towards Morgan City. That's the tornado watch until 8 o'clock for tonight. The one in Mississippi, including you in Jackson and Hattiesburg, continues until 8 o'clock Central Time for tonight. Then our watch for tornadoes in the state of Alabama until midnight tonight, and that's a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation. And now North Georgia gets in on the mix. This is north of Atlanta until 11 o'clock tonight.
You would and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
All right, guys, you're going to see a lot of this, unfortunately. This is down near Laurel, Mississippi. John Humphreys showing us extensive damage here. Trees down, roofs of homes ripped off, trees on homes in this particular case and through here. This is back down in Laurel, Mississippi here. And you know what I can't tell you is which tornadic supercell did this, because there were 2 that came very, very close to the Laurel area. As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about that right now. I want to show you these, what we call shear tracks, and this kind of gives us an idea of what we're looking at. This is, again, going back to about 3:30 this afternoon. We've already had loss of life in Lawrence County, which is down here east of Macomb, but I'm going to draw the first supercell right there. All right, there you can see it. You can see the shear tracks, how you go in and out of the pink. And as all that was going on, we had another storm that started to develop as well. You see that particular storm went north of Laurel, and then as we kind of go past 5 o'clock, there was another supercell that developed and moved just to the north. So you had twin supercells in this area that stayed on the ground, potentially tornadoes on the ground for over an hour, especially that southern one. It went north all the way up toward Meridian, Mississippi. Just incredible watching this. You had debris balls, you had rotation. No question, again, that's on the northern side of Laurel where both of these storms happen to work their way on through. So we're not done. We still got a long night ahead of us, unfortunately. Some of these areas that have been hit very hard in eastern Mississippi and down in the southern part of the state, now seeing rain develop again. You'll notice we have a line back into Louisiana. That's broken. Look at the solid line where we have a severe thunderstorm watch over through Shreveport and Little Rock. And this is really where the whole day got started, early this morning. So all that stuff is now moved in some semblance and rechanged itself into northeast Alabama here, and that's heading into northwest Georgia. But we're getting a new round with the surface low pressure system as it's moving into Arkansas. Guys, we got a long night ahead of us. And all this is what's heading into North Carolina, South Carolina, southern Georgia tonight. So, Storm Prediction Center with obviously coordination through the Atlanta, Huntsville, potentially Morristown office as well in Tennessee have coordinated a new tornado watch, which includes Blue Ridge, it includes Ellijay, it includes Woodstock, Georgia. Even though you're on the southern extent of that, we've been watching this long track supercell come across Alabama with phenomenal amounts of rain, not to mention golf ball size hail, as well as even some damage, especially around the Sayre area, which is in Jefferson County north of Birmingham. So broad rotation in here. All right, looking at the Huntsville radar, this is where the tornado warning, if you will, is going to extend eventually up toward Georgia, or at least the Georgia line, and off to the west of this much broader rotation, now moving again to the north of Crossville. So that's the good news in through this. As a matter of fact, I think this northern one was actually canceled, but we still have the chance for damaging wind here. There's trees, think about it, leaves are starting to come out on these trees. The farther north we go and up in elevation, not so much. That may save us a little bit with this particular cluster of thunderstorms. But you don't even need leaves on trees, given the kind of wind field we have here. 70, 80 mile per hour winds, and now you're getting up in elevation as you're getting into southern Appalachia here, north of Birmingham and Atlanta. Much more topography, if you will, to deal with as you head up and through here. And as Dr. Knapp's been mentioning, just incredible amounts of rain. So to time it out, again, Congo about 6:50, so that's 10 minutes from you. Burgess about 7:02. Chesterfield, if it makes that far, 7:05. And you will have some semblance of weather with this. I mean, when you look at it, you can just see the heavy rain that is involved in this. And unfortunately, look at how far west it extends all the way back to Gadsden. So you folks in Fort Payne that are dealing with these severe thunderstorm warnings, you may deal with a flood warning not too far behind this. Very dangerous situation with both severe and flooding almost over the same areas. All right, tonight in Georgia, in North and South Carolina, maybe Southeast Tennessee, do you have a place to go in your home to seek shelter? Let's get an update on where that best place might be with Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, and Jim, I would talk to the folks who just got that tornado watch issued in places like Georgia, and others could be issued later tonight. What do you do when that watch is issued? It's time to get to that safe place for the night. Get off the roads. We've got the flash flood problem as well. You want to close all those windows and doors. I mean, keep the rain out for one thing, but you want to keep the wind out too. Bring in any loose yard items. You don't want flying projectiles. Set up a way to get those weather alerts for when warnings are issued, and then you prepare your safe place. You want to bring helmets. You want to bring closed-toed solid shoes. You want to bring maybe even a mattress to put over you, and wherever that room is, you want it to be the safe place, safest place possible. The safest place is in a FEMA-approved safe room. Those can be, you can survive a tornado in that above or below ground. But most of us, we're going to be looking for an interior room of a sturdy home or building or a basement. Lowest level, most interior room. That's where you want to spend the night if possible, especially with these nocturnal tornadoes being a possibility. You want to get those warnings no matter what. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You don't want to be out on the roads. You don't want to be out in those large, big rooms, Jackie. We've seen the damage to structures like that today.
All right, we want to get to some city timing down here and talk about the Shreveport area because we have some severe storms which are tracking just up towards your north. So this is another round of storms likely producing some damaging winds, and hail is going to be a possibility with these. So these are generally tracking just to the north of the I-20 corridors. The good news is this should be out of here by about 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. So it's not just Shreveport, though. We've got another round of storms that have been developing just to the west of Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, you've already had a few rounds of storms storms. A lot of lightning associated with these to your west, Jackson, but right now, no warnings. You remain under the watch, so a few more rounds of showers, more likely to see these lines of storms as they track off towards the east. So I think your greater risk is going to be damaging winds as these storms track through your area. After 11 o'clock tonight, you're looking a little better, Jackson, but still a lot of storms just to your south.
There will be parties again.
Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees with showers. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 61. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Monday night, clear, low 50. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
In the middle of a severe and tornado outbreak across much of the deep south and through here, we've still got a long night and morning ahead of us tomorrow, even day. This stuff is going to stretch all the way up into New England. We're going to have wind damage, potentially with winds over 70 miles per hour. So it's going to expand in terms of its coverage area. But let's get into this here. You can see areas that are impacted. And notice how far west this goes, all the way back in Arkansas, up into southern Missouri and through here. Looks like certainly a signature for some damaging wind. But let's get into the eastern stuff, because what we have really witnessed in the last 2.5 hours has been nothing short of amazing. We've watched a long-track supercell go from Mississippi all the way across Alabama, now into potentially Georgia. And, you know, we've had a history of wind damage, not to mention, look at what's happening on the backside of this, where the storm has already gone through, knocked out power, northern Jefferson County, which is the Birmingham metropolitan area on the north side of town there, the town called Sayre. Look at the power outages that we have there. All right, so you've had tremendous amounts of wind damage, and now we're raining at 3 inches an hour. I mean, it's just hazard after hazard after hazard in through here as a result of this. All right, Shane, so let's get into these storms. We still got a couple of tornado warnings out. We're not done. Sometimes you see a little bit of a lull in the tornado activity in terms of warnings, but they'll very likely ramp up again tonight. We still got to bring all this stuff through the Atlanta metro area. We still got to bring it through Columbia, Charlotte tomorrow morning, Savannah. You're all going to be in this, especially north of Savannah. But the storm here, if we were to loop this thing, it's just this big gyre here near Fort Payne, Alabama. I mean, look at this. Just a big, big signature continuing to loop around, and there it is right there. Coming in through Cedar Bluff, okay, Fort Payne, just this big circulation, which is going to move into Georgia. And that's why the Weather Service at Peachtree City has decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the damaging wind with this is pretty significant. We've got a very strong low-level jet, 70 to 80 miles per hour, that's sitting at about 5,000 feet off the deck. And granted, even though this is not the most unstable air, it's been unstable enough to bring down, obviously, some of that wind energy, because we had a lot of damage. Boaz is the most recent area, and Boaz is seeing rainfall rates of 3 inches an hour now. So to give you a timeline, Somerville about 8:13 again, Sugar Valley, which is about 8:43 this evening. Now we cross it over into Georgia, so the Dalton area about 8:58. You will deal with this. And again, your threat for damaging wind and just torrential rain where you can't even see 20 yards in front of you. Quick wide out here before I throw to Jackie, just to let everybody know, again, we still have a long night ahead of us. We've got this main line here, and then we have the line that's back in Texas and Arkansas to come on through. And unfortunately, Jackie, the line that's developing into southern Mississippi is not really clearing this area where we've had some very destructive tornadoes this afternoon.
Yeah, so you mentioned this goes on all night tonight and into tomorrow. I want to give folks folks a heads up, especially into the Carolinas, for the threat of severe weather starting tomorrow morning already. This is a live look at Raleigh, North Carolina. I know you've had some light rain for the most part here today, but tomorrow storms are going to be meaning business. In fact, you've got a Torcon of a 5 for you in Raleigh. A Torcon, of course, that scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest threat. So you're halfway there, Raleigh. Not a number you like to see. That is certainly elevated, a 50-50 shot, and that's the case in Charleston as well as into Savannah. The risk area, though, is pretty large overall for all of these things, and it stretches from New York City. New York City, you heard me right, all the way down into northern parts of Florida. We do expect that low to be lifting up towards the north and bringing that threat pretty widespread up and down the eastern seaboard. So this is going to get started in the early morning hours, and we're watching a few individual storms that could be developing right here into the coastal Carolinas and into southern Virginia. This is 5 o'clock in the morning, so you need a way to be alerted. You early risers, certainly, and anybody that might still be sleeping at that time, be aware that a few individual storms out ahead of the main line could go severe and rotate. But then we've got this big squall line that we're expecting to develop along the cold front that's going to be capable of producing some widespread damaging winds. This is the image or the forecast radar of what it may look like at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're right in the thick of it there, Raleigh. Charlotte may be on top of you or just off towards your east, stretching along I-95 down towards Savannah, Georgia, and into the Big Bend area of Florida. This will take its time moving eastward through the midday hours, and by, say, mid-afternoon, I think it's going to be clearing most spots, and the threat will be diminished and will quiet things down. I also might want to mention it's not just damaging winds with the thunderstorms and that squall line, that we also have a pretty extreme risk for strong winds that are not related to thunderstorms just because of the big pressure gradient. Let's go back into Dr. Knabb. He's got more on some of the city timing.
You know, Jackie, when you combine how moist the soils are from all the rain we've had this year and the threat for significant strong winds from severe thunderstorms, even if you don't get a tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to shelter the same way. Atlanta, the temperature has been rising through the 60s, so have the dew points, and that is going to fuel the storms. The biggest concern will be between about midnight and 6 a.m., and you want to set those alerts to wake you up if you go to bed early. Go to your safe place tonight.
Everywhere.
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Rick Knabb. Storm tracker Jim Cantori is also here with us, and it's been, unfortunately, a deadly night with tornadoes across parts of the South. We want to get right to Jim, who is tracking the very latest with that. Jim?
Yeah, I got a really strong area of damaging winds, unfortunately, Jackie, that's moving into northwest Georgia now, and we've got tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that are associated with that. We've had a long history of either tornadoes or wind damage from essentially eastern Mississippi across the northern part of the Birmingham metro area, and now again coming into northwest Georgia. So you can see this thing right in through here. You can't really make heads or tails of it. Here's the problem, too. Once this thing comes in and produces the initial wind damage, look at what's going on to the west of this. It's raining. It's raining at 2 to 3 inches an hour. And so you're getting flood reports almost coming in right behind the damaging wind. Okay, so what's happening here is very, very important. You can see this area of rotation. Shane, go ahead and zoom in on that, and then I'll change the rating. Right here. All right, so strong inflow coming into this, strong outflow coming on the backside of this thing. This is west again, just west now of the Georgia line, southeast of Fort Payne, Alabama, looking at the gate-to-gate shear. So here, from that pixel to that pixel, you've got about 120 knots, and you've got elevation. The higher up you go in atmosphere. So this has just got damaging wind written all over it, ladies and gentlemen. Possible tornado too, whether you get the tornado or not. This is a very high signature here of damaging wind, which is going to come across the Georgia line here very shortly. Menlo, Liverly, Somerville, all this heading out of the northeast. Shane, here's what I'm going to do. I want to extend this all the way into, actually even go wider than that. Go to the extent of the whole severe thunderstorm warning, because I think there's so much wind damage with this. You remember Ringgold, no stranger to tornadoes. I want to go all the way up to Gilmer County, which is Ellijay here, because let's just warn people out ahead of time, because there's no question this is going going to keep on moving. Somerville about 819, Tryon about 826, Sugar Valley 850, Chatsworth 917, AI is 945. So this is coming all the way north to you guys. Be ready up and through here to deal with this. You obviously, in the later time periods, will have a lot more time to deal with it here in northern Georgia, but you are under a tornado watch. So whether it be the tornado or the damaging wind, the threat is here. Let's call an audible here, Shane. Let's go and show that low-level jet, because this is just incredibly impressive here when you go 5,000 feet off the deck to see this. Look at the 80-mile-per-hour wind. So here we are at 7 o'clock. This is off the latest HER model run. Now, we're not getting the warnings up in Alabama because you're not getting the thunderstorms to kind of tap into this. Okay, we could see some stronger winds certainly aloft, especially once this moves over the Smokies. But this is right here where we've watched these stronger storms move across from Mississippi into Alabama, now in toward Georgia. And it's just north of the richest unstable air. Down to the south of that, where we've had very warm, unstable air, we've had tornadoes, especially in southern Mississippi, and we've had long track tornadoes. Great looking water vapor image here to point out a couple of things. Here's the upper low back into Oklahoma, North Texas, now moving into Arkansas. All right, and look at the wind field around this thing. Some of this going north, some of this going off to the southeast. So guess where we're getting the action? Right in that diffluent zone. That's where we're getting massive rising air motion aiding that low-level jet of 80 miles per hour just off to the east of that. So it's just about as much ascent, Jackie, or rising air motion as you can possibly get over an area, really. We're maxing it out.
Yeah, and this is all happening without the daytime heating, really, quite honestly, in so many spots. We want to get you caught up to date with what we know at this hour. 3 people have lost their lives after severe weather swept through Mississippi today. Officials confirm that 1 person died in Walthall County and 2 people died in Lawrence County. Officials have also confirmed that several injuries and significant structural damage in this area of southern Mississippi has occurred. More than 150,000 customers are without power in the state of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Over 200 homes have been damaged by a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Only minor injuries have been reported there. The Monroe Regional Airport has also canceled all flights until further notice after sustaining damage from the storms. I want to show you what we've seen so far in terms of damage reports, and this is pretty widespread from Oklahoma through Texas into Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida, all reporting some types of severe weather reports. And all those red icons that you can see there are tornado reports. So far, we have 16 of them. We consider 20 a tornado outbreak. So we'll have to wait and see if those get verified and what we have moving forward. You can see 129 different reports of different types of severe weather. That includes not just the tornadoes, but damaging winds and hail as well. The hail reports haven't been terribly impressive thus far. At this point, here's a look at the Monroe damage that we were talking about, which include the damage to planes as well as hangars, not to mention the hundreds of homes that were impacted there. About 300 people reported without a place to live as of this time as a result of this. And then we take you into the state of Mississippi, where we were at one time this evening tracking 2 different supercell tornadoes with massive debris balls, confirmed tornadoes on the ground, long tracking, causing quite a bit of damage, and they were just kind of back to back right next to each other. Some of the damage reports here are going to be slow to come in, we think, because of the destruction. But in Salem, we know a couple of homes have been damaged and destroyed there. This is in Walthall County, which is the location of at least one of the fatalities. And then in Seminary, damage to homes and power poles likely due to a tornado there. Then we'll take you up into northeastern Mississippi. There you can see Columbus, here Starkville, to put it in perspective for you. And in Macon, we were getting quite a few reports of a tornado here causing some damage to mobile homes, flipping them over, and then also several semi-trucks were rolled over here. And in Bigby Valley, up this one here, this is trees and power lines which were down on the highway. So this is still a massive system. We've got multiple threats. We've got the warm sector supercells which have been developing. Got rain and storms tracking over the same areas, leading to some flash flooding. And then back here along the main line on the cold front, we've still got some damaging winds. So just a big heads up, by the way, if you're in the Little Rock area, we do expect some damaging winds to be rolling through there very shortly. These are all the watches that remain in effect. These western ones should be expiring by about 8 o'clock local time. This one goes towards 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we've also got a watch now that includes you in the northern parts of Georgia. Don't be surprised if these watch continue to get extended eastward with time as we roll on through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. So just a big heads up for those of you in places like Charlotte, into Raleigh, Washington, D.C., and into Baltimore. Tomorrow morning, strong to severe storms will be rolling through. This front won't be out of here until about mid to late afternoon tomorrow. Let's get more on the flash flooding and the heavy rain threat with Dr. Rick Knabb.
Well, Jackie, as the sun starts to go down, I get more and more concerned about the flash flooding being more dangerous, more life-threatening, because anybody who would be out on the roads, you're not going to be able to tell how much water's covering the road. And with how heavy the rain's coming down, it'll be blinding. So please stay off the roads. Cars don't get along with flash flooding. Cars don't get along with tornadoes. So you get the picture. Now, look at all of our warnings. We've got tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and a number of flash flood warnings. And then when I switch it over to where we have flood warnings and flood advisories, it's really escalating here in Mississippi, Alabama, even have a flood advisory up in the Nashville area. Let's look at north central Alabama right now, where it really has been coming down. In Blount County, including Oneonta, your flash flood warning goes till 9:45 local time. And here are some of the rainfall totals. Now, this is over the last 3 hours, but most of that fell in about an hour. Okay, and so this is really adding up very, very quickly, and that water coming down in the hilly terrain is going to cause low spots, the creeks and streams to rise quickly. It's been rainy all year. The water covering the roads is going to be increasingly a big, big problem. Look at this example. North of Oneonta and Hendricks, rivers and creeks overflowing, cropland, yard, basement flooding. So this is getting real, folks. It's not necessarily just on the roads. Water could be getting into some structures. Now, let's go a little bit farther north and east. And Jim told you about the Boaz area, all the problems they've been having tonight. Had that, that inch in 20 minutes. That equates to that 3 inches per hour. So with the on-the-ground observations, the radar, we're getting up to 3 inches per hour. Incredible rainfall totals. So your flash flood warning in the Albertville and Boaz area till 9:45 local time. Let's go back farther down to the south. Meridian, Mississippi is still under warning till 8:15 local time. Just because the rain has stopped doesn't mean that the flood problem is over, and there's probably more rain yet to come. Now, up in the Starkville, Columbus area, it is still coming down in buckets, and you've got a warning until 9:45 local time. Please stay off the roads there. Even after the rain stops, there could be some water-covered roads, and most of the rain has fallen in the southern side of the area. In fact, look at all these areas between Carthage and Louisville where you've had about a half an inch of rain. A half a foot. I can't believe we're talking about feet of rain, right? 6 inches in the last 6 hours, and that's why we still got the flash flood warning for that area till 7:45 local time. And look at all these reports, Jim. Water across roads. It is getting really treacherous on the roads tonight. I fear that people are going to go out and survey damage, or they might want to go to the store if the weather starts to improve. The roads are really dangerous with all that rain that's fallen.
And Dr. Knabb, some of these areas have had damage. Wind damage.
Yes.
Okay, so they're trying to get to a place where maybe if they lost their roof, they're trying to find a dry place. So you're absolutely right.
There could be water on the roads. There could be debris on the roads. There's so many things to be careful of after the storms have come through.
Exactly. So just keep that in mind. Unfortunately, we also had a lot of power outages up in through here too. All right, guys, we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. You can see how large an area we are dealing with. The rainfall, again, very strong, low-level jet over 80 miles per hour. That is what's fueling this part of the action tonight. We had 2 long-track supercells in southern Mississippi today that unfortunately we continue to hear of structural damage as well as loss of life with these. We've got the main upper low back here, which is creating wind damage potential coming into Little Rock. So let's get into a couple of these other areas a little bit here, Shane. First of all, again, just to remind everybody, we're not done with this action coming into Fort Payne. If you live in Dalton, Georgia, if you live in Gilmer, Fannin County, just prepare for this to come at you, because it's just this big, large gyre, if you will, that's kind of spinning around, producing the wind damage and those prolific rainfall rates that Dr. Knabb is talking about. It's not in the most unstable air, but it doesn't matter, because now you're getting up there in the atmosphere, especially with elevation in southern Appalachia, that you're tapping in to these very, very strong low-level winds, 80 miles per hour. You don't need the tornado to get the damage. You're not going to see the kind of storms in northern Alabama and northwest Georgia that we had in southern Mississippi today. You're just not. But look at how large just this huge gyre here coming across the Georgia-Alabama state line now, heading up towards Somerville. All right, so just huge, huge areas in through here that are working their way off the east. Now, what we may see on the eastern end of this, all right, is potentially maybe a little bit of a spin up. I mean, you can see there's actually some dropout. So there may be debris flying around here. Remember, all the trees are starting to leaf out a little bit up and through here. So there's a lot of tassels on the oak species, which are, very, very populated on through here. And potentially that's what you're seeing get picked up. All right, Shane, again, letting everybody know, Dalton up through Ellijay, Blue Ridge, this is all coming at you as we go on in time. It doesn't matter how cool it was this morning, and I was up here myself, I can attest to it. It doesn't matter. The atmosphere is recovered here, and we've got this damaging wind threat heading off into northwest and north central Georgia. All right, let's get into the other areas that I want to talk about. Let's take you down into Louisiana. Again, storms don't seem to be firing south and west of New Orleans anymore. That may be a little bit of good news, but there's this one cell with some damaging wind potential that's coming across toward Hammond, Louisiana, moving right across the interstate right now. That's going to head up through Livingston and Tangipahoa parishes. Keep an eye out, guys. If you live around Hammond, obviously, it's coming through you very shortly. The worst part of this, Independence and Ponchatoula, all heading off your way. Maybe even some small hail with this. My thinking is there's probably some pretty big tops with some of these storms too, given the amount of instability. All right, Little Rock, haven't talked a lot with you yet. You kind of started off the day with some action in the southern part of the state, but now here comes the upper feature. You can see almost a big vortex spinning around just north of the interstate right there, and the tail of this, which is coming on south. And notice even the warning kind of gives you a hint of which way, the stronger winds are kind of pushing on through. So what Shane's going to do is pretty much time this whole thing out as it moves to the east for you. Little Rock, again, right around 8:08. So potentially an hour from now, or probably a little bit less. These tend to pulse a little bit, move speed-wise, but you could be dealing with these strong winds. Jacksonville, also 8:57, Pine Bluff, and all this is heading east again into areas that have already been dealing with storms since this morning. Jackie, over to you.
All right, Jim, we've got breaking news right now. Unfortunately, we have confirmed now that the death toll has risen to 6 in the state of Mississippi. 3 people were killed in Jefferson Davis County, in addition to the 2 deaths that were reported in Lawrence County and 1 death in Walthall County. We're going to continue to bring you more information as it becomes available. Fortunately, we do have also many reports of injuries. I want to update you on some of the timing and some of the cities being impacted by this. In Birmingham, you've had a rough night, especially up towards your north. Notice, if you can kind of see it right there, that green box indicating the flash flood warning to your north. And more storms are coming in from your south and west. So we're keeping an eye on this storm with rotation getting closer towards Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa needs to be on high alert that could be pushing into your area within the next 30 minutes or so. Another round or line of thunderstorms should be developing and tracking into Birmingham, maybe 9, 10, 11 o'clock for tonight, and that will be capable of not only producing tornadoes but also some damaging wind as that line pushes east along the I-55 or 65 corridor and pushing along I-20 towards Georgia. By midnight, 1 o'clock, you should be done here in the Birmingham area and looking for better conditions. Now, Atlanta, you are not under the tornado watch, but just up to your north into Cherokee County and across much of North Georgia, you are, and you can see those warnings right near the Alabama-Georgia state line to the north of Rome, where that one is tracking. The rain is likely to begin to fill in here with more thunderstorms increasing, especially as this all lifts along with the cold front. We think after midnight tonight will be the most likely time that you'll see strong to severe thunderstorms rolling on through. So have a way to be alerted even after you go to bed tonight. That line should track to your east by 4 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, can I
hold on 1 second?
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9, Monday night on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 66 degrees with light rain. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 63. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, smack in the middle of a tornado outbreak where we've had many reported tornadoes that you can see. Definitely a low hanging here out of Jasper, Alabama. A tornado reported there earlier on. I mean, look at that. Big cone, big, stovepipe, if you will, down toward the ground. And there was, of course, damage there. Now we're just getting massive amounts of rain up in this area as well. Dr. Nesman talked about the flash flooding, where we're essentially going from tree damage and power line damage in places like Boaz, Alabama, to 3-inch per hour rainfall rates. We still have a very dangerous afternoon and evening ahead of us. And then this area of damaging wind threat expands all the way up into New England for tomorrow afternoon. So we got a long 24 hours ahead of us here. Let's talk about what's happening tonight. A couple of trends I want to alert you to. Of course, we've had this large area impacted today from Mississippi all the way into northwest Georgia now. And unfortunately, behind that, just as soon as these storms are leaving with their damaging wind and possible tornado, look at the rainfall that's going on there. So now, down here, we've had the storms in southern Mississippi, which have been long track supercells and tornadoes on the ground. Now some of these have kind of lifted to the north along the I-20 corridor. So let's go into these a little bit, Shane, and talk about what we've got. These are some of the newest tornado warnings that are coming out. So again, just north of Eufaula here, back toward Kemper County in Mississippi. We'll go west to east and through here. This is a storm that's rotating. Again, this isn't the stuff that we saw earlier, but still, it doesn't take that much. We've got such a powerful component in what they call the change in wind direction with height here in the low levels of the atmosphere that you don't need these big, tall supercells to produce, the prolific damage that we've had. So again, not super tight rotation, but enough. Not to mention, if we're looking at this from the Birmingham radar, you're also up in elevation. So you're not looking at the lowest part of this storm where you're actually potentially getting the tornado. So just keep that in mind. It's not going to look as good because we're looking at it. But let's go up to the storm, which is north of Bolig G, in north of Utah. This is this one right here. This one's got rotation on it, which is much more strong. Now you're looking closer, obviously, toward the ground with the Birmingham radar, but unfortunately it's a cluttered image. But there it is. Shane's trying to find the best radar. Sometimes you have to do that when you got interference. Well, we're looking at Greenwoods or Tupelo's, I should say, Shane. Yeah, so this is looking at Tupelo's radar, giving us a better idea what this looks like. Let's actually look down at that cell, the Kemper cell. Still pretty wide down through here, but still 1-2 storms we're watching. For the record, Livingston, Demopolis, all these areas south of Tuscaloosa have not really been touched yet in terms of the air. So that unstable air, which has really been sitting there for a better part of the afternoon, we had the sun out from time to time, and now the best atmospherics are starting to rotate over the top of it. Do we get a new area of tornadoes that starts to develop and potentially stays on the ground? So Tuscaloosa, keep an eye out. The storm to your southwest, this one's coming at you. This may be more of a threat for Birmingham areas south into Jefferson County. I know we've already been hit once, but we told you we're going to have multiple rounds today, all right, with these storms. Still dealing with this storm in northwest Georgia. This is a part of the same complex that moved from Mississippi all across Alabama with the tremendous rain and also the damaging wind. Now, again, you kind of look at this and you're like, okay, there's something going on through here. Is there a big circulation here, perhaps? Yes, there is. Strong wind coming in on the east side of this. Strong outflow wind coming in on the west side. So it's really a big wind area in through here. It's not super tight rotation, but it's enough. So just north of Somerville, near Tryon, there's probably an area of damaging winds here. Let's zoom out a little bit with this. You'll notice too, the severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds that. It's not the best chance for the tornado, but it's the best chance for damaging winds. So what I'm going to have Shane do is actually look at that warning and kind of time this out as it's, kind of parallel it with the watch. Vinilo, again, about 8:41. This is northwest Georgia now. 8:57 at Dalton, 9:18 Crandall, Parksville, about 9:36. Shane, quickly, let's go down and time out Tuscaloosa. Even though we're not in a warning yet, I do want to go down to this cell and time it out for you because it does look like it is going to impact Tuscaloosa without question here. here. So, Ken, we're going to move Birmingham radar. We're looking at the storm, which has been tornado warned on. Here it is, right here is the couplet. This is what's heading north toward the Tuscaloosa area. So keep that in mind. Timing it out for you, Tuscaloosa. Looks like we're going to be sitting there right around 8:08. All right? Give or take 10 minutes on this, given the fact that these pulse and sometimes slow down a little bit. But about 8:08, looks like it's going to be closest to you, or probably right on top of you. 7:51 Foster's, Knoxville, Alabama, about 7:39. And then we'll keep an eye again on the storm. It's moving over 45 northeast of Meridian. That too, Jackie, will also come into Alabama. Whew, long night ahead of us.
Yeah, long night ahead. You talked about the wind damage threat too. We want to get more specific on that right now, especially since we have that strong bow echo that's making its way across parts of Arkansas right now. The threat for damaging winds pretty widespread tonight. We've got a couple of different areas that we're watching. So this area right here, right now, across western parts of Arkansas, but also with the lines of storms that are making their way through Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and may reach parts of Tennessee and even into the western Carolinas before we head towards the morning hours. We're getting more and more reports of wind damage. In fact, 66 different reports across the region. The most recent ones are with that squall in the western parts of Arkansas. So let's give you an update on some of those wind damage reports now. Danville, multiple trees knocked down in this area. And then in Mena, a wind gust of 52 miles per hour was recorded. There are about 7,000 people in that squall line now that don't have power as a result of those storms that are tracking eastward. Now, in addition to that, way ahead of the thunderstorms and behind the cold front, we have very strong winds. We have strong gradient winds, and those are enough to cause some damage. So we've got advisories and gusts that could be reaching 50 miles per hour across parts of the south. So that's in addition to the damaging winds and thunderstorms. And it's not just the southeast. High wind warnings into the northeast for tomorrow. We could see 65, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in New York City tomorrow morning. We'll be right back.
Not even our competitors' prescription. Everywhere.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We've got the latest on our severe weather outbreak, and you're taking a look at a live stream right now from Laurel, Mississippi, where earlier this evening we had a long track tornado roll through and cause damage here. Jim Cantori with me as well, and we want to get right to our storm tracker, John Humphreys. He is shooting this video right now from Laurel, Mississippi, and joins us on the phone. Thanks so much for being with us this evening, John.
Yeah, glad to be here.
So we
Wish
see
us here under different circumstances.
Absolutely. Well, we see damage to a home here, but we're also seeing indications that this might be one of the hardest hit areas. What have you seen tonight?
We pretty much just came up upon this damage. We were a little bit farther south, and we're basically heading back north, and just ran into this about 11 miles west of Laurel. I'll pull up another image here. It's a little bit delayed, but it's got another house with the roof off of it right in front of us. Then we have the house that you're looking at now that has the part of the garage is on a couple of vehicles.
Do you know if anybody was inside or if there have been any injuries?
Like I said, we just got here. Emergency services are here. People are helping each other. We don't think anybody's hurt, but we don't know yet.
Hey, John, this is Jim Cantor. I want to ask you, I don't know where you came from to get to this area west of Laurel. We certainly were watching that long track tornado with a heck of a debris signature. But what I just want to say, describe your drive and the damage that you've seen along the way. What kind of damage is it?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of trees down. We got here at a time when they had several heavy equipment moving large trees off of what road is that? What road is that, Scott? Is it that we're on right now? 84?
84.
Yeah, 84, Highway 84. And then we turned on Barney Road, which is where we're at now with this video.
Have you seen or heard a lot of emergency vehicles?
Not yet. There's some on 84 that are blocking the roads and so forth, but I've not seen any medic units or anything like that.
So, John, were you tracking the storm into town? Were you able to see it? Did you see anything, or did you arrive here afterwards?
We were actually in Heidelberg, heading south. I think when this happened, and then the storm weekend. So we went to drop south on some other storms, and those kind of fizzled out. So we turned around and came back and then ran into this damage.
All right, John Humphreys, we appreciate that update for you. Busy night for many in multiple states as we are just getting started, really, with this severe weather and tornado outbreak. John Humphreys, again, west of Laurel. And I want to show you, what John is probably in the area he is in, because we had two very long track signatures here on the radar, and you can see where they move very, very close to each other around Collins, west of Laurel as well. You can kind of see those tracks almost going across the entire southern part of the state with debris balls. The northern track, the one that John's at, had a debris ball signature with it for over an hour. Over an hour. Incredible. All right, we're not done yet. I want to get into the stuff that's in northwest Georgia. We just got a new tornado warning out for Chattooga, for Walker, and also Whitfield County. This has had a tremendous history that started back in Mississippi. It has not produced tornadoes along the way, but it's produced a lot of damaging winds. And the fact that we have a little bit of stable air near the ground, I think, is saving us from, even what could be worse damage. What you are making up for, though, is elevation here. This is southern Appalachia. You're getting up in elevation in some of these parts here. Again, just one big, strong circulation. And so it's not necessarily, that's the best part of the couplet, but we have, again, the chance for some damaging wind. I mean, look at this area of potential damaging wind, both on the eastern side of this and the southern side of it. And it doesn't take much. It's a very, tree-filled area, a lot of pine, a lot of oak and whatnot, as this all moves on off to the north and east. And we're going to expand it past the warning because we want to warn you guys that this thing hasn't croaked. There's no reason to believe that it won't have an elevated wind threat with it as it continues to move to the east. In some cases, come down to the ground. So Dalton, Georgia, if you've ever gone up I-75, you see all the signs for Dalton. There it is. 856, Varnell at 905, Crandall about 917, Alkulski right around 931. Potentially, LJ, Blue Ridge, can't rule that out, especially if this turns off toward the right. But certainly northern portions of Gilmer County into Fannin County, Mineral Bluff, Ducktown, Tennessee. You need to be aware of this situation because we continue to be warned on it until I see the warnings drop or the Weather Service lose this thing. A lot of flood watches to the west of that, and now our threats for Tuscaloosa and Birmingham off to the southwest. We need to keep an eye on these storms as they move northeast.
Now at Domino's, we're more than just
and help those in need.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel with our continuing coverage of the severe weather outbreak, especially across parts of the South right now. We're getting some new video in of the damage out of Monroe, Louisiana. Officials here estimating that 200 to 300 homes have been damaged. Several streets have been blocked off, and about 1/3 of the city at the peak of the storm has been without power tonight in Monroe. This is in northern parts of the state after a reported tornado, possibly two, rolled through earlier today. Local responders say so far only minor injuries have been reported. They have been helping survivors find hotel rooms this evening. We will, of course, continue the latest on this and bring you up to date on this with coverage tomorrow. Now, we want to take you into northern parts of Georgia. This is a live view along Interstate 75 at mile marker 319, and you can see those flashes of lightning. This is just north of Calhoun, Georgia. This is near where we have a tornado warning cell right now that's showing some obvious signs of rotation. Of course, much of North Georgia under a tornado watch right now. We want to get right over to our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, who's on top of it all. Hey, Jim.
And Jackie, you can almost see the constant flash rates going on with that. Okay, so very powerful rising air motion going into the storm. This is for Chattooga, Walker, and Whitfield counties. And you can see the storm here as it's moved east of Lafayette now, getting ready to move right over I-75. All right, there's I-75 right there. Here's the rotation. As a matter of fact, I'm going to circle this near the Villanau area, and I want to show the storm route. There we go. The TDS. You see this? This is an older image. All right, so I don't know if when this updates, it'll have it again, but this is a dropout in the debris field. So you know there's been debris. This is why with the warning it says a confirmed tornado, and why that is because they can see the debris actually showing up on this particular product of the radar. This is all rain in here. All right, this is all rain going on, and you're looking at up 44,000 feet. So some type of debris, probably leaves and whatnot, thrown up 44,000 feet. That's the debris signature from Peachtree City, so that's incredible. Again, west of I-75. Let's see where this is going, Shane, maybe toward the Dalton area. Hopefully it weakens. It doesn't look that great on storm relative, but still, you saw the TDS. The TDS does not lie. And that's telling us we've got a debris signature with this. All right, so Villanelle, obviously, Dalton, 855 is going to move right across the interstate over the next 10 minutes or so. Cedar Valley, about 903, Cisco, about 921. And we'll see, you know, again, there's a big wind field with this. So does Ellijay get impacted? Blue Ridge, Mineral Bluff, all these areas here in Gilmer and Fannin County certainly need to be on alert as well. You start getting up in elevation here as well, and sometimes the circulation may not come all the way to the ground, but if you make up for that circulation being aloft by going up 2,000 feet, there it is. So be on the lookout for damaging winds here. As I mentioned, leaves just starting to leaf out. This area in Georgia about 10 to 14 days behind the Atlanta area, just to give you some comparison in terms of the leaf out process. But there you can see Blue Ridge, Ellijay, these areas, Cisco. Does this move just to their north? We'll see. Unfortunately, where that tornado warning is and just kind of projecting out in time where it goes, it certainly could be affecting Gilmer and also into Fannin counties. All right, off to the west of that, the rain over some of these areas that have had extensive damage. Dr. Nab's been talking about this. Flood warnings coming in fast and furious. Look at what we've got going on in Birmingham, power outages. And here's the worst news. Some of the worst storms for Birmingham City and South have yet to come through you yet, potentially. Let's go to the radar. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You can see this I-20 corridor starting to light up with new storms. We had tornado warnings out earlier. The good news is at least the circulations within those have started to weaken. We mentioned Tuscaloosa. The storm that's going to be impacting you has weakened for the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. This is the Kemper, now Lauderdale cell, which is getting ready to move again pretty much in the same area. So Tuscaloosa, if the first one stays weak, great. You still have to deal with the second one, which is almost moving parallel to that. All right, guys, where do you go in these situations where we have COVID-19 and you're used to taking shelter in another place that's even outside your home? Let's get some good ideas and some good advice from Dr. Nab on that.
You know, Jim, a couple things come to mind that are unique to this situation. One is if you have a sturdy home and you know somebody who doesn't and there's not a warning, the weather will allow for it, have them come to your place for the night so that they don't have to go to a public shelter and we can maximize safety and distancing. Another thing to keep in mind is that with moist soils and a lot more rain today and severe thunderstorms capable of producing very strong and damaging winds, don't even need a tornado to cause damage. I would shelter the same way for a severe thunderstorm warning as I would for a tornado, because trees can come down to your home. So whether it's tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, you want to be in the lowest level, most interior room or your basement. Those are the good places to shelter. The best would be a FEMA approved safe room, one of those really reinforced storm shelters. You can survive a tornado above or below ground in one of those. So if you want to maximize your safety, those are your options. You do not want to be in a mobile home during a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning for that matter. You don't want to be out in your car. Certainly don't want to try to outrun a tornado or hide under an overpass. Cars don't get along with tornadoes. Cars don't get along with flash floods. Jackie, so many reasons for us to stay off the roads tonight because it is going to be a long and dangerous night.
Yes, definitely. In fact, we've got watches that go well into the night. And just to refresh your memory, a warning means it's happening now. Take cover. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe weather to occur and that you need to be on alert. And a lot of us need to have a way, two ways, if possible, to be alerted in the middle of the night as these storms are going to be ongoing. So here's a look at the big watches. And I might want to mention under that severe thunderstorm watch, we do now have a warning for Little Rock, Arkansas. So damaging winds likely to roll through there within the next 30 minutes. We've got the tornado watch, which remains in effect for parts of Louisiana, including you in Baton Rouge, until 8 o'clock tonight. We have our tornado watch for you in Mississippi. Notice some of the western counties getting dropped off here, but Jackson and Hattiesburg still in it. Our PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation for long track tornadoes, potentially from Birmingham through Montgomery, and then North Georgia now just north of the Atlanta metro area under a tornado watch until 11.
Hey, can I hold on one?
Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 67 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 63. Monday, mainly clear and windy, high 77. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, again, continue to watch a tornado and severe weather outbreak now moving into northwest Georgia with tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings that are out. Again, this is up toward the Dalton, the Calhoun area. You're looking north out of Calhoun of this particular shot, but just kind of notice above the highway there, which is wet, the lightning flashes that are going on. It's kind of dark and ominous, even as, you know, we are in nightfall now, and maybe that's going to help us a little bit. I certainly hope so. But let's talk about a couple of things here. First of all, that warning. We have one tornado warning out, and this may be a moment where we see the tornado warning kind of go away for a little bit. We just start to, oh no, they just tornado warned on it. Oh, geez. Okay, so now, yeah, I spoke too soon. Sorry about that, guys. This is the storm that's coming near the Dalton area. We've had a history of tornado debris, especially near the Lafayette area. Now that's moved again, moved across I-75. So here's Calhoun. The camera I showed you was up here looking at all this. All right, so now you're looking at this thing coming on to the north and northeast. Ellijay, certainly Mineral Bluff. Certainly in the point of fire and through here, you can see the rotation that's going on. So this is what happens. You go a scan where it tightens up, a scan where it doesn't. Some of the rotation here, we're looking at Huntsville, so we're looking pretty high up. And to be honest with you, Shane, tell me how high we're looking up here from Huntsville. Okay, so you're at 4,400 feet here. So you're way up in the 44,000 feet. So you're looking way up in the atmosphere. You're not even seeing the level of circulation, but it's enough even at 44,000 feet to see that circulation there. And we've had at times, and you can see the circulation right here, that's a tornado debris signature. So that's going north of Dalton right now and heading again off toward the north and west. A lot of wind energy with this thing. All right, let's go back out and talk about it. I want to go up to Tennessee, Shane, because this is kind of the lead. Yeah, right there. You get your eye on the same thing I do. This is the leading edge of that 80-mile-per-hour low-level jet. All right, and remember what happens as we get over here north of Chattanooga. You start getting into elevation again. All right, you kind of come out of the Tennessee River Valley and you head up in elevation again. So it does not, even though we don't have any warnings here. All right, just keep in mind, this is a very low, strong wind field, and this could produce damaging winds in some of these areas, so I'm just giving you guys a heads up with this. All right, back out wide, Shane. Let's show everybody what's going on down into Mississippi. Greg Postel just called me, and he says, Cantori, I'm in Woodstock. My dew point's at 70 at my house right now. You know where it started this morning? 43. That's a tremendous amount of low-level moisture which has come north. So the storms for Atlanta, are they back in here? Is all that's what's going to be heading on to the north and east in time? Yeah, so it's going to be past midnight and maybe past 2 o'clock in the morning that we deal with that. But look at all the power outages that we're currently dealing with. And we'll keep an eye on the storms down I-20. They showed some rotation earlier. Do they rotate again as they come up into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham? We'll just have to watch. Right now, you can see this storm getting a little bit more frisky again as it comes back in. But this looks pretty linear to me in terms of what we're looking at. So potentially more of a damaging wind threat, but it won't take much. All right, it won't take much. This is an atmosphere here that has not been touched yet. Little Rock, watching an area of thunderstorms move through you, and believe it or not, into Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, we have to wait for all of this to move across before we are done with our threat, and that'll be sometime tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, Jackie, our threat advances east and very, very far to the north.
Yeah, so we've got a long way to go, and we're talking the whole I-95 corridor as we head into tomorrow. So we're talking to you in places like Raleigh, North Carolina, where you've got the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow, including the chance of tornadoes. And this could be right out of the gate in the morning hours, and then another wave that could push through into the early afternoon. So quick, first of all, broad view to show you the risk area for tomorrow. And this stretches from about New York City all the way through the megalopolis there, down through the Carolinas into South Georgia and even into the Big Bend area of Florida. And we're talking all hazards possible, marginally severe hail, but damaging winds and also tornadoes. And tomorrow tornado risk is still quite significant. We're talking about a torcon of a 5 for Raleigh, for Charleston, for Savannah. So that is on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the highest, so you're smack dab in the middle. That is certainly an elevated risk, a 50-50 shot for you in some of those cities. Let's time it out for you and get you through hour by hour and show you what you can expect. And this is likely going to be coming in waves in some of these areas. So this is 9-10 o'clock for tonight. And notice by the time you wake up early tomorrow morning, or perhaps the warnings will wake you up early tomorrow morning, is that we are expecting some individual storms or individual supercells out ahead of that main line. So we will be concerned about those rotating potentially into the eastern Carolinas, across the Tidewater area into Virginia. But then back behind it, this is where we've got that cold front, and that will be a squall line of storms, but still embedded within there, we could see some tornadoes. We'll fast forward and take you to 8 o'clock in the morning, still under that threat, moving right through Raleigh-Durham, most likely Charlotte or just east of you. The storms will be rolling through, stretching down towards Savannah and then down towards Tallahassee and into the Big Bend. We'll continue to watch this line track eastward, 10, 11, 12 o'clock, so midday into the Outer Banks and down towards Wilmington. And then as we head into maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, this should all be stretching off towards the east, and you should be done with this. On top of the damaging winds with thunderstorms, just a huge heads up for everybody into the east is that we will have non-thunderstorm, very strong winds all day long. High wind warnings in effect for New York City from 6A to 6P, with gusts near hurricane force at times. We will have continuing coverage as we track these storms all night.
State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief.